high as I can.
I could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore, man.
Because I want respect.
Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality, that I will say the truth.
Regulators, we regulate any stealing of his property. We're damn good too, but you can't be any geek off the street. You gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean. Earn your keep, regulators. Mount up. It was a clear black night and a clear white moon. Warren G was on the streets trying to consume some skirts for the eve so I can get some phones rolling in my ride. Chilling all alone, just hit the east side of the LBC on a mission, trying to find Mr. Warren G. Seen a car full of girls, ain't no need to tweak. All you skirts know what's up with the 213. I keep forget not in love anymore. Anyway, welcome everyone to Lotus Notes 14. I have a very special guest I didn't think would make it because it just, I don't know why. Just very involved. You know her from the chat. She is the Black Deborah Stern, as we put it. This is Crazy Robin, everyone.
You know, I don't know how to keep a straight face.
You don't have to do it. You don't have to prove anything to these people.
I'm listening to Mr. Feeney. So like he's rapping and then you break out into Michael McDonald. I can't handle you right now.
Well, that was specially chosen for you because LBC is Long Beach, right? Where you're originally from. You and Russell Westbrook. Crazy Robin? Crazy Robin? Crazy Robin?
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay, you're gonna hit me with the rhyme.
No.
No, yes. No. I'm not originally from Long Beach.
Oh,
but
okay.
Yes, I've lived in Long Beach. Yes.
You're originally from Crenshaw?
I'm originally from Inglewood, California.
Oh, Inglewood. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Home of that's the Lakers' home of the Great
Forum. The SoFi home of the Thank you.
Yes,
of
SoFi,
the Forum. Right. But now it's SoFi. But I don't even recognize the city anymore. It's not the same. It's growing up. That the only thing we had was the Forum, and that was always the home of the Lakers.
That's why you moved to well, tell us. Let's do a mini bio on Crazy Robin. Just a truncated. By the way, if you and Tamara Francois on the same show, it'd be like waiting to exhale up here in this pit.
We could take on all 4 rows, just the 2 of us.
So how did you find us, and then how did you find the Stern Show originally? How far back does your fandom go?
Well, this is funny. So I come from a family of siblings of 4. I'm the youngest. Oh, wow. So my brother, that is a couple of years older than me, is the Howard Stern fan.
Black guy.
Yeah. And so he's a light-skinned black guy.
Oh, okay. That makes 2 of us.
Here we go. Yes. So that makes 2 of you. And so my brother, when the Stern Show came to K-Rock out in LA, my brother, I don't know how he found the show. I just remember being in his car and he was playing the show. And I said, "Is that the show you listen to?" He said, "Yeah, it's the Howard Stern show." Oh, Kathy Scott.
Yeah,
Oh, I hope
welcome,
she's doing
Kathy.
well.
Yes, that's a good memory to have.
Okay.
Kathy's on the make. Gonna
Yes,
have
that's my girl from the Pinot Connolly.
yes. I can see you two working hand in hand like in an
Hey.
episode of Mayor in Kingstown.
Well, listen, she locked down where my father is from, Louisiana.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah. So yeah, I was in his car and I was listening to the show and I said, "What is that?" He said, "Well, that's the Howard Stern show." And I remember hearing Robin's voice, distinctly hearing her voice. And I said, "He has a black woman on his show?" And my brother looked over at me. He said, "Yeah." I said, "Wow."
Now
I
you
think
reckon
she's an
you thought
Uncle
you knew her
Tom.
voice was black on the
I
first
knew her
listen?
voice was black the moment I heard her voice.
Okay. I don't think it's obvious to everybody.
She's an unintelligent woman, number one. She doesn't know much, but she figured if I just have a voice, a
Right.
sound, that I sound intelligent, that I'm intelligent.
Right.
That's what a lot of black people would do. Now, she's from Maryland. She's from Baltimore. It's a very poor city. And she had to learn. And as we know, she grew up, she was slow. She's slow like Howard.
Yeah.
And slow like Fred. They're all dumb.
Yeah, they're all dumb. I know.
They're all dumb.
Yep.
They're all dumb. And she's just an unintelligent woman. But however, she has a sound. I said, "Oh," and I looked at my brother. I said, "Oh, she's an Uncle Tom." I said, "Oh, you listen to that?" And he said, "Yeah, I listen to it every day." And I said, "Oh, wow. I can't listen to that
Tom.
shit."
Did you call her an Aunt Tom to your
No,
mother?
I didn't call her Auntie Tom. I didn't call her Aunt Jemima Tom. I called her Uncle Tom. I said, "That's an Uncle Tom." So I didn't know the show. I didn't know the characters at the time Jackie was on.
You knew nothing about Howard
I knew
before
nothing
that?
other, maybe before that first sound on him on the radio. I had never heard him on the radio.
Somebody was telling me from your
show.
area. Somebody was telling me from your area that his Channel 9 show actually ran in Southern California.
It very well could have on our Channel 9 out there. Yeah, for sure. It could have, but I would have never been hip to it.
Right.
Because I would have never known about it, or even had I listened to, I didn't really know that my brother was that big of a fan, but to this day, I painfully say that he is still a quote unquote fan. I don't know how he is as a cop that he even listens to this shit, but it's like, it's all gay all the time.
He's 5'0"?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
Yes, it's a long story. However, we're one of those black families, we all grew up Catholic. We all grew up very, strict. And I think that it was his natural vein to go into that profession. And he even forced me into it low key twice.
Have any shorties? Does he have any shorties?
No, we don't call them shorties anymore.
Remember Gary pranked D.L. Hughley with the Ebonics?
Yes. Oh my God. he hit DL with so many.
Yeah, that was
great.
It
was like a clusterfuck. It was beyond hilarious. Really, but I can hear it in Gary's voice how nervous he is.
Yeah.
And Gary suffers from very high anxiety.
Yes.
And he suffers from it in general, but he is very situational, and it is like ever present with Howard, because I think Howard shook him at such a very young age that he's been traumatized, and he's re-traumatized every time he can even envision a phone call from a Howard.
Actually, you bring up a great point. Have we ever figured out, does Gary go to therapy?
I believe he has been.
He never brings it up. I've never heard him bring all these years.
He did. No, he has said he's been to therapy, but he felt he timed out.
Okay.
He wanted to do one of those Robins. Oh, I had enough.
Right.
The problem is a Robin and a Howard, they don't seek therapy, and someone else like a Voldemort, but the female version that will not be named.
Right.
They will never seek it for themselves in terms of actual treatment. Narcissists classic
right,
narcissists
they know it all,
do
right.
not. No, they know it all, and there's nothing wrong with
There's
me.
nothing wrong with
It's
me. You're the
wrong
problem.
it's
Everyone
wrong with
else
the
is the problem.
masses, right?
You could be
little
like a
ones,
billionaire and you're a professional victim. Imagine that.
you can be someone living in a cardboard box,
Right.
and you can be a billionaire in a high rise, and anyone in between. If you live amongst them, we're just in the masses. That's all.
Let me say hi to the chat.
But yes, please do.
Speaking of high rise, welcome A. Smith. There's Melody.
A.
fellow.
Smith, Melody. Okay, so I'm gonna have to love you anyway because I low key don't know you, Melody. So I honestly don't trust you because you go from podcast to podcast. However, we're gonna love you anyway.
She's
Hello,
in
Melody.
the business. She's in the business.
Okay, I trust you, Melody.
She's a therapist. She's a working therapist.
Oh,
yes.
Well, we shall. Oh, Chubby Pickle. Hey.
There's Chubby Pickle. Welcome, sir. Safe on the roads, Chubby Pickle, in that car Malone truck of yours, because breaker. Again, Cindy Clausen, welcome.
Cindy, hi, Cindy.
Look at you individually saying hi.
I just can't help them. I just love
them. No, I know you know these people. You know.
No. I love the form in which you and Sarah provided us to have a carve out for a niche, and then the different setting and family. So I got just too much love for your chat.
Is it niche or niche? Wayman Tisdale said niche.
I thought it was Wayman doesn't know what he's talking about. I think it's niche.
How dare you? Speaking of Sacramento, can you tell everybody you met Bill Clinton, right? At one point.
Oh, please. Do we have to go there? Can we say hi to the chat?
Yeah, let's say hi to the chat first.
Okay.
And then I'll go. Okay. I don't want to forget that.
No.
Put a pin in that.
Yes, let's put a pin in it.
Autobot.
Autobot.
Sir.
Ow. Hi, Autobot. I love your voice. I love hearing you. Oh my God.
Autobot.
I'm a fan of he.
Optimus Prime.
Love
Optimus Prime. The guy who did his voice also does voiceovers for years and years. And he did the 21 Jump Street voiceover where he goes, this week on 21 Jump Street, in order to catch a room of gift thieves, Hanson is going to have to become a rapist. And that guy
was the same voice?
Yeah, same voice.
But let me say this, and I want to, before I forget, it wasn't until you played the entire commercial from
I had that. Yes,
from Fox,
montage. I can't believe you remember that. It's a montage. Yes.
But when you played that, John, was the first time I went, now I know why I didn't watch any show from Fox. Right. But that was the reason why I never watched 21, was because I didn't watch any show from Fox. I don't understand that. I don't either.
You know what? What I really don't understand about that is that Fox made a concerted effort to appeal to multi-race. So Jump Street was a black show in a way because you have Holly Robinson and Stephen Williams is half the cast.
Half the cast.
So I can't believe you don't know that.
But I didn't. Not only I knew of it on but until you showed the entire commercial, it brought back flashbacks of when I would see the commercial.
Right.
But I was never interested to actually watch that channel.
I have it right
Fox
here.
Existed.
Let me show you one right here. I have it right here.
Okay.
And save 50 to 80%. Dunhill Fine Furniture Outlet, 560 Stelton Road, Route 529, Piscataway, New Jersey.
Sunday, Johnny Depp meets the one person who will drive him to the breaking point. His new partner.
You want to tell everybody where you were the night Tracy Edwards was raped?
I was busy.
I guess you were.
So you know it's possible you don't know the first thing about Hooker.
When did you start hanging out with the Klan?
Johnny Depp. Sunday at 7 on Fox 5.
Now you recognize that voice? That's Optimus Prime. Went Autobots. Wow. That's him. I swear to God.
Oh my God. And I love Transformers.
As kids, you didn't know that was him. You were sort of you just went,
no, I would have never thought.
This is another one. So I had a whole montage, and I think you saw.
No. You played the
next Sunday.
Fox commercial.
Johnny Depp meets the one person who will drive him to the breaking point. his new partner.
You want to tell everybody
They're
where you
both
were the night
two
Tracy Edwards was
undercovers.
raped?
I was busy.
I guess you were.
Can't see you know it's possible you don't know the first thing about poker.
When did you start hanging out with the Klan?
Johnny Depp. The new Jump Street premieres next Sunday on Fox.
Isn't that funny?
Listen to his voice. No,
Yeah.
I'm just remembering. Yeah, it's like, oh my god.
That see, you can see, right? So this is going. We're doing this. That's the next episode. We're going into season 3, and Sarah put this together. Sarah, this is the opening for season 3, and that's
She
the first
is. I
episode.
cannot praise Sarah enough. When
Right?
I tell you that she is like, who knew Sarah's brain
Yeah.
was so freaking unleashed and just like talented beyond belief. You guys in the Deppies literally left me silent.
Hey, John and Sarah, it's Holly Robinson Pete. How you doing?
You know, how dare she wear SC colors? Like,
Oh.
for real? Oh, just kidding. No, I like her. But
Oh, I
don't
love
like,
this guy.
it's
You know
a-
how much I love her.
Oh, I know.
That
You-
I got news from Black Morticia Adams told me that Hallmark Channel has they basically have shut out Holly Robinson and Lacey Chabert for ageism and sexism. Lacey Chabert is like barely 40.
Oh.
I don't even understand how you do that.
She's
Isn't that the
still-
place where you broads go because there's
But
no
because
ageism?
it's Hallmark,
Right.
Like, we're old, right?
I don't
But
even want to get out.
Lacey Chabert is not old. I mean, 40 is old.
No, I
Because
don't.
they still think she's on what, Party of Five?
Yeah, I
a baby?
can't- That's some white people shit. You watched Party of 5? Holy
Well,
shit. That's some
yeah,
white
we
people
gotta
shit.
hold that against the white folks, and I love all my white people in the chat. I do, but
That was an interesting
just
show
in
because
general. Yeah,
that was an interesting show because that show, if you're I guess the lesson was if you're really, really attractive, all your problems will eventually go away.
Oh,
Everybody was like, really, I mean, like that was ridiculous.
wow.
Or no one that attractive has problems like that or could possibly have. It was just they went overboard with the melodrama and the orphans.
But you know what? I have to give it to Holly Robinson. Honestly, seriously, on some real stuff. This girl has spanned a career
Right.
throughout, and she's done a variety of things.
Yes.
Not just one pigeonhole 21 Jump Street. She's done that. She's done situational comedy. She's done talk shows. She's done all these different things. All these, her son is autistic. She's doing, she's doing all sorts of things. Albeit, granted, John is her husband, but in the front, she has to put on Rodney, that's just for show.
Did you say Rodney with the TTs? Like
Yeah, that's Rodney.
Yeah.
R-O-T-T.
Rodney in the bedroom.
Yeah, Rodney is gonna get Holly in that bedroom. But no, seriously, like she really has spanned, and to look as gorgeous as she does.
Yeah, black don't crack.
I mean, seriously, come on. There really
turned
is
60.
ageism.
She
Yeah.
turned 60.
She
next
looks
year.
awesome.
Yeah.
And she's
All right.
very talented. And to play her close like that, that's not cool.
Majored in French too. She's a master's in French.
Oh gosh. She
Yeah,
sounds like
she
my
does everything.
sister.
No,
My
she's
sister
probably
would,
exhausting
yeah.
to keep up with, like during the week, just zipping around from one thing. She's constantly, multitasking, super mom,
Is
and
she bi-coastal between LA and Paris?
Not
mean,
that
what
I
does she
know.
do?
She's from Philadelphia,
Oh,
and yeah,
well,
big
Philly, she can use French. LA, she can use French.
yes.
That's black girl shit from the hood shit.
Okay,
You want to
let's
learn
say hi
some
to
French.
everybody else.
Okay.
So,
Sorry.
That's
That's
it.
my
No,
way.
that's fine.
Go ahead.
So, what little Depp head? Welcome. There's Sarah.
Oh,
Welcome, Sarah in there.
hi, Sarah. Oh my God, I can't believe it.
They love that opening. Bon Jovial, by the way.
That
This is too
opening.
early for him. He needs a break. He will be back. I
Oh.
think next week we're going to be going back with Chauncey, and we're going to go with Howard cheating on Allison with a couple different things. Actually, one of them's Beth and the broad from the Playboy Mansion. There was a story with her about a couple weeks ago. So I'm going to pull up that interview. Chauncey's going to talk about Lila Arciera, and we will talk about maybe Robin Givens and this broad named Mary Jones, who Howard cheated on with Allison from Hartford. And the first or 2 weeks at Sirius, he went crazy on her because she got interviewed somewhere, and he sort of and she's like, she had all the receipts. She wasn't pompous about it. She wasn't bragging. She's like, no, we had an affair when he was in.
It's hard for me to believe that Howard is not gay. I do not believe he's ever enjoyed any sex with a woman. I think that he has definitely had sex for either I had to, because I don't ever believe he would have married Allison without his parents.
Right. I agree.
I just don't buy that. And affairs, I know Chauncey. That's why I love Chauncey. And I miss Bonbon, talented.
Oh, hey, I love that name. I love that name.
Oh, you know why I got love for Bonbon and David like I do? Because they truly and honestly love you. And they respect you as not only a person, but it's like those are your boys. They got your back.
That makes one. And it's
like... Well, one may have your fun.
No.
You know.
Welcome, Fine Chuck. Welcome, Fine Chuck, sir. Good to see you, sir.
Oh.
Andrew Jenkins, welcome. I eat up Michael McDonald like Trump eats McDonald's. Oh, man. Cindy Clausen, welcome. I said hi.
Frank the Tank.
This is a Sarah question.
Oh.
Robin, this is Sarah. What is the least favorite thing about white people?
My least favorite thing, that anything that you bred in cornflakes.
Yeah.
I don't understand that's a white folk thing. Your green beans that you make for Thanksgiving, which is coming up, covered in fried something out of a can, onions. That makes me sick to my stomach.
Yes, French's. I know exactly. We have very boring Thanksgivings. You know, I heard in Canada they have prime rib and bisque, seafood bisque.
Okay, so prime rib we usually say for New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Or New Year's Day. Thanksgiving, you know, some black folks, they go way out. They're doing, you know, fried turkey, oven roasted turkey. They're doing, you know, they got, you know, whatever food that they can find and they want to put on a barbecue. It's like it's Thanksgiving. We don't, we don't put things on a barbecue.
Did you just drop the N-word?
Yeah, I almost.
Wow. And have you ever been in a social work session and you dropped the N-word?
No.
That's fine. That's fine on this show. By the way, I wanted to let everybody know. Yeah,
I'm amongst friends here.
You and Deborah Stern are in the same. It's crazy. You're in the same city and you're in the same profession. There's no way in hell you can't look her up.
I don't think that Deborah practices. I can easily look her up, but I don't think she practices.
Howard claims she
like
does,
her
but
mother.
she doesn't. Right.
I don't think she practices, and that's fine because you don't have to with a degree. It doesn't also make you a therapist. You either have to be registered and under someone's license, or you have to actually be independently licensed in order to practice.
One thing's for sure, you both would run for Monique on the street, and so would Melody.
But no. What has to be said is that she said it correctly. Her therapist honestly probably told her at the outset, if I see you publicly, I will not engage with you.
Right.
Only because it's breaking your confidentiality. Because then you're forced to explain who I am to your friends or someone else. And you should never, ever put any client or patient or someone that you've known into that position to where they have to explain, how do you know her?
You people have to get over you people and your rules.
Well,
you're not the CIA. You're not the CIA. You gotta lighten up.
Protect you.
Yeah, I guess so.
Whether I'm treating you or not, the fact that we've had a relationship, a therapeutic relationship of some sort, whether it was just intake or whatever, I need you to know that I'm not going to break your confidentiality. However, if you want to do that, that's up to you. Right. But I can never do that legally, morally, or ethically. No.
But I would think confidentiality is a white people thing. Is white people shit.
No, that's illegal
shit.
No. And you should not only think about it in terms of legality. I think just in terms of being ethical and moral. You don't put your client or your patient on the spot because they may be out with your boys. They're out with their girls. You know, you're hanging out and say, "Hey, how the hell you know her?" Especially when I work with teens and young people. No, they're like, who the hell is she?
Yeah.
Isn't she from our school? Don't you know her? Didn't I see you go in her office? You know, I worked at Hollywood High at a period of time. You know,
Wait, whoa, that sounds like an episode of 21 Jump Street you
Oh,
described. Oh my God, I'm thinking, holy shit, Jesus Christ.
I did.
God, I got all crazy.
You work with young people, you don't put them on the spot. You're forcing them to cut. No.
Yeah. Inglewood is no good. It's up to no good.
It's up to no good. That's true. Yeah.
Craig Swenson, welcome, sir. Frank the Tank, of course. Crazy Robin, this is Arm. Do white people smell like cottage cheese? Is that a thing? Do we smell like cottage cheese?
Well, I've never had a white man. Let me say that. So I don't know if they actually smell like cottage cheese, but they actually smell like and some white women, they don't wash their hair.
Right.
So their hair gets very greasy, very oily, and it stinks.
Per plus.
Yeah, so it smells like more like old socks. Like, socks that you've worn in your tennis shoes and you should have took them off, but they're crinkly, but they're in your head.
Sarah wants to reiterate.
She's cute.
Sarah wants to reiterate that, in fact, was me. That's my question. And They late, says Little Depphead. Welcome, Little. That's Tamara Francois. This is Crazy Robin. What up?
Hi, Tamara. Friend. What up, girl?
Waiting to exhale. I'm telling you, it's in the making. Tamara Francois, bonjour, Maroni. Yeah, he loves his French. Chubby Pickle, thank you, sir. Shots fired. Marry me, Crazy Robin. LOL. Get in line, Chubby Pickle. Holy shit. I'll tell you why you have to get in line. Now, is it true that William Jefferson Clinton hit on you in Sacramento, California?
Okay, take a T. Number one, yes, I did meet at the time then President Clinton. Yes. I was invited. I was in undergrad in college. And I was invited, which unbeknownst to me, I was invited until the day before, like hours before, that I was not only going to meet the president, but he was going to have at the time Department of Labor Secretary Elaine Chao, who is just a degenerate married to a former senator from Kentucky.
God, yeah.
Purple lips. God,
Mitch McConnell.
Mitch McConnell.
Yeah,
that's his wife. Yeah,
God, I hate that guy. God, I hate that guy.
Yeah, hate him, hate her. But she was in the administration. She was the Department of Labor Secretary at the time. So they were having a labor summit to basically state, like, in South Central LA, woo, we have a lot of money pouring in, and hey, Magic at that time, he had his theaters, he had Burger Kings, he had Starbucks, he had all these different businesses.
Whoa, hold on a second. So they had Magic Johnson's movie theaters. They had this thing at
it was at that time. It was in the late 90s.
Okay.
99, something like that.
Okay.
98, 99. And so that's when Magic was really hot. So he had the 24-hour fitnesses.
Yes.
He had all
Starbucks.
of he had the Starbucks, he had Burger Kings, he had
the Magic Hour.
Did he have the Magic Hour at that time?
98. Yes.
I didn't watch him.
I'm
gonna be honest.
That was a huge part of Howard's year in 1998. Huge.
Yeah, I know he later came to be that he liked to clown on Magic a lot.
Yes.
Because of the way he spoke and he was unintelligent and da. But it was like, dude, you went to, as I came to find out through you guys, then, he went to BU. He was in 13th, 14th grade.
Yep.
I didn't know any of that about Howard.
Magic's way more capable in every facet of life, and way more approachable, and less bodyguards and everything else.
So he
internationally beloved.
Magic was at the summit. Reverend Jesse Jackson, which my brother still teases me about to this day.
Oh, he hit on you too, right?
Too. Yeah, no, he didn't. Wait a minute. So President Clinton never hit on me. So what happened was we were actually we were posing for a picture after the fact.
Okay.
So I had found out the afternoon before, Lynette, your professor such and such wants you to attend this meeting. You need to meet with the Secret Service. I said, what?
Oh, wow.
Well, the president's going to be here tomorrow. A lot of dignitaries. I was like, are you serious? And it was like, yeah. And I was like, oh, what do I need to do? They was like, well, you need your driver's license. We need this and the other. I was like, oh my God. So it was like maybe 3 students. And so I could not wait to make a beeline for my professor's office. I was like, you chose me to go meet? She goes, yes. And you need to be ready. And you need to look presentable. Because I'm looking at myself, I'm in shorts, flip-flops. I got
wow.
have on like a plaid shirt. I was in school. Like, who cared?
I would have thought Clinton was too, in shorts and flip-flops. He spoke at Murray State when I was there. He was with Nolan Richardson, was the coach of Arkansas, and Clinton's obviously a huge Arkansas groupie. And he, just before he was president, he spoke at Murray State. And I didn't, it was crazy. I didn't know who he was. Like, I kind of just like, and then I'm like, holy shit, he's running for president.
You fucking met the would-be president.
Yeah, I didn't really meet him. He was just speaking at the.
But I mean, still, it was a big deal. I mean, even
he was trying to speaking of Mitch McConnell, he was trying to win Kentucky. So he was campaigning in Kentucky. He thought he could win Kentucky. That's what he was doing there.
Is that where Murray State is?
Yes, Southern Kentucky.
Here's
Robin?
Yes, I'm here.
It just clicked out. I'm sorry. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
So long story short, so I had to meet with I made a beeline for my professor just to say thank you. And like, oh my God, are you? So then I lose my, this is before cell phones. We only had, I think pages at that point. I don't even know if anybody had a real cell phone at that time. But I just remember making a beeline for the mall. I was like, oh my God, I got to find something to wear. So I'm doing all this. I ran to my mom and my dad's house. I go, you're not going to believe this. So I go, I'm going to meet the president tomorrow. My father almost fell out of his chair. He said, what? And he was such a little guy. He goes, what are you doing? And my mother's like, what? I said, I know, right? I said, I got to get ready. And I was like, oh my God, I couldn't hit up my beautician quick enough. I couldn't do it. It's like, what am I supposed to do? It's tomorrow morning. So we get to the auditorium. Everybody's there. The head of Toyota, the head of this business, that business, Magic, everybody. Keyshawn, what's his name? Keyshawn Johnson?
Keyshawn Johnson, wide receiver, yeah. I met him in, we prank called him in Las Vegas.
Oh, well, he was there.
Yeah.
He was there, and he was actually kind of like, I think like a low-key Magic understudy.
Okay.
Because he was trying to get his feet wet into businesses as well, because they're like, money is here. You got schools that are here. You got people that live home, that's been living here for 25, 35 years. These are people that are here that want to use your businesses. So that's what it was all about. So we go take the picture. I stand in the picture. And of course, and Bill Clinton really is a slight guy. He really is thin. So I had to go in and wrap my hand. So he wraps I wrapped my arm around his back, but my left tit was on his back. And so I was aware of it, but it was like, you all had to scrunch in. It's like, take the picture. Boop. And then that was it. And so, of course, when I tell my brother, he goes, oh my God, there you go. Putting he goes to this whole thing. And I go, whatever. And then so I tell him the story about Jesse Jackson. I said, it's funny, Jesse Jackson was there. He was like, yeah. And this is back when his love child was coming out.
Right.
And he said, what did he do? He said, well, he actually reached out and shook my hand and said, hi, how are you? And I turned to the son. I said, oh, hi. And I don't like to sound starstruck, but I was a little struck.
He loves the brown sugar. He loves
the brown. That's my brother. He went on this tangent. Go ahead.
He did the William Jefferson juke so he could rub against your left breast.
No. He did it. He did reach out his hand with his huge smile. And he's like, I don't know if he has dimples or whatever, but it was such a beautiful smile. And his skin was flawless. And we were like face to face. And I said, I'm very honored to meet you, Reverend Jackson. He said, very nice to see you, young lady. And I walked off. I went, did I just shake the hand of Reverend Jesse Jackson? Wow. Oh my God. And so, it was just like that. That's how I met William Jefferson Clinton.
Doesn't it seem like that middle name's fake? That he made it up for to sound more president. I always felt like that was William
sounds
Jefferson.
Like he should be like the number 3rd or 4th president in line.
Yeah. Did you meet Magic?
I met Magic.
Oh, how did that go?
That was fine. He is like as tall as I thought the ceiling was gonna fall in on him. He is that tall. That's my head in Howard. Howard is a giant.
Yeah, 6'9".
If he
Magic
is as
6'9".
tall as
Yeah.
Howard is a giant.
Yeah, he's at least 6'7", 6'8", at least. I know.
If he is the height of Irving Magic Johnson, Howard is a giant.
Yeah. No,
because by far Magic is the tallest one in the room. He was over Keyshawn, and Keyshawn is a tall, big guy.
Yeah. Howard's thing is he's so vanity obsessed that he knows that anything over 6'5", you're as Sarah says, a Marfan goblin. And so he thinks he's cool. He thinks that he's gonna level it off at 6'5".
Well, no. And I think that's where that hunch is, John.
Yeah.
That's that hunch but he has to force himself lower to look that 6'5"
Right.
Oh.
He'll always shed. And also too, it's so embarrassing that you're so unathletic and so horrible at basketball. To be that size
my goodness.
is more embarrassing, right? That you have no athletic ability.
He's horrible at basketball. He's horrible at tennis with Gary.
Yes, he's horrible at everything.
Horrible at everything.
He's horrible at radio now.
Well, he's horrible and he can't eat well.
Yes.
I have my own thoughts on that, but I actually don't believe he was ever
You cut out, Crazy Robin. Crazy Robin, really quick, if you're listening.
Yes, I'm here.
Johnny Bye wants to know: Have you ever pull a Holly Robinson Pete and go undercover assignment for your brother? I'm not sure what that means.
Yeah, I mean, right out
undercover brother.
Find out, root out my own peeps. Yes, I would.
Okay.
Yes, I will.
I love you, but says Gary has been to therapy since the late 90s, but I don't know if he still does. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to probe into that, as I have to go back and listen to when he brought that up. Yes, thank you, Autobot. That's Peter Cullen. The great Peter Cullen is the voice of Optimus Prime and voiceovers. He also did Venger, if you remember the Dungeons and Dragons animated series. And he did the Red Skull. He did the Red Skull, Captain America's villain, on Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends. He did a ton of stuff.
Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends.
The voice of Spider-Man, what the hell is Dan Gilvezan, did the voice of Bumblebee in Transformers.
Really?
Yes.
That's my favorite character is Bumblebee.
Oh God, Johnny says the commercial tells me there must be some Depp Greco gay fan fiction. That's so funny. We're doing that soon. I cannot wait. I don't need feedback, says Daniel, but I knew it worked for the Bohemian Grove members. And the fuck is he talking about? 1%?
No, Bohemian Grove is that whole thing that Alex Jones was going to root out. That all of these politicians and so forth are sacrificing babies out in the grove, and just devil worship the whole lot.
I love that Alex Jones owes the people from Sandy Hook like $5 zillion.
There's
nothing sweeter than that. As he should.
He owes them his soul, which
nothing worse
wants.
than that.
Yeah.
Hardcore Transformers knowledge. Yes. Thank you, Sunflower Dragon. What's up, Crazy Robin?
What's up, Sunflower Dragon? Or shall we say Flow?
You remember that?
Oh, can't forget it.
Dennis Baldante's nickname, Flower Man.
Flow?
That's what the Bodines. I love Lacey Chabert. Melody, I do too. Does the voice of Zatanna. I love me some Lacey. I do too. Seems like a sweet broad from Alabama, as a matter of fact. G Canada, welcome, sir. God, this chat's so Canadian, and there's Frank the Tank and Sunflower Dragon and G Canada, and I'm forgetting someone big. Who am I? Oh, Samara Francois originally from Montreal,
Canada.
Right?
Yes.
Yep. Frank the Tank. So there's more than that. Welcome, Sunflower. Prime rib and seafood bisque is an East Coast thing, Arm. We're in the West Coast, and we eat turkey and ham. I think it was G Canada said, right? There was prime rib? Huh. Fresh breadcrumbs for breading only. Yes.
Yes.
My mother actually used a fucking cornflake thing.
Well, no,
Sunflower. Yeah.
yeah, and
My mother did
even
that.
fresh breadcrumbs. I don't know what you're breading with fresh breadcrumbs, but I don't know. It's just it's a soul food thing. I'm sorry.
I'm so offended. I can't believe Sweet Crazy Robin actually just used the N-word. I don't think I can listen anymore. Says
No,
G
no, no, no,
Canada.
no, G. I didn't say it all the way. I said,
You didn't complete it.
I
You
said,
didn't complete it.
yeah, I went there, but I didn't go all the way there.
It's like when Billy Batson says Shazam, he has to complete the word in order to complete the transformation to Captain Marvel. And Shazam, and you close his mouth and
Only you would know that. I wouldn't even
no,
know that.
I'm not the only one that knows that.
But
I
I
don't
don't know
think.
Shazam like that.
Oh, I love Shazam.
Oh, it's like rubbing the genie 3 times to make a wish. If you only rub it twice, I mean, what is that?
Yes.
You don't. That's stupid. Okay.
No. White people do smell like wet dog. Says I love you, butt. According to Jerry Springer, I don't remember that. Damn, he said that.
No, I said wet socks. Or wet
He,
dogs. They can't smell like wet puppies. No, you're right. A wet,
welcome,
stinky little
Kylo.
puppy. Yeah.
Crazy Robin, I had this just hit my head here.
Yes, sir.
This is not the first time you heard Crazy Robin's voice. She was very adroit and talented and deft when we had, and G Canada was one of these people. It was G Canada. It was, I don't know, people in the chat had called in. We did a Radio Gun call-in show, and you had called in, and you sounded like, remember the black chick from Police Academy, the very meek, sweet black policewoman from Police Academy?
Oh, because I was lying on my back.
Yes.
I was in bed and I was actually on my back.
Okay.
And so I sounded a lot more high pitched.
But you were doing a voice. You were definitely
I wasn't doing a voice. But this is my typical voice. I sound like a boy, a man.
Okay.
I have a very deep voice. However, when I was lying on my back, do I?
No.
I used to get teased about that.
Not at all.
I used to. Okay. But I was lying on my back when I made the phone call. And I was kind of looking up at my phone. And I was thinking, should I call in? And I was like, hey, it's Crazy Robin. I sounded really high pitched.
Yeah.
So I could see why I sound like her.
Let me see. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Next Sunday, Johnny Depp meets the one person who will drive him to the breaking point. His new partner.
You want to tell everybody where you were the night Tracy Edwards was raped?
I was busy.
I guess you were.
Can't you know it's possible you don't know the first thing about poker?
That's really edgy for TV. A burning cross. That's really edgy for TV back then. They
what
pushed
year would that have been?
The 88-89 season.
Oh, wow.
So this is September of 88. October, September of 88. And this is really edgy. And they use the N-word a lot in this episode.
Oh,
yeah, it's crazy.
Well, what was not to even think anything of it was on Sanford's son. He used the N-word several times.
God, I don't remember that.
He did in LaWanda and Esther.
Okay, yeah, Aunt Esther, yes.
Yeah, so Aunt Esther wasn't the first Aunt Esther. She was a second actress, LaWanda Page was. But LaWanda Page knew Red Fox she was like the go-go dancer.
Right.
And he was the stand-up comedian at the same bars and clubs.
Okay.
So that's how they knew one another. And
can you call me Grady? Can you call me Grady for the rest of this podcast?
Would you believe if Grady's son went to the same elementary school I went to?
I would believe it. I would believe
it. He did. So Grady used to show. We was like, "That's Grady." He had a silver Jaguar.
Oh God.
Yeah, he had a silver Jaguar. And he used to drop his son off, whom looked just like him, was fair skinned and with green eyes.
I bet you Grady is much younger than we think he was. I bet he was 45 during that show.
They both were.
Yeah.
They were both younger.
I got a weird fact. I saw this yesterday. Get this. Get this.
Yes. Sir.
Ralph Macchio is 62. Pat Morita, when he did The Karate Kid, was 52. And Ralph Macchio looks like he's 40 years younger than him now.
Yeah, he looks great.
Yes, it's crazy.
He looks great. He really does.
Ben 4810, welcome. Kylo Sierra Alpha, Magic Johnson's got Renaissance, says Johnny Bye Bye.
Now, wow, and that's such a scam. That's a scam. Now I don't like that, Magic. Don't scam people out of their money. Sorry.
J.I. Young says Clinton wanted to play that. I guess it's a pineapple. What is that?
He wanted to play
like a saxophone.
He wanted to play me like a saxophone.
I think he means like
Whoa.
I think he means like Branford Marsalis or Wynton Marsalis.
Hey now,
yeah, I get it.
But no, he's not. There's nothing sexy about him at all. And that's when he was younger.
I can't believe you said to Magic as a joke, thinking he would go, "Don't give me AIDS now," and you're like, "Whoa."
I would never be so insensitive in my life. Oh my God. I was mad when what's that? Thomas from the 76ers? The Pistons. When he was no. It was
Isaiah Thomas. Isaiah Thomas is his best friend, yeah.
Yeah, that's his best friend. But when Karl Malone said if he plays on the court, he wouldn't play, or if he bled on the court, or something like that.
I thought that was really a valid concern at the time. I think AIDS was new. I thought it was a valid concern.
I know.
Maybe
you would, because you're an athlete and you would know. I mean, I don't know.
You got to remember what Karl Malone does. He throws crazy elbows off defensive rebounds, and he probably can cut you with those elbows. And that's that guy. He's literally worried about blood because that's how he plays. He's bowling you.
I wouldn't know that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even think of that until you just said it.
Well, you've seen Karl Malone.
He's a huge guy. He's a big guy. But you have to understand the affection that we have for Magic.
Oh, I know.
In Inglewood. I mean, it was like he was beloved. I mean, we were purple and gold every time. When they won, we was in the little island on Crenshaw Boulevard dancing. I mean, it was a whole thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Melody wants to know if you ever met Sherman Hemsley from the Jeffersons.
Wow. No, rest in peace. Did not meet him. However, loved the Jeffersons. Yes.
How many people you think the Jeffersons motivated to? By the way, the best black and white couple, the Willises, the Zebras, Tom and Helen Willis.
What did you say, zebras?
Yeah, remember they used to call them the Zebras?
Yeah, George but it's like, George is, but the spinoff is from All in the Family.
Yeah, I know.
So George he didn't mince words. He didn't give a shit. He didn't care. He was one of them. So the zebra. I forgot. Okay, yeah.
How many black people you think that motivated to open up a chain of dry cleaners?
That was all we knew.
I know.
Okay, so the Upper East Side is where you guys are from. But from where I'm from, all we knew in Los Angeles was black-owned businesses.
Yeah.
Except for now it's called Rite Aid, but it was Thrifties growing up. And at one point, I mean, besides Thrifties and Bonds Market, which is Pavilions or Gelson's out, and David would know, especially David would know Gelson's.
Yeah, I don't know Gelson's.
That is all Jewish owned, but it's all owned by the same chain. But outside of that, it was all black-owned businesses.
I heard
your dress shops, your wig shops, your shoe shine, your barber shops, your dry cleaners. Our market was every business was black-owned until they were taxed out.
I heard in the neighborhood.
And then the Koreans came in and bought it up.
It became Rite Aid. The big joke was now it's called the White Aid, that it changed the neighborhood. Is that true?
But they never heard of that.
Okay.
However, they never changed the ice cream. It always remained Thrifty ice cream.
Okay.
Because that is the number one seller in a Rite Aid is the ice cream. Why? Because it still says Thrifty brand. And it's never changed its flavors. And leave it to black folks, we love butter pecan.
Right.
And so what me and my brother used to use, he said, because we saw this older black lady come from church. She went to go get her little cup of ice cream. Can I get a cup of butter pecan ice cream? And don't leave out none of the nuts, because I eat it for the nuts. And me and my brother to this day still say the same. Don't leave out none of them nuts, because I eat it for the nuts. I was like, we looked at each other, was like, what the fuck? Like, wow, are you really showing your blackness right now? We don't come from church. We don't come from church. We come from mass. Big difference.
Yeah.
So when we come from mass, the biggest thing we had is like a jelly donut that was sold, and I was usually the one selling it after altar service.
Oh,
so it was
wow.
like, well, yeah, I did altar service, and I used to take extra shifts on my altar service. By the way,
Sarah used to steal from the collection basket.
No, she didn't. They
Yeah,
didn't
I
allow.
tell you.
No, they would never. They'll snatch it back from her stuff. Like, give me that money. The money be spilling over in the pews and on the aisle.
Speaking of which, let me run this before I forget.
Vinny, it's Mark. Dearest viewers, a new month and a new show. If able, please donate to the Arm Fund, which is how your host gets paid. Super Chat, Venmo, Cash App, or memberships. It all counts. We'll all go. Now put your face in the buttermilk and take a sip. Oh, I love the knee. Well,
Thank you, everyone. If you can, everyone, it helps the pirate ship run. That sounds like such a cornball. Y'all be nerding out, says Melody up in here. Well said, Melody. Arm, the Canadians are made an honorary one since I'm so cool. Yes, Autobot's in Seattle, very close to Canada. My dream is to go with Autobot to Vancouver to visit the spots, the 21 Jump Street reality tour is what we want to do.
But then you also you also have to visit G and Frank.
Yes. Right? Yes. Okay. But they're on the other. They're on the east. They're on the G Canada's on the east side towards Toronto.
Okay.
I heard that I saw a list of the best cities in North America. 5 of them were Canadian. So it was Vancouver, in no particular order, but it was something like Calgary, I think, was first. Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, and I want to say Ottawa, possibly, and all ahead of American cities in terms of the top 5 cities to visit, live in, blah blah blah. Swear to God,
I believe it. We need.
And I don't know if it was always like that. Calgary was one. I couldn't believe it. Calgary is number 1. Nick says, I'm American. I fled to Canada a few years ago. Nick,
we love you, Nick.
Would like to go on. Sunflower Dragon would like to go on record. She smells amazing. I believe that. I believe that shit. She has her shit together in every way. And what a legal mind. She is the Sarah McLachlan of Southern Florida and the legal profession. I believe that. I'd like to go on record. I do smell like wet socks from time to time, says Frank the Tank.
No, Frank.
My contributions, they were underrated, G Canada. I agree with you. I agree with that. They are very underrated. Marianne, the shitwear. Okay, go through this. David says, looking for Depp's Air Jordans down here in Palm Springs. We're waiting for you, David. We can't wait to have you on. Waiting for that call,
my
Gilbert.
God, I cannot wait to hear his voice.
I know.
Oh my God,
and the thing is, right? You said you would always wanted to speak to a man who's 200 years old, and you're gonna get your chance.
Oh my God, I think he's bordering like 300. However, that's damn near like Dracula vampire, which I love. Vlad.
Yes, the Impaler.
Everything Bram Stoker's, I'm with it.
Yes, I do remember that Autobot.
Frankenstein, like the true Frankenstein, Dracula, Wolfman. The story of the Wolfman makes me cry every time.
I love how you don't pronounce the L in Wolf.
Yeah, I don't.
No,
Wolf.
Yes,
Wolfman. That's what I tell my wolves. Well, I go, you such a Wolfman.
Autobot says yes. It's a crazy full circle thing, Autobot, you bring up. Carmelone elbowed right after that. Carmelone, or right around the same time, Carmelone elbowed Isaiah Thomas in the head and cut him open.
He did that on purpose.
Huge, definitely was.
He did that on purpose. Yeah.
He was getting redemption it was a John Stockton redemption, and that's blood came out, and he's Magic's best friend. It's crazy how tied.
But John Stockton was a beast. I don't give a shit if that fool did not come in clutch every freaking time.
he's a silent assassin, and his assist and a steel record will never be broken. That's one of those records that'll never be broken.
Men
Tamara
would be
loves magic.
let me just
Crazy
say
Robin's
this.
right.
Men would be jealous when I used to. They would go, "You like Karl Malone? Why? Cause he tall, he big, he from Louisiana, like your daddy."
Oh, you knew that? He's from Summerfield, Louisiana. Yes.
But from my daddy.
Yes.
But my daddy, which I affectionately call Papa Daddy, because I used to call him. He's from a very, very tiny town in Louisiana.
What's it called?
Slidell.
Oh, Slidell. Slidell?
Slidell. Slidell. Slidell.
Okay.
Like you
Slidell
slide
into your
through,
DMs.
but slide. Well, see, I wouldn't know. I'm not on social media. Hello.
No, you're not, are you? Yeah. It seems like it.
Go ahead. Well, he was from a very small town, and then they call it Louisiana. They're they're like parishes, so everything is bracketed out.
Crazy Robin, you dropped out.
Here I go.
You dropped out more than Depp at Miramar High School.
Oh,
you still there?
Wait a minute. You said I dropped out more than Depp did?
Yeah, at Miramar High School.
Oh.
No, you're good. I hear you now.
You make me see, and I hate that you have me in my head saying, Johnny.
Tamara said she met Magic in high school. Wow.
Oh, did you, boo?
She must have.
No, she must have nothing.
No. He must have done like a speaking tour or something.
Magic, of course.
Because he's constantly giving back.
He's a man of the people.
Yes, blimey. Love how you pronounce Jack. I'm gonna get into the next Howard stuff right after go through this chat.
But I do want our chat to know I was actually never a fan of Howard. Never.
You like everything else.
I never listened as a fan. I picked him up when I was on my way to the ACLU, which is where I interned at. And I remember clicking it on, and I heard an episode, which now I think of it as episodes. However, Jackie was on, and Jackie was in his last bit of negotiations. That was the whole Jackie.
Okay.
This,
yeah.
That.
All late 90s.
But I kept listening. What I honed in on was Howard's, not just what he said, it was how he said it.
Right.
And the visceral reaction that he kept feeling, not Jackie's feeling, his feeling.
Right.
And as I would drive to my internship, and I said, is this what my brother listens to? And I said, is this what he's listening to right now? Because I'm listening to K-Rock. We don't listen to K-Rock. Hello. But I'm listening to it, and it's early in the morning. I got my Jack in the Box. I got my coffee. And I'm heading into the ACLU, and I'm driving up, and I go, he's actually viscerally angry and hostile towards Jackie. I said, who is Jackie to him? And then I kept listening, and I told my brother, I said, he's not going to re-up him. No. Yes, he is. No, he's not. No, he's not, brother. I don't know what he's going to do. And I told my brother, he's not. Why? Because Jackie is his voice. And he's taking it as a slight against him. If you don't take what I'm offering you, there is a slight against me. I said, he's a classic narcissist. My brother goes, what the fuck does that mean? I said, listen, I'm telling you, he will not allow it. He won't. Because he would rather think he can best Jackie, which he can't, because Jackie is him. He can't best someone else that's him. However, in his brain, he believes he can.
You got to remember, they also had other people trying to write for him at the time. So that's why they plopped down Benji to make him look expendable.
No. The reason why he paired Benji in, he threw Benji in to throw Jackie off.
That's what I said. To make Jackie look like he was expendable. So it makes him look like he has no leverage.
But that's a brain fuck.
Yeah.
Right? So that's classic brain fuck. I'm gonna throw somebody in to think that they could best you, and then that's competition over me. No, bitches. It's not competition over you, dumbass. It's Benji trying to make a stake for himself because he's new, he's young, he's coming up. He don't know.
He's actually not young at all.
He's an old fucking dude like everybody else. However, at the time when you knew young, quote unquote, it right here in the den, and they put you in the lair with Vlad himself. Oh, he's like, oh shit, bet I'm in it to win it.
He didn't. I mean, he cut the line. His sister. He had a massive sense of entitlement. His sister got him the gig there, and
for sure.
Yeah, it's
for sure.
And Howard hasn't said a funny thing since Jackie left, or so it feels like. Anyway,
because Jackie has the inane sense to lock in on Howard and figure it out. This is who he is. Then this is what he needs to say.
You got to remember, too, Jackie is a professional, practiced, touring comedian who had to test his shit out in front of an audience every night of the week all over the country. Benji doesn't know anything about that. So he just, what Howard considers funny is not funny.
There's nothing, I don't believe in my heart and in my soul, as I sit here right now, humbly, and to your and Sarah's behest, and David's
behest.
No, seriously, like
no, it's that's a white people behest is a David word, for Christ's sake.
Well,
right?
No, David, no.
Maze and an emphatic stroke of Byzantine whimsy.
You and David, I go, okay, I need a dictionary and a thesaurus at the same time, rolling at the same time with the two of you. I don't know what this means. What the fuck did he mean? But that being said, I didn't realize that. And I told my brother, I said, well, brother, I said, he's not the talented one, but he knows how to wrangle in all of the talented people, because Robin is not talented. Neither is Fred. Fred was handy with the drops. Fred is one of those when he feels a vibe.
Yeah.
I.e. Artie. He felt a vibe with Artie. So that's when you heard Fred the most animated. Ha 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 ha. Ho ho ho. Hey. Like,
he would. It does seem like he would laugh more at Artie, right?
If you think back, Fred became, at the time Fred was in competition with Jackie. But
I don't know why he was, because he did. Yeah, but he's
not a competitor.
No.
We know that.
He's not a good hang. He's not a good hang. He's not a good. He's so uptight. He doesn't know how to riff. He's so stiff and boring.
Fred is he comes from a very complex. I didn't realize that, and I still laugh. I don't give a shit what anybody say. And thank you, chat, if you chime in and say, when Arm did a riff on the Fred, when they did the RG did the Fred, and when Arm just went off and said the fact of the matter is, in other words,
that was King Norris, King.
And I went, what did he say? I was listening to Arm. I was so. And he said, in other words,
in a matter of speaking.
In a matter of speaking.
Yeah. Crazy Robin? Okay. He cut out here. Wolfman.
But when you went on that riff, that is one of those, like, these guys, it just like said, none of them are talented. You're only by the parts that are, you're only as gifted by the parts that are around you. Some of your parts. And I've been saying that for years up until present day. And now that you guys are holding your own, you hold it down all on your own. It's so well produced. It's so well done. Go ahead, John.
Robin's Hall Pass. As Dan Issel, the old Nuggets white center. I love you, Bud says. That's
I don't know what that means.
He's a white center for the Denver Nuggets.
Oh.
He was a coach too. He's pretty good. He's like kind of a Hall of Famer. Crazy Rob's listening to The Wave. Gaslighting, my favorite word, Melody. You know that. Howard might be the 30th richest celebrity goal to Google, but we can agree he's the most. Surely we can agree he's the most talented. No, he's not.
Oh yeah. Well, he loves to gaslight.
Yeah.
That is true. Because he's gaslighted Ronnie, Gary, all of them. Hold on.
Good afternoon. Howard is still a doggy bag. Came in late today. Oh, that's a good. I like that, Judy. A doggy bag. That is a great insult. I've never heard that. Howard is a doggy bag. Huh. That is good. I do like that. Marfan Goblin is a good one. So many good insults with them. So many good ones. The Skeleton Twins. Lucy Fire, how come you haven't been on the Deppening? Because you were definitely an original hang in the Deppening. He's obsessed with celebrity net worth. He jerks off to the Forbes celebrity net worth. Howard's been on that list since like 2006. And I don't know. Good afternoon, Judy Wright. Good afternoon. All right. So this week on the Stern Show, and again, he had Bruce Springsteen on, and to me, there's nothing more irritating than Howard, not just his fake politics, and he's a fibral. He's a Learjet riding fibral with none of the qualities that a good old lefty makes. He has none of it.
Lefty?
No, you know what I mean. He has
Exactly.
He has
He's never
nothing
been a lefty.
in his DNA that makes him a liberal. Zero, except the desire to hang out with celebrities, pretending to be interested in the common good of all man. We all know that. And he wants to sit at the celebrity lunch table. He has on Bruce Springsteen for the second time. It's been a year, believe it or not, from that first time he was on. Bruce comes on, and we know I cannot help but go back to the history. So I went and cobbled up, and originally on Radio Gunk, I could only play like 30 seconds of what I wanted. Very frustrating because I spent a lot of time.
And don't you frustrate me even more? And don't you make me get angrier than you?
You might when you hear what we weren't able to play on there because. So this is the history of Bruce Springsteen and Howard. Before this set, and again, there's a lot of Artie in these clips, and I think there's nobody angrier than Artie Lang that Howard gets access he does not deserve
because he was a huge fan.
Yes, he's an actual fan. But the worst part is about this is both you're gonna dislike parts about Artie and Gary because they jump on, as they say, they roll with the poison and they pretend to piss on Bruce just to please Howard, and that is the ultimate in selling out your own personality. So this is some Bruce Springsteen moments and Howard's real thoughts, his real bitter thoughts on Bruce Springsteen, and some interesting back in most of this. I guess the furthest back this goes is the early 2000s, and it goes to about 2009. So it doesn't have to be chronological. Here's Billy Joel talking about Bruce, confiding in Bruce Springsteen. Howard wanted to shit on him and shut him down. It's an interesting little. This is Billy Joel.
One guy, and I think that's an effective way to write a song. If you talk about a guy in
what is Bruce Springsteen's strength? Is it more that he is a great lyricist rather than a musician?
He's a great lyricist. He's a good musician too. We both came up in the same kind of thing. We played in bands.
Did you know him coming along when you were?
We knew each other in the early days when we were gigging at colleges before.
So Billy Joel had come in, and he grudgingly, and who could blame him, had to fucking sing medleys at 7:30 in the morning. And he's a night owl.
That's terrible.
It's horrible. Just toxic for any given musician. And Billy Joel is telling him how great Bruce and him have a friendship. Howard wants him to bash him. Bruce has not done the Stern Show. Howard doesn't know him. And he's, oh shit, Billy likes him. I gotta pretend I like him too.
Or either of us had hit records.
Right.
I went to see Bruce, he went to see me. We were playing like the Jersey, Pennsylvania, Long Island circuit.
Do you feel close to him?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
I mean, like, is he a guy you'd ever call up in your off hours and say, I just need someone to talk to?
Yes, we talk. He's talking about me building a bike for him, actually.
Is that right?
Yeah.
All of you who aren't from New York, and Billy Joel is like, as legendary as it gets as a celebrity. He has a bike shop in kind of where Jackie lives. Jackie's from Bayville, and there's a town right by him called Oyster Bay, and it's a little bridge that leads to it. And on this Oyster Bay main drag, there is a motorcycle shop that he owns. It's a massive motorcycle shop. I used to pass it all the time when I would do basketball games in Nassau County. And it's, I never stopped and went in. I should have, but I pass it all the time. And he's kind of like, he owns that whole area. If you remember this song called, is it Captain Jack, where he goes, in a town known as Oyster Bay, Long Island. Yeah.
Did you just say a song called Captain Jack?
There's a song. Yeah. Billy Joel has a song called Captain Jack.
Captain Jack.
Captain Jack. Jack Daniels.
Sparrow?
Captain Jack Daniels, meaning Jack Daniels would get you high tonight.
Oh, I was thinking Captain Jack Sparrow. Sorry.
Oh, I know.
Or if he wanted to be
leave it to Crazy Robin to invoke the power of Jack Sparrow.
Jack Sparrow. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So that's what he's bringing up. That's the bike shop. If anyone's in Long Island, West Nassau County, just go down Route 106 and travel north towards Bayville. Take a trip to Jokeland, and you'll pass Billy Joel's bike shop on that road. You can't miss it. You cannot miss it.
He rides motorcycles too?
Yes.
You guys are all nuts. If I had your abilities, I wouldn't leave.
Okay, this is what my favorite part about this clip, and I wouldn't have played it if it's not for this. So at the end, Billy makes a dig, and I'm not sure it's intentional. I don't want to give him like he's trolling him, because I don't think he does that, although they used to call him Billy Troll. He makes a crack about celebrities with over-the-top security, knowing what Howard and SEAL Team Section. Listen to this.
You guys are all nuts. If I had your abilities, I wouldn't leave the house. I would just make sure I was protected all the time.
You gotta live. Come on. I mean, you see these. Come on. I mean, you see these people, these superstars walking around with 50 bodyguards.
But Billy, how would you feel if you lost your...
How great is that? You see these celebrities, and Howard immediately goes, how do you feel?
Mm-hmm.
Who needs bodyguards more, Billy Joel or Howard?
Because Billy, not Howard. However, Scary Howard needs them.
Well, he said that. He goes, so he's projecting, and he goes,
of course,
I would never leave the house. He doesn't leave the house. So that had already been going on, and he was kind of making it look like he was this sort of like, social butterfly, but he'd already been going, so he's projecting through it. I love that he made it
social butterfly.
Well, Howard's trying to make it look like he was like a man about town to Billy Joel, and Billy knows he stays in. He's a fucking agoraphobe homo hermit, and
would you say homo hermit?
Yes.
Say that.
Freudian slip.
3
Wiggy
times.
and slip.
Homo hermit. Homo hermit. Homo
this
hermit.
Is
that doesn't fall off the tongue.
Bruce meets Howard at Bon Jovial's house. So this is before it came on. This is October of 2007. Artie is very much in this clip.
The Hamptons has opened up your
I do meet people.
Realm, yeah.
I named John Bon Jovi's party.
Oh yeah.
But I met Bruce Springsteen there too.
Right.
Had a conversation with the guy, and then he made a cool move. Like we were talking for a long time, me and Bruce, and then he.
Oh wait, no, I heard about the very brief conversation you had with him at Kevin Bacon's party. So you had a longer conversation with Springsteen at
Bon Jovi, and then I started talking to him, and then he did this move where he was like, "Oh, hey, I just got a text here or something from his kid or something." Like he walked away. And then he avoided me the rest of the night. Yeah, but it was the problem is there are people there who despise me. I like going to some of these things. It's nice to meet some of these people. Like when I went to Brian Gumbel invited me to a party at his house with his wife, and
look at who he drops here. So Sarah compiled that list, and it just grows and grows and grows of all the Me Too creeps that Howard was friends with, and now he is trying to distance himself from all these Me Too creeps that he's friends with, and it's endless, and it just keeps growing and growing and growing. And so listen to what he evokes here.
people there who despise me. I like going to some of these things. It's nice to be some of these people. Like when I went to Brian Gumble invited me to a party at his house with his wife. And
speaking of Uncle Tom's, Brian Gumble, right? Crazy Robin? Holy shit. He's the original
Classic.
OG Uncle Tom.
Yeah, left his black wife for his white wife.
Me to a party at his house with his wife, and Matt Lauer had me to a party at his house with his wife, and I like them. But
we need to call Howard. Howard, how come you don't have your buddy Matt Lauer out anymore? So he was at Don Lemon's wedding. How come? Jesus, I guess. What happened that you don't hang out with Matt Lauer anymore and just make him explain? Make him explain that. Crazy Robin, do you watch the morning show? It's a Apple TV show.
I don't watch anything with Jennifer Aniston in it.
Oh, it's really good. It's.
I don't like her,
and she's really good in it. She's really good in it.
Witherspoon. Let me say, Jennifer.
I know it's white people shit. I know it is.
It's just a.
Crazy Robin, you dropped out.
Jeez, yeah. I'm sorry. Anne
Hathaway,
Keira Knightley.
Okay.
Jennifer Aniston.
You don't like any? They phony.
Reese Witherspoon. Those four.
Okay.
I don't know what it is about them four.
Yeah, it's okay. You don't. That's fine. But
I'm
anyway,
just sorry, but tell me.
It's based on Matt Lauer and his rape.
Whoa.
So Steve Carell plays Matt Lauer, and Jennifer Aniston plays what's her name from NBC? Oh God, why do I always blank on her goddamn it? God, it drives me crazy.
The little white girl that's married to the lawyer.
Savannah Guthrie.
She's married to the lawyer that protects her from her job.
Her husband worked on the Depp case. Her lawyer husband worked on the Depp case. The Depp Heard stuff. Crazy Robin, you cut out again.
I know why I'm here.
What's happening with that?
Everybody that used to think that Savannah was fucking him, that said, "Oh no, she's married to the lawyer," and then the other little waif, who was the other one that was fucking Matt? It's like, who's Matt not fucking? Like, damn, I never even thought of him that way because he's so fucking like, ugh. To me, with hair, without, didn't mean it, whatever. Ugh.
Oh, you talking about Katie Couric?
On him.
You talking about Katie Couric?
Not Katie. The little waif that came after. Maybe she even came before.
Yeah. He's a classic, just, man whore, and you think he's attainable. And, he's just the epitome of, like, swinging celebrity New York bachelor with the fucking, he's every cliche. He's charming, he's every fucking cliche. So you got to watch that because
that
they
really, cool.
They reenact that. I highly recommend that show to people who don't hate Reese Witherspoon, Jennifer Aniston, and Anne Hathaway. Anne Hathaway's not on the show. Anne Hathaway's not on the show.
Minus everything Crazy Robin. Hey,
welcome McKine. Welcome McKine. I'm high on wine right now, Crazy Robin. PCPBO 23. I cannot say that name. PCPPO 23.
We say cop. He's a cop.
Yep.
What up, G? I mean G Canada. But what
I agree
up,
with
G?
Howard looking back in the day. Nobody outside of New York or dirty Jersey cares about Bruce. I thought Captain Jack was. It is about that. It is about jerking off, Melody, and it's about it's also about drinking Jack Daniels jerking. It is about that.
Oh,
that's the premise of the song. It absolutely is. It's like can't. I'm going out. One of the lines in the song is, "My sister's going out. She's on a date, and I just sit home and masturbate," and that's really edgy for the time and pop music at the time.
Okay, so he's masturbating with so while he's drinking on a bottle of Jack,
yes,
he got his other hand and he's jacking.
Yes,
So it's like Jack
Captain Jack off. Right, a double meaning, double entendre.
Shit.
That's a pretty
Whoa.
clever.
That's a lot of jacking.
F them honkies, says Audible. Ida Greenbacks. Welcome, Ida. We love them some Ida Greenbacks. I'm listening live. Welcome, Ida. I had something to ask her. I forget
Ida.
It was a teacher. I'll think about it later. Matt Lauer is a creep and an abuser. Yes, he is, Judy, right? I want to do a show. We're going to do a show on him and Howard very soon. And that whole circle of people he's abandoned that are Hamptons people, and he won't bring them up anymore, and he won't have them on the show. There's nobody worse. Nobody has your back less than the guy with scoliosis, Wiggy Crane. He will drop you. You can't Me Too him fast enough.
How can I not listen to you as a fan?
Okay, so
stop.
This clip is, well, there's a million of them. So let's see what next. Let's go to Bruce. Howard feels, you know how Howard makes up these stories. Every story with him at a celebrity thing back then is always the same thing. He always gets slighted. Somebody disses him at the table, and he didn't get worshipped enough by that person. And there's always a problem with food. We've established that he makes up the same celebrity party narrative every fucking time. The food's never there. It's never with Chubby Pickle. We talked about how Chubby Pickle said that the P. Diddy white parties had insane food everywhere you went. Howard claims there's nothing for him. So this is the same bullshit. Yep. Bruce ducks Howard at Sirius. Oh no, this is different. So Bruce did a show at Sirius in the evening, and it was one of those town hall things. Howard feels that Sirius should have given him carte blanche of everything. Bruce doesn't do Howard show, and he does this Sirius town hall, and he shits on Springsteen. This is 2010.
Well, the question if we get an hour. Yesterday we were lucky to get an hour. It's just, and then I walked in today, and there was a bunch. When I walked into the Sirius building, in the main lobby area were a bunch of chairs, and you could tell there was some sort of party last night. And I said to Ronnie, what was going on here? And they go, oh, Bruce Springsteen was here last night.
You're kidding.
I go, wow, you're kidding. Why didn't anybody ever tell me that? You mean he did a concert here? Turns out he didn't do a concert. For the Bruce Springsteen channel, he did a 2-hour lecture. I don't want to say lecture, but he answered people's questions. They had a small studio audience, this kind of thing they did.
That you don't.
And I was like, oh, how do we get him in here? But I saw Jimmy Fallon gets him for an hour.
Yeah, I saw that too.
So these are the days when Howard would look at like what other shows are these people we can't book doing? And I used to do that too.
Do we actually think for a second that he did not know that he would be here? That Bruce would have been there in advance? Well, so why is he pretending that he didn't know?
Because he's a serial liar.
Robin because he's pretending that she didn't know. Come on.
Because he's a serial liar and she knows the MO and he's playing professional victim. That's his knee-jerk response to everything.
Jeez. Okay.
I guess Jimmy and Bruce have some kind of friendship.
Oh, yeah, right. I guess so. I don't know.
I guess so. He knows full well who his friends. He knows full well. By the way, this interview is after the Billy Joel interview you just heard. So he knows full well his relationship.
How that all works, but
he doesn't know how
that all works.
Listen to this. I don't know how that all works. His entire life, the Skeleton Twins' life, is based on how it all works.
Yes.
And networking with celebrities. You know exactly how it all works. That's why you're in the Hamptons. You know exactly. You bought a $25 million mansion because you want to know how it all works. Come on. What's going on here? Is that Crazy Rob? You hear nothing?
It's CP time. I don't hear nothing.
Yeah, what's going on here?
Or nothing, or anything, or nothing.
Huh? What the hell is this?
It's okay. It's having this period. It'll restart.
Let me take it out and come in. It's bothering me. That made no sense. It just like muted. It was, and it went back. It made no sense.
It's okay. We don't have to make sense. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you got that clip. You got the gist of it. That's not going much further than that. But he gets dissed by Springsteen at Sirius. This is a hardcore one. This is Do you remember when that Amadou Diallo and the cops shot him 41 times?
Of
And
course.
right. So Bruce made a song called 41 Shots, and Badge Money Howard tries to white knight for the cops during this. And it's about as brutal a dissing as you can make towards Springsteen. This is early 2000s.
Sure, all the cops want Bruce Springsteen dead because he's into that. He wrote a song about
the Amadou Diallo thing.
Yeah, I don't blame the cops. I'd be pissed too.
What's he got to do?
Yeah, Bruce Springsteen, shut up, man. 41 shots.
This is a good clip to put on like a, I don't know,
a reel,
Twitter or,
and to play over and over and over again.
Yep. Reels. That's it. The fucking reels they have now on.
Yeah. Just
41 shots. Have you heard the song? I haven't heard the song.
I've only seen some of the lyrics. I haven't heard it. No, he hasn't recorded it yet. He's just been performing it live. And
remember the cops shot that guy with 41 bullets, and I told you there was every reason to shoot him 41 times. In fact, the jury said the same thing.
The cops were not convicted.
They thought he was pulling out a gun. And when you empty your gun into a guy, when you think he has a gun, you empty it. So anyway, Bruce Springsteen wrote a song.
Is there anything worse than him?
You don't.
Fucking stolen
never
dollar, badge money.
You never empty your gun. Number one, as a peace officer, any cop would tell you, when you pull out your gun, you only pull your gun out to kill.
Are you licensed to carry?
Don't ask. If you ever pull your gun out, you only pull your gun out for one reason and one reason alone, and that is lethal, period. That is to kill you. To empty your gun into someone, no, you don't. You're never taught to empty anything into anyone. There is no captain. There is nobody that's going to co-sign on anything that said, oh, did you kill Joe Blow? Yeah, I did. And why? Okay. So, and you went to empty your clip?
Right.
And why is that? What did he have? Or what did she have for you to empty your clip? Where was she? They're going to do everything. Why? My Nick, you about to have the
Watch, you almost did it again. You almost dropped the N-word again. You stopped it. Yes, you stopped it.
I always stop it. It's that nig. You don't do that. You don't do that, dude. You about to put us on blast. Are you serious right now? You just pull a guy on over a T-spot. Okay, yeah, he has some warrants. Okay, yeah, bet. Okay, hook him up, book him, take him to the... Oh, you put your knee on his back, you in out of his breath. You jump on, I cannot breathe. Nick, are you serious? You put us all out there. Everybody caught cases because of you, fool. That's who you train. Just like when you train kids to drive, you train for the fool. Just like peace officers.
What the stupidest person might do, right?
It's what the stupidest person, not you being a law-abiding LB, just driving down the street going, beep, beep, oh, this little sale, this little... No. You drive for the idiot. However, peace officers, you held to a way high standard. That being said, empty your clip into someone. And how many times you're going to empty our clip into someone that you feel that you're no longer a threat?
You're dealing with the badge bunny who is scared of his own shadow, and he thinks if I kiss, you heard the Chubby Pickle interview, right? He has nothing but cops on SEAL Team Sex. So he's kissing their ass, and he thinks
I love the SEAL Team Sex. Can I say that?
Yes.
Because I hadn't heard that before until I started listening. I was like, SEAL Team what? Sex?
It's just like, yeah, it's him being gay. It's him being gay for cops. So it's a badge bunny.
Got it.
So he's the badge bunny, and he thinks if I kiss enough NYPD ass, he's almost worse than Elliot Offen. They will protect their first priority will not be to protect the city. It will be just to protect Howard and Beth getting spit on the Upper West Side, and that's their first. So he thinks he's going to get special treatment from the cops, as if he's ever out.
John, we both know, as should we both know by now, they weren't both spit on, right?
No, No, it's
Okay.
that's
All right.
Bethstrionic
Okay.
personality disorder that's from, and that's a whole other show.
That's
That's
a
a whole other show.
lystrionic. That's a lystrionic. Not
Bethstrionic
Bethstrionic.
personality disorder.
Lystrionic.
Yes.
Okay.
41 shots. 41 shots and out. So Springsteen's going to be at the Garden, and the cops are like, you know what, dude? A lot of us work off-duty security. We're not going to work it.
Yeah, take care of yourself.
Yeah, take it. 41 shots. Go take care of yourself.
So how does he know? Pray tell, how does he know? A lot of us work off-duty security. Now, who might that be, Howard? Who do you know that's working off-duty security? Tell us how you know that. Tell us who that is. His security team, which he will not reveal he has at this point.
True, but
How would someone like him know anything about that? Right?
He wouldn't know why, because he's worked with a lot of on-duty cops.
It's all he has.
And he would know that they don't make enough cake. So while they don't make enough cake in their job, they make it up in off-duty.
Right.
Bars, bouncers, clubs, private security. He already security. Did you catch that?
That sounded like Karl Malone.
Said it on purpose.
Louisiana pronunciation.
A lot of us work off-duty security. We're not going to work it.
Yeah, take care of yourself.
Yeah, take it. 41 shots. Go take care of yourself.
You don't want us around.
Yeah, I don't. A lot of us work.
Shots. Go take care of yourself, dickhead. Now we have to take this and put it on a reel and send it to all of Springsteen's. This is what he's basically calling for Springsteen to get assaulted by cops in this. This is how
Work off-duty security. We're not going to work it.
Yeah, take care of yourself.
Yeah, take it. 41 shots. Go take care of yourself.
You don't want us around.
Yeah.
And how about Aunt Tom not sticking up for Amendola getting shot 41 times? Like, that was totally necessary, right? You couldn't handle that with less than 41. And is it? I cannot.
Don't blame him. I'd be pissed. Bruce is like, the work. Meanwhile, the cops used to love Bruce Springsteen. He was like the working man's.
Right, he was always giving money to like laid off union guys and all that stuff.
But now the cops hate him, and I like it. I like that the cops hate him.
Yeah, why should he be so popular?
Yeah, why should life be easy for him? 41 shots. Like, you know what? F you. There's nothing else to sing about. Now you're down to like 41 shots.
To make somebody talk about you, you have to do that.
F you. I was reading the paper today.
God damn.
Did you hear Fred in the background?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. All fucking eating his food. Nothing worse than that. So that's a major and I think that's one of the things that turned Springsteen just avoided the show. Like, why would you possibly do the show if that's the net? And I'm sure it got back to him. There were people. Remember, Stephen Van Zandt had done the show. Clarence Clemens had done the show. So a lot of the E Street Band had come through there. Max Weinberg is Conan O'Brien's drummer, and I think he had stopped. It was everybody except Bruce himself.
I honestly know from, what's his name? The black guy?
Clarence Clemens?
Yeah. That as harking forward, that went on a quote unquote date.
Yeah, with Robin. Yes. Yeah. Yep.
She can't date, man.
I hate men.
You know that, right? No,
I know.
You hate men. I hate men too. However, all men. So that this bedroom, BET.
Howard Badger. Crazy Robin, you cut out again.
Jeez.
You cut out.
Okay. I hate men like you hate men. However, was she ever interested in him? No, she wasn't.
No, she was going along with, the thing, especially if you had a black guest back then, you had to hit on Robin, and she was irritatingly single. Yeah,
she's so fine.
You have no options but this, right? And everyone's beneath her. Exactly.
All motherfuckers got options but her.
Right.
I.e., when she got with the grifter, the white boy, Brendan.
Yes, Brandon.
Whenever
Murphy.
she got with him and she showed her true ass, as we would say, you showed your ass right now, bitch. You showed your true ass. And you went out and wanted free shit. Hello. Whoa. Woo. Who's
This
that, a
is
cone? I
Gary,
have to get him.
the world's
Go ahead.
biggest Springsteen fan. Gary suddenly turns on Bruce because it helps Howard here, and he couldn't look more like a sellout poser, goldfish brain, ass kissing, obsequious. Here we go.
Growing up, me and my dad used to go at it all the time. Yeah.
I love how the music is playing behind it, too. You know, it's got this great background.
Because this is why you went to the concert. You want to hear this.
$85 to hear about him and his dad.
Yeah, work it out in therapy.
How about Rosalita, Bruce?
Yeah, or something. Born to Run.
So here's Artie piling on, too, against his hero, Springsteen. You see the picture on the left? So Springsteen managed to... when Artie was going through the heroin stuff and right after his Suicide attempt, Springsteen called Artie on the phone when Howard wouldn't, I might add, in 2010. Did you know that?
No.
Nils Lofgren and the E Street Band was friends with Artie, and Nils got Springsteen to call Artie to give him a pick-me-upper. So when Howard wouldn't reach out to Artie, Springsteen did in 2010. And that's what he does here. But this is before that. I mean, obviously, this is, this is...
Screaming, Born to Run!
Over almost anything. And we got to where we fight so much that I spend a lot of time out of the house.
Stupid hair.
Can you imagine being the guy who's got to play guitar through this? Like what?
Yeah, Artie, you've been to 1,000 Springsteen concerts. You know exactly what he does. He's a storyteller, and he does the rap before the song. That's what he's done since the fucking 70s. You know he does. Stop. Can these guys ever just fucking hold their ground? And have some semblance of their own fucking idea. It's so horrible, especially with a guy like Springsteen.
It was very difficult for Artie for two reasons. He's a fan, but not only a fan of Bruce, of Howard, he's also suffering deeply through his addiction.
Howard is a split personality, says Lucy Fire. If you come on his show, you're a typical delusional NPD man. What is NPD? No personality disorder. Or narcissistic personality. Yeah, narcissistic personality disorder. Or no personality, right?
It's going to stop.
Why'd I take all these guitar lessons? What is that accent, though? It's not Jersey. No. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, Kentucky is a
Yeah, I mean, you guy who grew up in Jersey sounds like a farmer.
Right.
Douchebag.
Why, if you grew up in Rockville Center, why do you sound like Alan Alda and Darth Kermit with a modulator? Couldn't we say that to you? Yeah, Springsteen, that is a weird thing. Is that him and Bon Jovi have that fucking weird, like, fake Southern accent they try to put on during the...
Get a friend!
Get a house.
When the wind would blow.
Your father was right, you were a loser!
You're a douchebag.
And then I said,
there's no happiness anywhere in his life. That's the rap.
Okay, this is even worse. Here comes
Gary.
Gary, who's went to a Springsteen show with Zoss Rapin while his father had just died 2 days before in Toronto. This is how big a fan he's pretending to pile on Bruce here with that.
He said that's the rap.
No. Listen to this.
Okay,
this goes on.
And then I said,
there's no happiness anywhere in his life. That's the rap.
Right. Everything was bad.
Except the $80 million.
Yeah, more than that.
I'm singing this. And telling these.
I saw Bob Costas interviewed him.
Yeah.
If you didn't, I'm still not sure if Bruce wrote those songs. He is so dumb in an interview, it's frightening.
He's an idiot.
He's so dumb in an interview, it's frightening. Do you know how much Gary in the last 2 years ass kissing he had to do to Bruce's people to get it? He takes full credit for it too, by the way. And this clip needs to be just flown all over the internet. I got to send this to Springsteen's PR people, if not all of the E Street Band. This guy, and he wants favors done for him after this. If someone talked about you like this, would you do their show with bells on?
I saw Bob Costas interviewed him.
Yeah.
If you didn't, I'm still not sure if Bruce wrote those songs. He is so dumb in an interview.
Now he's saying he doesn't write his songs. This is Gary. He's a groupie. He follows him around. This is so ridiculous.
He's an idiot.
He giggles like a retard.
I'm telling you, he failed.
He giggles like a retard. You know, I mean, Gary's got such integrity. I'm sure he said that to Bruce's face, right? When they were booking him and he finally came on. You know,
Oh, sure.
he had to have. He's got such courage. Usually stands by his convictions.
The intelligence test for the Army.
If you didn't, I'm still not sure if Bruce wrote those songs. He is so dumb in an interview. It's frightening.
He's an idiot.
He giggles like a retard.
I'm telling you, he failed the intelligence test for the Army.
I think someone else wrote those songs.
Have an intelligence.
Yeah, well, we did.
Bob got.
I mean, I can go on. This is so crazy. It is amazing what this show, the two faces, what this show gets away with, the hypocrisy, they just don't deserve any of this. And
go ahead,
John. Go ahead, you go.
No. Please, Angel, go.
Here's another one. So this is
I'm angry. It's hot. As they would say,
it makes you
grease.
Dumbfoundedly angry. This is Howard bitches about Springsteen doing Jon Stewart show over his show. Oh, let's do this one first. This is about the worst thing you can do to an artist. So Howard the Stern Show accuses Springsteen of stealing lyrics and music from Kiss, of all bands, which, to accuse someone of plagiarism is about the worst thing you could do. Like Howard stole from Steve Dahl and Charles Laquidara and Ben Stein's Money, and the list goes on and on and on. And Fartman from National Lampoon. This is the entire show accusing Bruce of stealing from Kiss and putting this on blast on international Sirius radio, and wonders why Springsteen won't do the show.
Bruce Springsteen knows.
You knew.
Thank you. Of his new.
Right, Tamara. Jekyll and Hyde, Bruce. How did they become friends? Well, celebrities. Howard will do anything in his power to patch it up. Zoss Rapin, by the way, who's his position is what? It's head of West Coast Sirius, right? That's how. And the music connections, and patched it up. And Howard had a whole Leslie Dart and Buckwald and Gary and a whole PR team trying to fucking walk this back. And, he went off this thing with Patty Scalfa. I'll play that after this. That's Bruce's ex-wife.
Song being a ripoff of Kiss. Have you heard about this?
No.
Yeah, I'll play that for you. What page is that, Gary? What do you think? You're the expert on music.
I think both songs suck, so it really doesn't matter.
Oh, it's no King Norris, Fred. Could you imagine someone like Fred criticizing it? He is the worst singer. He's the worst guitarist. He has no worst songwriter on the face of the earth. Could you imagine taking criticism from like Fred?
Well, if you're Gary, yes. If
Thank
you're
you, I love you.
outside of Gary, no.
Yes, thank you. I love you. But Charles Laquidara, I believe, is Billy West's first up in New England. And right, Steve Dahl is Ida Greenbacks was a Steve Dahl groupie. Radio Melody. Welcome, Sky Spectre. Radio Melody equals auto. Steve Dahl, the original king of all media. Agreed, Ida Greenbacks. Agreed, Melody. They asked Bruce if he makes love to his guitar. So this is the questions now. These are the same people, Melody, asking these questions. Springsteen did a big interview here this week with a UK national commercial radio station. It was chalk and cheese different compared to Wiggy's. Very serious, insightful, and enjoyable to listen to. Yes, thank you, Ben. 4810.
What do you think? You're the expert on music.
I think both songs suck, so it really doesn't matter.
If you can rip off that,
there you go. I hear
similar.
I hear similarity.
Artie's trying to meekly defend Bruce here. If you hear him in the background, he goes, "Oh, come on, that sounds a little similar, but maybe not." He doesn't. He wants so bad to push back, but he just can't on the show. Does Bruce have pectoral implants? Says I love you. I don't know. Is that a thing? John Bon Jovi has pectoral implants. That's what a bizarre thing.
Yeah.
Just do 50 push-ups, right? Like your dad, Crazy Robin, right? It's crazy.
I hear similarities, but...
I think maybe that was a challenge to himself. Let me find the shittiest Kiss song ever recorded on the planet, and I'm going to have a hit with it. Well, there's a lot of, like in comedy that happens all the time, too. It's possible that some guy could have the same thought as another guy.
Right, Josh, you're...
Yeah, we wanted you to come down, Sal, because...
So they accused him of stealing it, and then we moved to the wrap-up show, and I went and got this. Sal is a fucking... It's one of the hateable things about him is he's a super Kiss fan, and they are the most... It's a gimmick. It's almost like pro wrestling. It's almost like a fake... Almost like the original fake rock band. And it's not taking anything away from the musicianship, and Gene Simmons is kind of an interesting guy, but they're a joke. Their music's horrible. The lyrics are horrible. Not taking nothing away from the musicianship. And Sal tries to piss on Bruce on the wrap-up show and takes it further. And Gary is there. And
There was a segment today where Howard played a new Bruce Springsteen song,
right,
which apparently rips off a Kiss song.
Right.
And
No surprise.
I think Fred made the comment how he doesn't think anything of either song because they both suck. But we've talked about this to death. I know you're a huge Kiss fan. What do you think of Springsteen possibly ripping off Kiss?
Well, I think it's flattering. Bruce Springsteen hasn't been relevant since Starsky and Hutch. And he needs to hold on to something, so what does he do? He goes back into the old coin collection, he pulls out a gem, and he tries to redo it.
A gem?
I Was Made for Loving You was a gem.
It was one of Kiss's biggest hits. Springsteen took the melody, and like a lot of things that Bruce has done, he ruined it, in my opinion. So it doesn't matter. The song stinks, and Gary will agree that the song
Does Bruce
stinks.
come up to music?
Wait, Gary will agree.
This is not my favorite Springsteen album. I haven't spent a lot of time with it.
Sal tried to put Gary on the spot because he's such a Springsteen groupie. And Gary doesn't quite know how to, talk about this. And he's, Zoss Rapin's probably listening. And he's going, Gary's probably, is there anyone bigger fucking music groupie? Who said it? Was it Monique that said it? An opening to a paper bag Gary would go to. There's no event he won't go to. There's no appearance he won't make. If there's a minor chance a celebrity might be there, and he's trying to act like he's trying to walk it back a little bit, and he doesn't quite know how to.
It must be a real piece of shit.
No, I like it.
I mean, I think you could have a coincidence of ideas, but hearing the middle of that song, it sounds awfully similar.
I don't think, he works with a lot of musicians, a lot of writers, and I think maybe subconsciously one of the guys loves Kiss, which I can see, and it just came through that way.
So if you're Bruce, Crazy Robin, are you muted? Crazy Robin, I hear something.
I'm hear you.
Okay. You were out before. Something happened before. I don't know if you've dropped out.
It did. I heard
that's okay.
some dogs in my neighborhood, but I didn't hear you guys.
Welcome, Mary
Sorry.
Jean. That's okay. That's okay. Much bigger glitches have happened to us over the years. I'm totally fine with it. I understand. Believe me. But Ben, 4810, Crazy Robin.
Oh, please don't tell me you can't.
Do you hear me? I hear you. Do you hear me? I'll put you out. Come in. Crazy Robin? You're muted. If you can unmute yourself. Okay. I don't hear you. I don't know if you hear me, but you're muted. I'm trying to unmute you and they won't let me. You got to do it.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Okay, so adapt to a different, and we're going to pivot.
You sound fine. If that's what you're using, whenever you're using, you sound fine.
Okay.
No Ask Kiss radio producer asking if you could have this pick with Bruce to go with one he got with Bruce, Saint Bono, Frank Barcelona, and Zoss Rapin from 1995 either. Right. Gary's got all these, man, they so don't deserve access to him. It pisses me off. I cannot deal this, and there's so much more where that came from. So before we get to P. Diddy, here's a couple more Bruce. This is Howard bitching about Bruce going on Jon Stewart show, where he should do his show, and Jon Stewart gets no viewers on Comedy Central with The Daily Show, which was very huge at that point. Here we go.
I should say something here that this kind of gets me aggravated. Bruce Springsteen's going to be on the Jon Stewart show tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And, we have...
Is he going to sit down and interview?
Yeah,
Even Artie reflexively goes, ugh. His good friend John Stewart. Artie can't say Stewart right for some reason. Newark. Stewart.
Hey.
He has trouble with W's, Artie does. I don't know why. Crazy Robin, are you there? Crazy Robin. She dropped out again. All right, we'll see what happens with that. Come back when you can. The link still is good for the you sound like I don't know why it would just fail. Welcome, Sky Spectre. Yes, it was nice to hear Crazy Robin. She should be back, and she loves you too, Sky Spectre. So this is so John Stewart gets access to Bruce on the now. Howard still won't acknowledge. Oh, it's your show's on in the morning, unnecessarily, I might add. When you get to Sirius, you could write your own ticket. Why on earth you'd still need to do that show at 6, 7 in the morning makes no sense when they rerun it all day, and it's just stupid. Especially if you think you're going to have musicians on who don't want to get up at that time. You know full well they're not at their best at that time, and nobody wants to sing at 7:30 in the morning.
Interviewed on the Jon Stewart show tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And we have.
Is he going to sit down and interview?
Yeah, be interviewed. And we have a Bruce Springsteen channel here at Sirius.
Yeah.
And I think on Jon Stewart's best night, I'm saying best night, he might have 2 million viewers. His best night.
Howard reveals that, I think it might be this clip. It's one of these clips I have on here. He reveals, and this is a slip because he certainly doesn't want you to know. He reveals they know all the Sirius metrics and they know how many listeners they get because he's trying to compare his show to Jon Stewart. And God knows, this motherfucker lied to Bruce's team, his PR team and managers about the listenership because they don't have to show hard proof. And they lied to Kamala Harris's team that they get because with the schedule she has now, this show does absolutely nothing. I dare you to find. They probably did that fucking salesman huckster spin to Harris's people and said, "Oh, we have such a diverse, I guarantee you he worded it like this. Our listeners are basically a swing state, and if you do if you do an interview with Howard, you will turn all our Pennsylvania listeners into voting blue, and Michigan and Wisconsin and North Carolina and Georgia. I'm forgetting a swing state. I'm somewhere in there. Ohio's not a swing state anymore, and I guarantee you that's how they pitched it. And they were like, all right, well. What also goes with this is, I said this, and I know this happened, that Sirius for Howard donated to Kamala's campaign, and that's how he got that, because there is no reason she should waste her time with a full hour interview on a show that everybody hates now and will not move the needle. You will not turn one voter blue on this show. It's not is it just an echo chamber. You're not converting anyone, and I don't think anybody Republican listens to that show. I think, and that's just because he's horrible. It's not even just because he's pretending to be a liberal now. It's because it's a combination that he's horrible. It's unlistenable. And so there's nothing in it for either. And he's not turning anybody blue. But you know how these con artists work. Right, Crazy Robin?
Yes.
You heard that, right? Now I can hear you, yes.
Okay, no one's listening to him now. However,
that's right.
We come a campaign season. You're not always have the major, right? Presidential, whatever. Then you're going to have your midterms. You're going to have whatever. Who's going to grab any piece of his audience? Someone spoke to her people, like you just laid out.
What audience? Right? Right.
What
they had to frame it like they have. I bet you they went as far to lie that they told her people, Gary and Will Murray and Jason Kaplan and Marcy Turk and Scott Greenstein told Harris's people, the people that run in the campaign,
with numbers.
Well, they said to them, we get 10 million listeners a day. That's what they told
them. And I think that's exactly what they said. quote unquote anecdotally, meaning we can say by word, meaning not by facts. Your word, my Nick, may not be aligned with your facts.
No, they don't need that. They don't. He's in a position where he's a partner, and there's no accountability for him to show hard proof as to how many listeners he has. So he doesn't have to produce it to harass his people. They have it out.
It would be hard for me behind her campaign. It would be very difficult for me to say, you know what, this is what your mouth say. However, this is what your facts are going to produce.
That's the job, is to make them prove
Give it to me and
Yes.
show me what demographic are we going to hit right now. If she
What are we
sit
doing?
on your podcast for what she sat on for what, an hour plus?
Yes.
And I think she only did it because of Joe.
Well, Biden played a part because Biden did it, but they also lied to Biden in the same way. And I think, again, it's a waste of her time because she's everywhere, and it's this full push. And the whole point of this push for her is to convert the undecided voter, whoever the fuck that even is right now, to vote for her. So tell me, how are you converting? Nobody, even remotely right wing, is listening to this show anymore. And the whole point is to convert the unconverted. And there's nobody listening to this show. It is an utter waste of time. And if I were running her campaign, I would completely skip this and tell them why. You won't produce hard proof to us. It's not worth our time. This is not 1999. This is not even 2010.
But this is the deal. It's not about your word of mouth. It's about, you have to look at 2 tracks, as you well know. But hitting the ground running, and as a novice being in the poli-sci field, albeit a fresh face, not knowing anything. Yes, you know what people believe. You know what you've heard anecdotally. You know what you heard. Okay, all that noise go quiet. Boop. Then we have to look at demographics. Then we have to look at who votes when. We're looking at trends. We're looking at this. We're looking at that. And at the end of the day, before we get way into there, before the very first nomination, whatever, is cast, vote is cast.
No,
who's gonna go our way? How will we know that? We gotta get them registered here.
Every interview she does for the last 2 weeks and into the early November 5th. Every interview she does is precious time. You can't waste an hour on a show that can't flip one fucking voter. The answer is no.
We're not flipping votes at this point.
We can, right. Well, that's why you do that. You're not preaching to the converted. You're trying to get the quote unquote undecided voter. And there's nothing in it for them to do this show and waste all that time. They could do 10 different shows in New York in the time they did that show.
Absolutely. Easily.
To the Yenta,
and
a
couple radio shows.
Yeah. I'm serious. He has a rule that he has to get. And I know for a fact that Sirius donated to her campaign in his name, and that's how they got that interview. There's no reason she should be doing it. Because I know she did it. She didn't do it. They had a charity. They had a campaign drive for her in the Hamptons, and there's not a shadow of a doubt that's how that donation was made.
I believe that. That I believe.
Sal Governale, president of the Beastie Boys. Yes, that's how he started hating Gary. And kissing the Beastie Boys. The Beastie Boys. Sal's hatred of Gary back then was because Gary would not book the Beastie Boys on the Stern Show. And they were huge. They were huge for a while. And so back to this.
I know we have more than 2 million people a day on our show.
A. Smith says, I got something you could swing on, pal.
He's talking to you, Arn, not me.
I know. I never get tired of that comedic device.
Way more.
Smith is so
we know by the amount of subscriptions we brought in.
And we do research.
Everyone hear that? Okay. Every time we talk about it, he's telling everybody now he doesn't know what they have, and when he's challenged, anyone hear that? This is 14 years ago. So he has the metrics. So when it's convenient, he knows exactly what his listenership is. Listen to this. We go over this all the time. This is huge.
People a day on our show. Way more than 2 million people a day on our show. 2 million viewers. His best night. I know we have more than 2 million people a day on our show. Way more. We know by the amount of subscriptions we brought in. And we do research. Because our channels are responsible for about 65% of the entire listening of SiriusXM. So,
did you listen to that load of shit just now? Have you ever heard a worse embellished lie than that? He just said that our show is responsible for 65% of anyone listening to anything on SiriusXM. So he's taking credit for the NFL games. He's taking credit for Major League Baseball. He's taking credit for the NBA. He's taking credit when you listen to Sirius 80s and 90s and 70s and Studio 54 and all the soul channels. He's taking credit for the political channels they have. 65% is how he spun it. That's ridiculous.
Okay, and John, I'm going to respectfully defer to you. Do you think that sports takes up more than any other Sirius versus, your ancillaries? I'm not even counting Howard. Put him at the down.
I didn't even bring up this. I didn't even bring up the sports shows. I just brought up the games that you listen to when you're driving.
The game. That's what I meant. I'm sorry.
Every individual sport, every team has their dedicated channel. Two of them. So if there's like a Sacramento Kings Clippers game, there's a Clipper broadcast and there's a Sacramento Kings broadcast, and that all comes together. He's claiming his show, his awful show, and it's gotten bad at this point, is 65% of all people that listen to Sirius is only this dumb show.
Wait. Take a tea. Are we talking about my... when I think of Sacramento Kings, I'm thinking the love of my life, Christopher Webb.
Chris Webber?
Is that his name?
Yeah, he actually the weirdest celebrity relationship is him and Tyra Banks. It was the most buttoned up,
She's
like
not
secret.
a black girl, even though she
claims I know.
From Inglewood. Bitch, bye. You were from...
Yeah, I love you, but says here. Poor Reggie Jackson thought Howard actually had 10 million listeners. He was ready to sell millions of Reggie bars. So this is what they tell the guest.
Oh my Jesus in heaven.
You know how they lie about, how like there's all this insider trading stuff about lying about, pump and dump, where you say, oh, I have, and to boost the price up, like, financial fraud. This should be like a fraud. This should be a crime. This should be listener fraud. He's lying worse than anybody ever has, fudging statistics to these people.
Oh, wait a minute. Is it not FCC? Is he?
No, he's not under those rules. Not for Sirius. No, he's not. That's why he left. He could lie to the guests that they have listeners. With the Arbitron ratings for terrestrial, they could look it up themselves. Now they can't do that anymore.
So we only have to catch them, these assholes, slippery snakes.
Sirius bamboozling the world, says Mary Jean. Yes.
Oh, if Springsteen has we're giving him a channel and probably paying.
One more time, listen. 65.
Channels are responsible for about 65% of the entire listening of SiriusXM. So.
Yeah, Melody, I heard that number too, that Howard's show at its peak right now is not even getting 25,000 listeners.
You're
That
not.
was leaked somewhere. I would doubt it's even that much, Melody.
I doubt. And Melody, I think you're a plant, so fuck you. So go fuck yourself.
He's lying to the
I love it,
guest.
and I say it lovingly, Melody.
He's lying to the PR people. He's lying to the guest to get them on, and they're wasting their time doing this show. So they could be doing a million other things. It is utterly it's beyond unethical. It should be a crime that you have to produce hard facts to say that person can't waste their time. And I'm not being precious about celebrity time. It's just what they get away with is ridiculous.
You know, if Springsteen has we're giving him a channel and probably paying him. Well, I wouldn't think I'd come here and do an interview.
He said, did you hear the pronoun he used there? We're giving him a channel and paying him. So there's a little partner reveal right there. It's just like thinks that he should get dibs, and I know a ton of people who listen to that. His musical library is so vast that you could leave it on all the time, and I bet you he gets, even back then, gets more. Ben 4810 says, Arm, did you read the comments on the Stern Show on Sirius social pages? I did not, Ben, not yet anyway. For the Springsteen interview, after the initial few good ones, they were all bad. Folks bored and unhappy with Bruce, it seems. And I'm sure that got back to him. Yeah, I don't think you realize, Springsteen's people were lied to. He thinks Howard's got this beloved, rabid fan base. And I'm sure, like right now, he's going, what happened to that? Where do those people go? And you have to explain to them, and Gary lying to him over and over again. Thank you, Chubby Pickle. Had to pull over and take a shower to wait. Nothing wrong with another shower, Chub. I take 5 showers a day for my depression. And some of them are 30 seconds, and some of them are 60 seconds. And some of them...
Aren't you being silly? Stop it, Chubby.
He's trying to wake up.
Nasty butt. Stop.
Do you guys need a dono, pal? It's up to you, Chubby. We don't. Does anybody can
Arm explain to the explainless? What do you guys need a dono?
Vinny, it's Mark. Dearest viewers, a new month and a new show. If able, please donate to the Arm Fund, which is how your host gets paid. Super Chat, Venmo, Cash App, or memberships. It all counts. We'll all go. Now put your face in the buttermilk and take a sip. Oh, I love the knee. Welcome to a new Arm venture.
There's I'm the worst salesman I'm the opposite of Howard. I'm the worst huckster in the world. There's a QR code in the top right, and anybody, and the kindness of your whatever, I would appreciate. We would appreciate it.
Stop it.
What, Crazy Robin?
I got both of you. Thank you. That's it. Go ahead.
My kind says, when I think of the Sacramento Kings, I think of Eric the Midget. He loves Northern California sports, but I never heard him bring up the Kings. He's from Sacramento, right? Eric Lynch.
Who?
Eric the Midget.
Oh yeah, he's from up north, but he is up way. He's in Sacramento. Well, he was. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Oh,
you know what I want to do one day? I want to do an Eric the Midget. I want to go over his Amazon wish list. It is the craziest thing.
He wanted all the little extras. Even,
yes.
What did he say?
Bottles of Pepsi.
You know what I hated? That the female Voldemort that shall not be named. This bitch had the nerve to fix her mouth, said, oh, I had a problem with his pauses. Bitch, he couldn't fucking breathe. Do you fucking realize that his oxygen, his air that he breathes? Oh, right, bitch. Then you need one, a trach, to put into your fucking throat, deep throat, down your throat at the same time.
Thank you, Crazy Robin, for having my back.
Oh, please. Are you serious right now? My medical couldn't leave my mental, couldn't leave my physical. let alone leave my mental, let alone meet me. Oh, I'm the baddest bitch in the street. I'll fuck you. Really? Mm-hmm.
Crazy Robin, is that the orange Gatorade talking?
No,
As
it's
Artie would say.
what do
That's
I
Artie's next
have right
album.
now? I'm gonna let you, John Julius, if I can name you that. John Julius,
what?
On Calais Zero.
Al W. Al W. Crazy Robin, hold on a second. Al W says, isn't a listener a person who's on the channel for at least a minute? Yes, Al. He takes credit for if you flip through Sirius on your car radio and you pass his channel, you're a listener, and he counts that. Yes, that's exactly right. He takes credit for every baseball listener.
Every and arm question and Crazy Robin, which I hate that I chose. However, give it to Arm. And
Ben 481 said the only person to be willing to make an educated semi-guess on Stern's listenership would be Tim Sabian. Well, that was back then, and even Tim said Tim said that, what was the number? He said 68,000 was the regular he remembers at his peak
at the time,
and that's when Sabian was there. Sky Spectre, good to hear. Red Rooster, I remember he had their partners. Yes. Welcome, Red Rooster. Is that Brendan, or is that a different? Is that named after Terry Taylor, the Red Rooster from the WWF? Is that who I'm guessing? Is the Chubby Pickle? You ever been to Waldug in South Dakota? Holy shit! How do you know South Dakota? I love you, but good God, that is I'm jealous of that.
No, SD. Hey.
Oh, yes. That's SD. Is they call it South Dakota? That's the acronym they use. The insiders.
The South and the North Dakotas. We love one another.
Yes, thank you, John Lorello. I'll be joining soon, trying to clear my name for bills. Even beyond donations, Sarah put together this 21 Jump Street opening for season 3. Let me just play this. Good job, Sarah. And we will be doing season 3, episode 1 this weekend, and it'll be up, I'm assuming, at least by Monday. And that'll be on the Patreon, Wino Forever Patreon. I should have a link always, and I don't hawk it enough, but it's been going crazy. We did a Donnie Brasco watch along. It's 5 hours and 20 minutes or something. Bon Jovial wants to do one now with the theatrical cut, and we'll add in more extras because he's doing his research. He's reading like books and shit on Joe Pistone, and so that's I put the full Puff Daddy interview from 2006 that we got blocked on the other day, and if they blocking you, they are scared shitless, and it was Howard's people that blocked it exactly when it got salacious. Here's just this won't get blocked because this is too short. This is one of my favorite moments from the P. Diddy interview.
Yeah, Diddy, we're talking white pussy. Yeah,
we got white pussy.
Come on, every breath you take.
And that's just a little bit of it. And that looks like a man who knows what goes down at the white parties, doesn't it? Let's see that again.
Yeah, Diddy, we're talking white pussy! Yeah!
We got white pussy! Get the
Come on! Every breath you take!
Right, Crazy Robin? Right? You there, Crazy Robin? Oh,
I'm here, babe.
Okay. So back to this.
Jon Stewart.
Has he done, what do you mean, here to Sirius, or do you mean to our show?
No, our show.
All right. I think he might be a particular fan of Jon Stewart.
I don't care.
Oh, yeah. That's what I guess politically they're the same.
Artie's trying to, toe both lines. You remember when Howard brought up Jon Stewart at the Pelican Brief, taking credit for his career? Like Seinfeld and, right? When I think of Jon Stewart, I think, oh, Howard put you on the map. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What he does in The Daily Show is exactly what you do. I could see that.
In particular, I think I'll talk about politics. What the hell's that interview? For Springsteen,
Now Artie's trying to be deterrent and negative about him going Jon Stewart show. And I'm guessing Jon Stewart's much better friends with Artie than Howard is now. I'm sure he reached out to him. I guarantee he did. They have a lot of mutual friends, David Tell being one of them.
Might be a particular fan of Jon Stewart.
I don't care.
Oh, yeah. That's what I guess politically they're the same. But I think I'll talk about politics. What the hell's that interview? For Springsteen, I'm a huge fan of Springsteen, but he is not a good interviewer.
No, he's not.
I'm sorry, I also heard he's performing as well.
Right. Does Jon? I don't think that's got to be a special thing because I don't think Jon Stewart ever has a band on or anything.
I think he would. I mean,
for him, he would. Well,
Springsteen might be acoustic because, like him, him and Colbert, they put guys.
Now they're making excuses. Ida, I would love to know. Ida says, I'm embarrassed to say my sister and brother-in-law still listen to Howard. I would love to know, Ida, what they get out of the current show right now, and especially when it gets like, even though Howard's trying to evolve, he's so stupid and he's so creatively bankrupt and his staff is so ridiculously untalented and they're all fucking reprobates that they don't know how to evolve. They still go to that Lenny Dykstra shit. So I'm just curious what your brother-in-law and sister get out of that show when they do like the Dykstra stuff, that vile crap that, it's a lowbrow bullshit. They'll never escape it. They'll never be highbrow. No matter how much he tries to evolve, no matter how much Clooney ass he tries to kiss. I would love to know what your sister and brother-in-law get out of this current show and what they find enjoyable. If they say the interviews, I guess I could buy that. But, if you compare and contrast, he truly used to be a great interview. And now it's by the numbers, ass kissery, obsequious. He gets talking points from publicists, and we all gone over the same father hunger bullshit questions over and over again. I don't need to hit people to that, but I'd just love to know. Ben says, did you read the I looked at it right. Sorry about that. Nothing of a human being. Chubby Pickle says, yes, Chubby Pickle, please wake up and take that shower and do not feel that you have to listen to every word of this. But please stay lucid and please stay safe. Okay, so the next one, and we'll get to P. Diddy very soon. This is Artie is pissed off. Mr. fucking America's Got Talent is making fun of Bruce for contemplating an American Idol appearance. And Artie feels like he's selling out. Howard's not selling out. Bruce is selling out for contemplating an American Idol appearance.
This is interesting. Artie's biggest fear is that Bruce Springsteen will do American Idol.
Yeah.
I'm reading an interview with him, with John Landau, who is Bruce's manager. Or not John Landau. Is it John Landau?
John
Landau, yeah. And John says to the reporter, what do you think of Bruce doing American Idol? Like floating it out there? And
Oh, thank you, Chad. So Kimmel apparently gave Eric the Midget a Sacramento Kings jersey when he visited. Yeah, Eric the Midget did Kimmel's show. I did not realize I don't know if you got, I'd love to see pictures of that. I wonder who the Kings jersey was. Was it Chris Webber? Was it Stojakovic? Was it Bibby? Was it more current? Was it, Doug Christie? I wonder, I'd love to see that actually.
The reporter must have had a weird reaction because he goes, no, I'm just kidding, of course, come on.
See, they're testing it.
They're testing to see what would the reaction be.
Go ahead and do it, Bruce.
No, I'm sure Landau gave him a look like,
Vito Corleone would have given you if you want.
How tired of Godfather references are we, Crazy Robin? How sick of Godfather references are we? Especially if you're right?
Beyond. John?
Crazy Robin.
Yes.
You there? How sick of Godfather references are we? And at this point, Artie couldn't go 5 minutes without one.
Babe. And now? Really?
And Sarah said that, and she was so right, that there's nothing worse than Howard pretending to be into mob movies to try to do a fake impression of a heterosexual and tries to jump on the Godfather bandwagon and quotes, and he fake laughs when Artie does his tired Godfather impressions. I said that even Billy Crystal was making fun of that in City Slickers 2. John Lovett's character was a guy his brother, who over-quoted the Godfather to the point of just, made it completely irritating to everybody. And that's kind of what this is. I'm so sick. I don't know what I'm more sick of, Beatles references or Godfather references. I'm somewhere in the middle. I don't know which one I'm tired of more. WNBA says I love you, but okay. I kind of remember that. That's so funny. He went to a WNBA game. Eric Mitchell lived in Granite Bay. That's Granite to you, Herbert Arnold. Very nice area just outside Sacktown. More like Folsom Prison. Okay. Thank you, Herbert. I didn't know. I never heard of Granite Bay or Granite Bay, as you say. Red Rooster. Who's the woman? Oh, that's Crazy Robin, Red Rooster. That is. Say hi to Red Rooster, Crazy Robin. Crazy Robin? Jim Florentine. Yeah, that was a Florentine Robin. Yes, that's right around that time, Sky Spectre. Yes.
To date his daughter.
Why, isn't it better for him to do American Idol than the Today Show? I mean, in the sense that if he's going to perform on the Today Show, why not perform where there's a bunch of kids who will buy his record?
I don't know. I just don't want him in that atmosphere. I don't want Ryan Seacrest to introduce Bruce Springsteen.
Let me ask another thing. What is going on with the marriage?
Well, I would say it's more noble to do American Idol than it is the Howard Stern Show, certainly in this day and age. For the last, I don't know, what would you say, 14 years? It's more noble to do American Idol than the Howard Stern Show. Way cooler. That's how far they've fallen.
Are they back together?
I don't know. She put out a solo album, and it's kind of...
Are they back together?
Patty Scalfa is Bruce's ex-wife, and so they're taking shots. Mrs. Marriage Expert Robin's taking shots at Bruce Springsteen's marital carousel.
She put out a solo album, and it's kind of like knocking Bruce and knocking marriage, and she's giving these interviews where she's saying some shitty shit about it.
Really?
Is
but
that
then
true?
He's doing a duet with her on stage.
They were on stage looking more in love than ever.
Well, maybe because...
It really is true, Red Rooster. Florentine and Robin is one of the strangest couples in the history of, if you want to call them celebrities, ever. It's really tough to beat that. Maybe Al Pacino and Rose McGowan is one of the ones that is really strange. Seal and Heidi Klum, and
they're honest in their relationship.
He's a guy like Michael Jordan. You never hear.
I think it was Tamara Francois that said that Tupac dated Madonna, which I vaguely knew. I kind of knew that, and that's a really weird one.
You never heard about a scandal with him with a broad, with drugs, anything.
But wait a minute.
all.
You know that first marriage? That was a weird one.
Yeah, he married a model, and they had nothing in common, supposedly.
But that lasted like 21.
Oh, okay. It's a Hawaiian thing. Okay, Red Rooster. Okay. I didn't realize that. Your name. I said it was the wrestler. I was positive it was Terry Taylor, the wrestler. Jim got another girl pregnant, says Sky Spectre. Florentine broke up with Robin over the phone and out with the gang in Iraq. Married her, divorced her. What an effing mess. Agreed with every word, Sky Spectre. And great recap, Robin Teen.
1 days or something.
Very short.
Yeah.
A year, I think.
What is it, Fla Fla?
I think on the new record, there's like a hidden track. It's like track number 12. It's not listed.
Gary thinks He knows exactly what it is. Oh, I don't really know. I think it's on the record. Really, he knows exactly what it is. Him and Ross Zapin fucking jerk each other off to it every night. Shut up, you phony.
And I think it's from what everyone tells me, it's a love song to Patty.
Oh, okay.
They had to hide that, huh?
He got married.
Yeah, hidden track.
He got
Only
married.
Patty can find it.
He got married to Julianne Phillips in May of '85, and I think they got divorced like 1 year later. And then
Yeah, but it was over almost immediately.
Yeah.
And just real quick, I want to play you this.
Okay, there's another one. So I mean, just keep coming, right? I don't even know if I'm gonna get through all these. This is Bruce exits. Steele, we did that. Steele, let's go down to here. This is Bruce meets Howard at Bon Jovi's house, and Howard turns this into, as he always does, there's a slight, and he thinks he's being ignored. It's the same shit.
The Hamptons has opened up your.
I do meet people.
Realm, yeah.
With him, John Bon Jovi's party.
Oh yeah.
But I met Bruce Springsteen there too.
Right.
Had a conversation with the guy, and then he made a cool move. Like we were talking for a long time, me and Bruce, and then he.
Oh wait, no, I heard about the very brief conversation you had with him at Kevin Bacon's party. You had a longer.
Ben 4810 going gay on Depp, I believe. Oh boy, Depp was really, really cute in his younger days. He is 25 during that montage that Sarah put together, because that's season 3 of Jump Street. So he turned 26 in June 9th of 1989. So yeah, he's 25 for that entire montage.
Conversation with Springsteen
at Bon Jovi, and then
oh, right. I love you, Arm. If you went to North Dakota, we beat Murray State in football 72-35. When I was there, the football team was such a distant second to the basketball, and they still are. The basketball team is even way better now, but they were kind of okay. Popeye Jones, I don't know if anyone knows him. He's a powerful, great rebounder. Good postal player, 6'8", fucking, even in college, he had to be over 270. And he was just a really good rebounder, somewhat a one-dimensional player, but in college, he was a 2010 guy, and he had the rebounding title. He was the only NBA player they had for many, many years. But the basketball team I got cut, by the way. I tried to be a walk-on, and I got cut. It was just fun to run with them a little bit. Too small, too slow, too white, too everything. It's Division I. I have no business playing. I just thought I'd give it a shot.
And I started talking to him, and then he did this move where it was like, "Oh, hey, I just got a text here or something from his kid or something." Like he walked away.
Was that Springsteen?
And then he avoided me the rest of the night. Yeah, but it was. The problem is,
he got a text from, shall we say, Deborah ODing at the Jingle Ball, the Z100 Jingle Ball. And had to turn away. Yeah, I'm sure he did, Howard. I'm sure he just blew you off.
And then I started talking to him, and then he did this move where it was like, "Oh, hey, I just got a text here or something from his kid or something." Like he walked away.
Was that Springsteen?
And then he avoided me the rest of the night.
Do you think Bruce Springsteen in 2007 knew how to use a text with a cell phone? Does anybody believe that? I mean, you just know he lies about everything. There's no lie too small or too big for him, even here. I don't recall 21 Jump Street ever being on TV. It started the Fox network, Red Rooster. It started the Fox network. Anything Fox that's national now. 21 Jump Street was the Ricky Henderson leadoff hitter. 7 o'clock Sunday night, the very first thing. There'd be no Fox on NFL. There'd be no Simpsons. Married Children also was there too. So Depp and Christina Applegate were the prom king and queen of the Fox network. Anything that comes, there'd be no Fox News, ironically, if it wasn't for 21 Jump Street. It's insane what that show started. Barry Diller, the executive, with Stephen Cannell and Patrick Hasberg, who I somewhat communicate with, who we really desperately need to have on the show, because Patrick Hasberg left after season 2, and Depp becomes very difficult in season 3. because I think he liked Hasberg, and he needed an excuse to get out of there. He had a new agent, Tracy Jacobs, who told him that TV's beneath you, and he gets very difficult when they bring in Grieco.
Yeah, but it was the problem is there are people there who despise me. I like going to some of these things. It's nice to meet some of these people. Like when I went to Brian Gumbel invited me to a party at his house with his wife, and Matt Lauer had me to a party at his house.
There's a great clip with Howard, and he's talking to his impersonator. So this guy looks and sounds just like Howard. And Howard's big thing was he was enraged that this guy ruined his relationship with Brian Gumbel because he approached him on the street and said he was Howard. Welcome, Kevin Chester. Thank you, Ida Greenbacks. We love having you live, Ida. Thank you so much for your benevolence and sweetness and generosity and light and your teaching career and everything else and stories and Chicago. Red Rooster, I heard that Diddy parties are stuff carried around bags of drugs like pink cocaine. Yes. We're going to go to Diddy in a second. Crazy Robin dropped out. Something happened with her connection there. Anyone know if Howard has mentioned Puffs? Yeah, anyone? I doubt it, but does anybody listen to the current show? In the last month and change, since they've come back, has Howard mentioned his buddy, Sean P. Diddy Combs at all? Has there been any mention? My guess is no. From what I ascertain, the answer is no. But I could have missed it. 90s, yes. No one's denying that, Red Rooster. I couldn't agree more. 90s and 2000s, that was great. Daddy Diddy, Fluff Daddy, what's his name, Robin? Yeah, this is how it would go. Nick's right. This is how it would. Robin, did you hear about, I don't know, Daddy P or Fluff Daddy, or what's his name, bro? I don't know. I met him once, like in 1999. I don't even know. Gary booked him on the show once. I don't even remember when that was. I don't know. I don't. It's exactly how it would go, Nick. Well done, sir. Yeah, Mr. X. We got to do Mr. X show. I think that would be good. Tony is his name. I forget what his last name is, but it's Tony something or other. Ida Greenbacks became a cop. Yes. Ida's certified. Ida's always doing the right thing. Ida became I forget what the term for it is. You couldn't, Kevin Chester, I agree. You couldn't pay me to listen. No hyperbole. You couldn't pay me to listen. You can't, it is impossible to get through 20 minutes. If someone gave you $100 to listen for an hour, I don't think you could. If you were on Skid Row, you wouldn't do it. Okay, is anything else worth playing with Howard and Bruce? Just proving the poser that he is. Let's see. Okay, well, we'll end it with this. Howard leaves Bruce Springsteen's show early in 2007. Zoss Rapin gets him the best seats in the house, and he leaves. This is worse than a Knick game at halftime. He leaves halfway through the show.
At the Springsteen show at the Garden, I went with Ross Zapin and his wife Melissa, and we.
Ross decided to take Melissa somewhere?
Yeah, she doesn't, she's not obsessed with Bruce Springsteen the way he is. Yeah. I mean, she doesn't want to go every night to see Bruce Springsteen, so he goes himself. Ross did, and they gave me the set list and Bruce's handwriting and stuff. And
to be surprised, like Robin said.
I have no idea how Artie's not invited to this, and he's firmly on the show. This is, let's see. Artie's got 2 years left at this point, so this is like fall of 07, and somehow Artie's not invited. I don't understand how he didn't get to go to the show. And I'm sure it pisses him off, and I'm sure it really pisses him off today. Howard pretending to be a Bruce fan. Artie's somewhere in Florida, I think in the Orlando area. Marta mentioned that she knows someone who has him and his mom are in that particular area. And I know Artie's seething with the two-faced poser bitch ass that Howard is, pretending to be a Springsteen fan.
He wants to get the surprise. Hey,
it's just fucking life. I did.
You enjoyed it?
I enjoyed it.
How long did you stay?
I stayed I didn't make it to the
Born to run.
So he's bragging that he leaves early. It is unconscionable, and I cannot tell you if you know the layout, right? So Madison Square Garden, you got Howard's apartment on I should say penthouse. Mr. Drummond-esque penthouse is on West 67th in Columbus. He is as close to the Garden as you could almost you could walk. You could easily he could skulk there with his rigor mortis shuffling, even as cripplingly stiff and immobile as he is, and he can't take it. He can't make it through the whole show. There are people who probably came in there from fucking like York, Pennsylvania, and he lives streets away, and he can't make it through this show. And Artie has to listen to this.
Like Robin said, he wants to get the surprise. Hey,
What a fucking life. I did.
You enjoyed it? You enjoyed it?
I enjoyed it.
How long did you stay?
I stayed I didn't make it to the...
Born to run?
I didn't, yeah, oh no, forget that.
You P2R?
Can I tell you how long Howard stayed in Bruce terms?
Okay.
I was there, and Jason came with me. Jason had his BlackBerry, because we talk on Lotus Notes.
As your Lotus Notes reference, everyone. This is 2007 October, and he's still using that fucking, Commodore 64. This is why the show's called Lotus Notes, by the way. If you didn't, right? You know what Crazy Robin's here again. Crazy Robin, you know what Lotus Notes is?
Stop it. No. Only because what I heard.
Right. From this. This is Ida Greenback says, I always believe that Robin's in love with Howard for a long, long time as a listener and contemporary. She loved him. It's not reciprocated. I don't know, Ida. They're both huge narcissists. It would be funny to see how fast Robin would fucking start slapping him around, how annoyed she would be at Howard on a day-to-day basis. Like she actually lives life, even though she watches, as I say all the time, Bones marathons on TNT, for 6 hours at a time. But she actually lives life a little bit, and she would hate his guts. Like two narcissists subsisting together. I don't know if that could go, but there's a theory to that. She definitely
Before the encore started, Jason already got a note from Howard about work. So that means Howard had left to go home, read his email, and had the ability to write a note about work.
Oh, I'm so ill. You know what?
So Howard's Gary's bragging. This is doing that Howard fake work ethic thing. How much do you think Howard loves? It's like a humble brag that he's so cool. What a diss to Springsteen. This show is beneath me. I'm leaving early. He loves this. He loves the leaving early. It makes him look important. It's not that he's tired. It's that look at how cool I am. I left early. I can't wait to brag about leaving early, leaving at halftime of a Knicks Hornets game or a Springsteen show. He loves that. He loves this shit. And then here's Gary eating his food. Oh, Howard, what a workaholic. You wrote Jason a text or an email when you got home. What a crazy workhorse.
I was watching the show. I was enjoying it. I was a little wasted. I had some drinks over at Da Savano before then.
Does anyone know anything about? Thank you, Autobot. Couldn't agree more. Donnie Brasco was way better than The Godfather. Agreed. Does anybody know what Da Savano is in Manhattan? Too shishi for me. Does anyone have a menu or a line on this place just to see what he's claiming to spend on?
So we had a nice time, and then you get over to this concert, and Beth had to go to the bathroom for a quick. Rose like that on a sex.
I don't know what's worth. Howard going to the Springsteen show or Beth with him at the show. That makes it doubly worse. Two people who don't know anything about, who have no business going, who don't deserve those seats. It's just like a Knick game. That poor bastard who can tell you like the Knicks starting lineup from like 1986 can't get into and these two skeletwats are sitting in the first row. That guy who can name like Louis Orr and James Bailey and Rory Sparrow and Brian Quinnett and Gerald Henderson and Gerald Wilkins and Truck Robinson and Pat Cummings and Louis Orr, fucking Marvin Webster.
The outfit, little mini outfit, which was good. So we were like sitting and making out during the whole concert, which was kind of cool. Puffooey was there evidently, but I didn't see him.
Oh, maybe it was Vlade Divac. Chad, maybe it was. Is Chad Xavier by any chance?
I was.
You could have come to dinner with us. Why didn't you come to dinner with us?
Yeah, Divac. I don't think Divac made it past the early 2000s. By the way, Depp claims that he and the director of Arizona Dream, Emir Costa Rica, is also from Yugoslavia and was best friends with Vlade Divac, and they stayed at his place during the filming or after fucking Arizona Dream, which is such a shit show.
To Little Stevens hospitality area.
Oh,
Baba Booey, that's Baba Booey.
Jerry Lewis is in Arizona Dream. Jerry Lewis and Faye Dunaway, I might add, are in Arizona Dream. So Gary claims Steven Van Zandt invited him to a hospitality room, and all that Steven served. This guy is in one of the most successful touring bands in history. I have no idea. Steven Van Zandt also has a channel on Sirius. I think it's called Steven's Garage Band, and claims that the only snacks they had were pretzels and potato chips.
Food there?
No, my God, it's just chips and pretzels.
Oh, so what?
They don't have shrimp and plantain chips. Does anyone believe that all Steven Van Zandt served was potato chips and Pathmark pretzels? Does anyone believe that?
That's Baba Booey.
Food there?
No, my God, it's just chips and pretzels.
Oh, so what? You could have joined us.
I didn't even. Nobody even asked me.
I didn't even know you were going. Really? I guess they kind of.
Except for the 7 times I told you on the air.
Were you hinting at an invite? Because
Because when I ran into the gay guy from Sex and the City that's not gay.
Yeah.
Willie Garson is his name. I think he's dead. I think he passed away like a few years ago. And Howard me doth protest too much. Make some gay slurs here, I believe.
What? You could have joined us.
I didn't even. Nobody even asked me.
I didn't even know you were going. Really? I guess they kind of.
Except for the 7 times I told you on the air.
Were you hinting at an invite? Because
when I ran into the gay guy from Sex and the City that's not gay.
Yeah.
Oh, that little short guy?
Yeah. He talks about how you keep calling him gay on the air.
Oh, you played a gay character, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. But then I just went to. I'm going to guess when you left.
How many songs did I make it through? I liked it, though. I did.
Well, I'm just wondering when you left.
23 songs in the show. You left right between the 14th and the 15th song.
All right, come on.
Oh, yeah.
So what songs did he miss? What songs did he miss, Gar?
He missed The Rising, Badlands.
So Howard missed Badlands. He left halfway through the show. Basically didn't even make it to half the show.
Long Walk Home, Born to Run, Dancing in the Dark.
Yeah,
I missed that.
Girls in Summer Clothes, which is a new one.
Yeah, gee whiz. I'll kill myself.
It would have been nice.
Tell Bruce that, Howard, when you have him on. Tell him that. Honestly, American Idol has to be more entertaining than Howard is. I agree, Red Rooster, and it's cooler, too. Patty Scalfa is his current wife, says Autobot. Howard shit on her, and Julian Phillips is Bruce's ex. So he shit on both of them, and they got wind of it, and he had to, do a Wigpocrisy to them. Flava Flav and Brigitte Nielsen was a very weird couple, Autobot. That's good. That's from Celebrity. What the hell was it? What was the name of that VH1 show? It was like a reality show. Oh, I forget the name of it. But yeah, they were a couple on a Flavor of Love, right? Was the show that he had, and it was a spin-off of that. Flava Flav, by the way, Autobot from Roosevelt, Long Island, with Julius Erving, Dr. J, Eddie Murphy, Charlie Murphy, and Howard for 5 minutes.
Forever. He does a weird thing, too, because his raps used to be more sincere, but you can see he's got a video monitor down there. And he looks right down. Jason said his favorite rap was he does a song off the new... And I don't know.
I like seeing his wife on stage. Yeah. That's kind of interesting. Sometimes I go...
What happened? I thought they were having problems.
I don't know. 50 guitar players.
Right, now he's got more guitars than he needs.
Now this rant, I agree with. He says that, and so many... This has bothered me for... This is a good rant by Howard. I got to give him this. There's too many... There's 10 guitarists on stage. I say this all the time. The world has too many guitarists, and too many fashion designers, and we need more Crazy Robin social workers, and we need more pianists like David. Less guitarists, more pianists, less fashion designers, more social workers is my plan going forward. And yes, there are
Stop
times,
it, John.
right? Here's Crazy
Stop
Robin's
it.
back, everyone.
John, stop
Yes.
it. I've been listening to you, Angel. However, there's room enough to exist on this planet. Wait a minute, Bonbons, where are you?
No, Bon Jovi's not here. Although I did send him an invite just in case.
Slurping on ice.
Yes. What are you sipping there? Orange? Can I guess? It's Gatorade. But
Wait a minute. To my right is zero. See.
I got it right. Of course I did. Of course it's orange.
Yes, it's orange.
Yes. I love it. Why is there no banana Gatorade? Why is there no banana Gatorade?
Angel, it's wait a minute. Take a tea. It's only the orange. And then when I turn to my left, and I'm like, what is John on? He's on shit.
Yes. Patty's
What
had a
are you
terrible, really
on?
weak and eclipse movement. Shocking to hear.
And now he's got the wife who he probably would have, she's got to have a guitar and be up front too.
Right.
So there's 14 guys playing. It's
almost like the Eagles at this point.
Yeah, it's too many guitar players.
At one point,
am I right, Fred? Do you need that many?
No, absolutely not.
I know one less guitarist in the world we don't need, and that's Fred Norris and King Norris. That'd be a good start. That'd be the first guy I'd kick out.
At one point,
Guitar City, it's almost like going into a guitar shop. Everyone there has a guitar.
But I couldn't understand whether this is so tuned into what's going on. Ross pointed out to me the next day. He goes, "Did you see what happened? You see what's going on there?" And I go, "What?" He goes,
You're so right, Kevin Chester. I think you're talking about Gary. Gary's dream occupation is he wanted to be an MTV VJ so bad. And I think he thought they were going to be super. Apparently, they got paid nothing. And that is Gary's constantly in that mode of wannabe MTV VJ. You're so right, Kevin Chester.
apparently Bruce came out and plugged that you could get Patty Scalfa CDs and paraphernalia. And Ross reads this whole thing into it like Bruce must have done something wrong and this is his penance and he's got to promote Patty's shit. It was
I think that's Ross's life.
Yeah.
I sit there and I go, I watch him and the wife, you know, sort of like, you know, you're looking for any signs. I'm saying to myself, does he hate that she has to be there? Does he want to go out on the road on his own, or does he like it?
It is a weird dynamic. I agree, looking at those two. And then
yes, Andrew. Howard wanted Bruce to endorse one of the talent shows during this period because Howard was so creamed up for that shit. I know. And Springsteen actually would be interested in helping someone, like, you know, get a young artist. But the last thing Howard's interested in is making anybody famous, right? That stops at him. There are no quid pro quo. He will not help anybody. He will not. If you do his show, it's solely to help him, but he will take credit for anything successful from Seinfeld to Jon Stewart.
he always does a song off her record, which is,
really?
Well, I don't want to be cruel, but not a highlight. You know what happens?
The other weird thing is,
oh, thank you, Chad. Maybe it was a Ron Artest jersey. That's a good call by you. That could easily be.
A yoga, right?
Yeah, right, exactly.
But these raps that
or DeMarcus Cousins, or is that a little bit? I'm trying to remember what Cousins was there. It might have lined up with that, right? Cousins was there in like 2010, 12. He's really underrated. His injuries stopped him, but he was a beast, DeMarcus Cousins.
Bruce does. They're not spontaneous, you can tell, and it's like he does the same one every night.
Well, you know what?
Jesus, habeas corpus. I'm at a fucking concert, man.
Gary, I'm sure you told him that when you saw it. Habeas corpus. I'm at a fucking concert, man. Yes, Popeye Jones' son, I love you, but is a black NHL player. Now he's a 10-year veteran defenseman. That's a good. That is a I know. That freaked me out. It's so bizarre. How Bruce could have used the phone, but Howard lies. Jason LS2. So was America's Most Wanted. Yes, that was one of the original Fox shows. Yes. That was on right after Jump Street at 8 o'clock. Oh, there's a period when I didn't watch TV and it's just out playing. How dare you go out and enjoy your life, Red Rooster? How dare you? Bruce is a good writer, and the music is blah. He's a great songwriter. I love his approach to it. You know, the slice of life guy. Billy Joel said that he's writing about a guy that he knows and the psychological underpinnings of him and the I like that stuff. That's my favorite type of songwriting. How do you donate, Judy? Right. There's a QR code, Judy, at the top, or I'm not even sure how to do it. That you Cash App is $ Deppening 1. I don't know if there's a way to do it in the bottom. Thank you, Judy. PC, but there's a Deppening QR code in the top right. I'm such a bad salesman. Jump Street was after Thundercats. Holy shit! What market was that in? 23.
When?
Johnny Depp is on the loose. Johnny Depp is loose. Hear the magic, feel the roar. Johnny Depp is loose. Johnny Depp. So that was syndicated. Yeah, an hour in New York, Fox had Thundercats, but it was on at 4:00 in the afternoon, and Jump Street was on at 7.
So Thunder was on when we came home from school.
Yeah.
When I came straight home from school.
Can I call you Chitara?
Yes. It was at 1. So
Citizen Crazy Robin, have you seen Sarah's cartoon cat Camilla, right?
yes, I have.
Do you
And
remember?
I love my angel only
Yes.
because she's my angel. Okay, go ahead.
Do you remember Panthro from the Thundercats?
Yes, of course.
You tell me that Camilla can't be Panthro's daughter, who is born. Look at this. Could that possibly be Panthro's daughter? Same eyes, same gray color. Look at this again. Right?
No, not right.
That is one cool cat.
No, because she's delicate. Don't you?
You are the dream I never knew I had.
That was for you, Crazy Robin.
I can't hang. I can't hang with you right now, my bro. No, the two.
See, they're McDonald's. I'm McDowell's.
Right?
Oh, you.
Right? Rest in peace, John Amos. You ready for Wiggy?
I'm
Crazy Robin
with you. No, I don't. I'm not knowing from her.
Okay, this is Puff Daddy comes on, and he's running the marathon. He's running the New York Marathon. But he comes on, and he wants to now this is kind of in line with the trafficking. So he gets accused of, with the Sean John line of clothing that Howard's wearing, of running sweatshops, and which is basically trafficking, right? It's really crazy when you think about. So this is P. Diddy calling in about he knows nothing about sweatshops. This is from 2003. This is from October of 2003.
Yeah. Tomorrow, Quentin Tarantino will be here.
Oh, he's coming in, is he?
Yeah, you can tell him why you hate his movie.
All right.
And
I'll make a list.
America's Smartest Stripper, last game of the first round, and Sean Puffy Combs stops by to
refute that he's a yo sweatshops.
And also to announce his
now Howard's racist drop, they stepped on it. Robin saying he's here to refute that he's running a sweatshop.
All pretend.
Yes.
Marathon run.
Yo. Yeah, P. Diddy's getting crap because it turns out that his clothes
At least the sweatshirts
are being made in a sweatshop because he's like, hey man, it's a sweatshirt, sweatshop. Damn.
Well, that's a great black impression, Crazy Robin, right? He sounds he easily could. Was that P Diddy?
No,
He's
not
such a
really.
gifted mimic.
That's
That
an
was
artist,
tremendous.
and I love him for it.
No, that was Howard doing it. That was Howard doing
Artie.
it. That last one was Howard trying to do a black impression.
Damn, he's Kathy Lee Diddy.
Well, you know what they said. It cost.
Oh, maybe it was that Artie. You're right. I think you're right.
Clothes
At least the sweatshirts
are being made in a sweatshop because he's like, hey man, it's a
Oh, that's Howard. That's Howard.
sweatshirt, sweatshop. Damn, he's Kathy Lee Diddy.
Well, you know what they said. It costs 15 cents to make a shirt that he sells for $45.
Well, no wonder he's got a lot of money.
Yeah, I agree, Kevin Chester. Every time I hear this, immediately I miss Artie, and you realize what is wrong with the show, right? That glaring gap of this fucking blank bullshit fucking silence of 8 seconds.
Sean.
Yes. What's up, Crazy
I
Robin?
I said your name in 2 locks. John. Did you get it?
Yes.
Damn.
Yes.
Okay.
That's just good business, Rob. The charges are being made that he makes these in sweatshops in Honduras.
Yeah.
Where people are paid 23 cents for every sweatshirt they make. Jeez. And then they turn around and sell it for about $50. Now, Pete.
And who's buying this? And how much Sean John shit do
Wait,
you have that
what?
Ralph gave you? How much Sean John clothing do you have that Ralph gave you, Howard? Are you not participating in this? Are you not a culprit?
Diddy said he didn't know anything about it. But when he finds out, this is an actual quote, when he finds out who's responsible, he's going to put his foot up their ass. That's what he said.
Kevin Chester says, God, I miss Art. I saw him at a local comedy place with his nose is a mess, but still hysterical. I'd like to hear about that, Kevin.
For him.
That's why you want to do business with P. Diddy.
P. Diddy knows how to run a business. Do you actually have the quote?
I'm not sure if that's it.
Let me see.
This is one of his statements. I don't know if this is that one.
Oh, because he said.
Welcome all about the tendrils. Good to see you in here, tendrils. Glad to see. This is I'll take any tendrils I can get. Hollywood Insider, I might add. Very underrated knowledge about the business.
I'm going to put my foot up their ass. Go ahead. In fact, they just hired P. Diddy to teach a course at Wharton's Business School because
That's a Donald Trump joke, right? The Wharton School of Finance. So they're writing Trump.
That's where he went to school.
Yeah.
So cool.
In fact, they just hired P. Diddy to teach a course at Wharton's Business School because Professor Diddy says, I'm going to tell you my foot up the ass theory.
It's the foot up the ass.
Okay. Okay. Do you guys catch the? I'm not one to. I don't always want to play the racist card, but if you don't have to be head of the NAACP, you don't have to be Al Sharpton to pick up that. What Howard's saying there is, if you are black, you cannot run a successful business. You have to black it up. You couldn't possibly have the business acumen to do anything successful. So we're going to do an aping, ridiculous black voice, as I'm sure Sonny Hostin would love to hear this.
We're shocked, John. You use the N-word a lot.
And that's I'm not speaking for the black community. I'm not speaking Crazy Robin. I'm not speaking for the black community. But am I reading too much? He's saying if you are black, you couldn't possibly have business acumen to run a successful business. That's how I'm interpreting that.
Philosophy.
Yeah. It's revolutionizing the way business is done in America.
I built my business with foot up the ass.
Let me tell you something. Everybody who owns a business should have that attitude. It makes sense.
And of course, Aunt Tom is piling on.
When General Motors has to recall a car, the president of General Motors should come out and say, I don't know who's responsible for screwing up these cars, but I'll put my foot up their ass.
He's going to get a beat down.
Yeah. I do believe that P. Diddy didn't know anything about it. Because that guy's so busy.
Thank you for your bravery as well, PCB23. So Howard says P. Diddy doesn't know anything about it. So I'm sure you'll back him up on this sex trafficking stuff, right? He doesn't know anything about it. If you had his back here, you should have his back there. I think you knew everything about it, and I think Chubby Pickle will back us up on that. So this is in line. It's just like it's like trafficking and the sweatshop stuff is kind of one and the same. I think it's kind of the same ilk and the same routine. And
He's banging every piece of ass in New York and having parties and stuff. I don't think he knows who's sewing.
banging every piece of ass in New York and having parties and stuff that you know full well.
Yes.
Let me tell you something. Everybody who owns a business should have that attitude. It makes sense. When General Motors has to recall a car, the president of General Motors should come out and say, I don't know who's responsible for screwing up these cars, but I'll put my foot up their ass.
He's going to get a beat down.
Yeah. I do believe that P. Diddy didn't know anything about it. Because that guy's so busy banging every piece of ass in New York and having parties and stuff. I don't think he knows who's sewing his freaking sweatshirts.
You know what? Kathy Lee didn't know either, but look what happened to her.
That's right.
Yes, Red Rooster. Gary likes to add information because he wants to be a know-it-all. He thinks he's an insider, and he wants to be this, stump the buoy trivia guy, and inconsequential. He right. Even when you don't need it, he loves that.
See, I think Kathy Lee knew.
Yeah, me too.
P. Diddy.
Knowing what we know, that Howard says P. Diddy doesn't know what's going on with the sweatshops. This is his true thought.
Send it to a sweatshop.
What he ought to do is, because I know he wants to help the kids, I'm going to tell him this when he comes in, that he should send all the black kids in the ghetto who are having trouble with their lives, and they're selling crack or whatever, or getting into trouble with gangs. He should just
selling crack or whatever. That's what black kids only do. They're only in gangs and they only sell crack or whatever. That sounds like a guy who didn't go to Roosevelt and actually went to Rockville Center his entire high school career, making up stereotypes.
Send their asses to Honduras and let them help make clothes. And then these kids.
Now he's sending black kids to Honduras to let them make clothes as Beth comes on the air and pretends she got attacked by a whistle on the street by crazy black kids coming out of school. Thank you, Sky Spectre.
As we get some money and get away from all the bad influences of the inner city.
There you go.
Beautiful.
That's it.
Ernie Grunfeld is a great reference. I love you, but the Bernie and Ernie show, Bernard King and Ernie Grunfeld from Tennessee.
You're always saying they can't find a good job.
Good plan. P. Diddy's got work for you.
Yeah. Sweatshop camp.
This is some of the most racist shit I ever heard. And I put this together and I kind of did it like where it's very difficult to multitask when you do this because my computer is taken up. I have to record it in real time and I can't do anything else. So a lot of times I'll leave the room and let it run for a half hour and I'll come back because I can't, when you're audio recording, you can't do anything else on the computer. It's completely dominated by this process. And so even this is somewhat new to me. This is the most racist shit I've ever heard.
But, you know who goes to vacation in Honduras to visit sweatshops?
Who?
Tom Chiusano, our general manager. He loves it. That's relaxing for him. He's like, wow, nothing makes me happier than seeing people work for 23 cents an hour.
That's Tom Chiusano doing it, everyone, not Howard, who makes the salaries, who tells them who gets paid and what, and why Steve Grillo made $6 an hour and didn't have medical benefits. That's Chiusano doing that, not Howard not paying him. Right. As if he doesn't get every fucking thing he wants, as Jackie will tell you.
Tom went over there. He actually tried to get him to reduce their pay to 20 cents an hour. Make an even number. A sweatshop is like Scores to Tom Chiusano. Did you know that?
I didn't realize.
No.
It had that effect.
You could hear him reading shitty Benji jokes. All but Tendrils, thank you. All rebound. That's exactly what Arnold said. Thank you, Tendrils. I'm honored you remember that. That's my acronym.
He gets so excited he almost masturbates. Courtney Love was booked Tuesday on Too Fat. He's saying he'd put his foot up a guy's ass when he finds out who was setting up these sweatshops.
Guys coming out saying that your company is using sweatshops in Honduras and young kids are being exploited. I mean,
so I guess they got P. Diddy back then, he went to every opening. It seemed like, did anyone watch Total Request Live back then? Didn't it seem like he or Mariah Carey was on that every other day? And he would come in there and Carson Daly in Times Square and they're looking, he just would like come in there drunk.
Do you know anything about this?
No, that would be total news to me.
So they get P. Diddy. He was at every movie every movie premiere, every opening, every event, MTV. He was everywhere back then. So I guess they get him at one of these, and a real journalist asks him about the sweatshops.
These sweatshops.
Guys coming out saying that your company is using sweatshops in Honduras, and young kids are being exploited. I mean, do you know anything about this?
No, that would be total news to me. I am going to investigate vigorously. It's something that if it is true, I'm going to put my foot in somebody's butt.
But
damn.
All right, taking care of business.
So you can hear P. Diddy lying. Surreal Life. Thank you, Autobot. Thank you. That's the name of the. It's about Flava Flav and Brigitte Nielsen.
Nice. More people should do that. Put their foot in people's butts.
Put my foot in somebody's butt.
And then Tendril says, "I'm a celebrity. Get me out of here." Right. That was like the follow-up to that John did, the ABC show with Melissa Rivers and Bruce Jenner and what was J-Lo's ex. Shit. What was his name? Had like a soul patch with a shaved head. Oh, I forget his name. He followed P. Diddy, I think.
Gilbert Gottfried is, what is he? Let's sing. The D, the I, the D, the D, the Y, the D, the I, the D, the Diddy.
Can you spell Diddy?
Puff Diddy.
I got it. Hit my head. This is so gay that I remember this. Chris Judd. He was like a dancer. That was he was like J-Lo's dancer, and they dated for 5 minutes. Her dance card is so ridiculous. If you lay out Jennifer Lopez's relation, I don't even want to. It makes. I mean, Winona Ryder used to date like right off the cover of Rolling Stone. If you go through her dance card in the 90s, like Depp begat, Dave Pirner and Dave Grohl and Paul Westerberg, and it's crazy. If you look at Winona Ryder in the 90s and 2000s.
That's how the song goes.
It's the P.
No, wrong.
What?
It's the D, the I, the D, the D, the Y, the D, the I, the D, the Diddy.
Oh, thank you, A. Smith. He goes, so he looked up the restaurant, bit pricey for married couples, monthly date night only. I say go there once. Okay, thank you, A. Smith.
Does it go the Diddy did?
Puff Diddy. Yeah, Diddy did.
Right.
Yeah. The P. It's not the P, it's the D. Puff Diddy or P Daddy.
What's up, baby?
What's up, man?
How you?
I'm
So they get Puff Daddy, Howard's Hampton's buddy, wants to be invited to as a Chubby Pickle will test back to those white parties for the next decade that you don't know about. He only talks about it once, but Chubby Pickle will verify he's been there for well over a decade. So he comes on the Stern Show to do damage control from the sweatshops. He goes to his buddy Howard. And if you don't think he doesn't know what's going on in these freak off parties, you are crazy. He knows every bit. And he's also going to run the New York Marathon, I think, for some charity thing he's doing.
Or P Daddy.
What's up, baby?
What's up, man?
How you?
I'm beautiful, baby. I am beautiful.
Thank you.
Isn't it the D, the I, the...
Thank you, Red Roost. Yeah, why is there no banana Gatorade? They have every conceivable flavor except banana, which is one of probably the most eaten fruits, maybe the most eaten fruit there is. I had one today to wash down my 10 medication tablets that I take now. Like a fucking old fuck with a pill box now that I have to load. That's how I knew. I told you that I'm not going to go into it. My conversation with my general physician, where he goes, hey, look, I've been a pill box, and I go, Kevin Bacon's your age, and then he just like wouldn't roll with the Hollywood talk, and I'm like, fuck, how do I get out of this?
D, the D, the Y, the D, the I, the D.
Yeah.
See.
Well, you're not spelling Diddy then.
No, it's Diddy and then did. It's music.
Crazy Robin dropped out again. Ida Green, like Depp in Miramar High School. But Ida Greenback's called you a great skill of raconteur storytelling.
It's a great song. I love that song.
Thanks a lot, man.
You know I love it.
Yeah.
I sing it a lot. I do sing that.
You do? You walk around town going to
Andrew Jenkins said, I took a class of physics and music, and me, electric guitars are the closest thing to the human voice range. I know, but Andrew, you have to admit, like for every one of you, there's 5 people who play guitar just because they think it looks cool. There's no musicianship about it. They just think this will get me laid if I play this instrument. There's nothing noble about it. They just love the look of it, and it's a poser that does that.
No, I don't say the P. I say the D. I do. I swear to God, I sing that song.
That and Ziggy Stardust.
And you know what else I sing? Christina Aguilera's "You Are So." I am.
Yes, Ben. King Norris still jealous of all things Police and Sting all the years. I actually have a Golden Sumner clip. He talks about any music nerds and stuff. It's what he gets as residuals from P. Diddy sampling his music.
The most beautiful. I'm beautiful in every single way.
You are beautiful.
And words don't bring me down. Oh no.
That's Aguilera?
That's Christina Aguilera.
I'm over it too, Red Rooster. I could care less about live music anymore. I really don't give a shit. I'd rather karaoke all night. I really would. I think it's way more fun. I don't know if I give a shit anymore about seeing a band live. I really don't. I don't want to stand up. I don't want to look over anyone. I don't want to scream. I don't think I give a shit. And I'm a big music fan. I just don't care about seeing it live anymore.
Wow. I sing the Diddy, Christina Aguilera, and Starman from David Bowie.
Quite a repertoire.
Hey, whatever turns you on. Why not?
When will you be performing? I'd like to see this show.
PC23 says, I actually went to college to be marine biologist. George Costanza. I love that. That's a cool game. I love all things oceanic. Sunflower Dragon is a fucking... Isn't this crazy? She said at one point in a chat, she was a diving instructor, and she taught... This is a great tie-in. Clarence Clemens was one of her clients. Of the East Street Band. Rest in peace, the great Clarence Clemens. I never introduced my favorite ones to you. That's his collaboration with Jackson Browne, as you know. And yes, that's a she's almost a marine biologist. And my friend stole money to buy crack. I dropped out of college 6 months later. I was in the academy. Wow. That's a crazy story, PC. That is a great story. You might be my favorite ex-cop. Besides Tom Hansen.
I saw P. Diddy on the, what show did I just see you on with a whole bunch of black people on stage. There were like 50 guys up there with you and like 50 women. And you were the only guy I knew. Where was that?
The Radio Music Award.
There it is. You know, they gave that old geezer, Casey Kasem, a Radio Music Award.
Mm-hmm.
Evidently, I got one, but some guy took it.
Yeah, apparently they gave everybody one.
Yeah, Casey Kasem, the guy who did the voice of Robin, the Super Friends, and Mark from Battle of the Planets, and every voiceover in Top 40. Yeah, he doesn't deserve one now. Good. Just you. You're the only one that deserves it. Cool place where I grew up. Kids of no phones or computers, says Red Rooster. I think it's about South Dakota.
Then he took your award.
Who was up on that stage with you? A ton of guys.
That was Nelly. Nelly and the St. Lunatics.
Nelly took off the Band-Aid.
Oh, so you don't recognize him?
No. I'm not a big...
Anyone remember the Band-Aid mad Derek Chivas, a small forward from Missouri? I thought was going to be a great NBA player and sucked. He went to the Rockets, which was a perfect fit at the time. I'm like, this guy's going to kill it. And, every once in a while, I'm wrong. I thought Gerald Glass from Mississippi was going to be like the superstar. They called him world-class Glass in college, and he was the best player in the SEC, including Shaquille O'Neal. And he just farted out in the NBA. He played for Minnesota and Detroit. And
Nelly guy.
Nelly's a cute guy.
He might be cute, but...
he's adorable.
You know who my daughter's into?
Who?
Usher.
Usher's gorgeous, too.
I said to her, why the picture of Usher on your loose...
Thank you, Mary Jean. Your knowledge of pop culture amazes me. We all have our pockets of knowledge and our brain farts and our hiccups and our blind spots. I stick with what I know. Thank you, Mary Jean. That's a great compliment from a great broad. There's I spent a lot of time as a depressed person internalizing, reading a lot of magazines, listening to a ton of, watching a lot of TV, listening to a lot of radio, and just sort of taking it all in and spitting it out. And thank you very much for that kind compliment and kind dono, as the kids say.
Binder. She goes, he's the hottest guy I ever saw.
Did you see his abs? Woohoo.
Hey, P. Diddy's got some abs now.
Andrew Jenkins, that's a phenomenal question. Do you think Howard's Jamie Foxx screed was somehow related to P. Diddy? That is a fantastic observation. I didn't even really... I know Jamie Foxx is, friends with him and in on these parties, but I didn't connect. Howard had that, like, oh, I'm gonna blow up your spot, Jamie Foxx, implying that Jamie Foxx, not Howard, is gay. And how would you know that unless maybe Ross Zapin tipped him off of the Diddy freak parties that Jamie Foxx was there doing what Andrew Jenkins is accusing him of doing, allegedly. And that is a fantastic connecting of the dots, Mr. Jenkins. That is great. And at some point, I'm going to have to get that Jamie Foxx. I actually made a compilation of that when Howard had that feud. That's because Jamie Foxx had the foxhole, no pun intended, on Sirius, and they fucking ripped Howard to shreds, him and a bunch of comedians he brought in. And then Howard tried to, argue with tapes, because he's certainly not going to take him on head on. And his big thing was he's implying that Jamie Foxx was gay. And that is phenomenal the way you linked it to that.
P. Diddy, he's been working out.
That's right.
How many miles are you running now?
My longest run was 20 miles.
20? You've done 20. Wow.
And what is your quickest mile?
I'd say my quickest mile was like a 6:30.
You're kidding me?
Yeah.
Well, you'll have no problem beating
But then you
Oprah.
hurt your knee, right? What'd you do?
Yeah. I mean, I have like severe tendonitis.
Oh, that's nothing.
Patellar tendonitis, yeah.
That's nothing. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah,
Did you run through that?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to run through it. My focus is to raise this $1 million for kids.
Well, dude, you put so much pressure on yourself. Now you have to run it.
Yeah, no doubt.
You got.
But wait a minute.
Tendonitis was... It seemed like that was the first injury I ever had, supposedly, when I was in middle school. And I don't know how, I just never got it again. One time, and I don't know if it was growing pains. Show me that smile again. But I had tendonitis once. You don't hear about it, but I also think that would be a tremendous name for a rapper. Tendonitis would be a phenomenal name for a rapper. I think I'm going to copyright that before Fillmore steals that too.
He's running to raise $1 million. Didn't you tell me he was worth $295 million?
Yeah, I just read your Forbes list. 293.7 is what you're worth. God,
yeah.
Damn, that's a lot of money.
$290 million P. Diddy's worth. Now, this is when Howard's not at Sirius yet. So you got to remember, Howard's probably making about 30, I think I heard 35 million to 40 million a year around this time. But he's trying to pretend, right? If only P. Diddy would throw it back at him.
Yeah, that's if I sell all those companies, if I cash in.
Oh.
I don't have that sitting in the bank. I wish I had that sitting in the bank somewhere.
How liquid are you?
I mean, I'm definitely blessed. I've been able to, as far as for trying to raise the money for the kids, I've been able to give a hefty donation.
Who are the?
Thank you and welcome, JJ. This is a fascinating interview to go back 20 years and hear this now. It's fascinating. It doesn't come up. I had to really dig for this. Like when I was searching for I found about 8 interviews. At some point in our Patreon, I'm going to connect all the interviews together and put this like huge P. Diddy compilation. I told you our video got blocked. The one in 06 when, well, this is the only thing that I'm going to play on here. I don't want to get blocked again. And Sarah had to do some hocus pocus to get it re-upped, and it fucked with everything. But this is my favorite part.
Yeah, Diddy, we're talking white pussy. Yeah,
we got white pussy.
Come on, every breath you take.
Just want that circulated a little bit. Welcome, JJ Thrash. JJ Thrash will attest. He's a great guitarist, and he thinks the world has too many guitars, and it should have stopped at him. Way better than Fred Norris. JJ Thrash participated in our remake the Boys in the Hamptons song, I Want to Feel This, and did a phenomenal job, as everybody did. It was such a good contest. And speaking of contests, please, anybody, we're trying to do roasts. We're going to do the Howard roast, the Fred roast, the Robin roast, the Marcy Turk roast, even Benji, Sal, and Richard. Anyone has any submissions for anything regarding those names I just mentioned, please, any set, as long as you want. If you want me to read it, I'll read your material and you'll get credit for it. We're trying to do a roast that they never did on Sirius. And I want to thank Judy Wright for the super sticker, Judy. And we are looking forward to having you on for a 21 Jump Street or Depp movie watch along. If you do it. I mean, I don't know. You said you're an older Depp fan, and you own that shit. And he wishes he was dating you at this point, because we would never be in this mess if he was dating the likes of Judy Wright. But no. He's got to be in a constant midlife crisis. What George Clooney said about celebrities could not be more true. He said that celebrities are caught in the age they got famous. In their minds, they stay that age and cannot part with it. I think that's really, really, I think it holds true on so many people. I think about that quote all the time. So prescient and prophetic. And Howard did mention, okay, so Melody says Howard did mention Diddy recently, but I can't recall the date. Do you remember vaguely the context? Because there's no way. Thank you, Ida Greenbacks, for the compliment. Because there's no way he went into. I'm sure it was vague and had no bite to it and spineless. And he did the fake memory thing. It's exactly what Nick wrote up there. That we used to hang out. And
I've been able to, as far as for trying to raise the money for the kids, I've been able to give a hefty donation.
Thank you, Sky Spectre. This is a very fun chat. We have some of the greatest people on the internet, all in the same. It's a good group here. I'm really, really happy with everybody, and the chemistry and the vibe. We're really lucky. There's no way you can be racist. You sing rock steady. I know. Steady rocking on. I love that video because it's like 5 Steve Harveys on stage at the same time.
Who are these kids? I mean,
Thank you, Autobot. I hope to have you on very soon. Thank you for the Peter Cullen reference, my favorite voiceover artist. This week on 21 Jump Street, in order to rid himself of any affiliation to P. Diddy, Hanson is going to have to become a rapist.
I'm definitely blessed. I've been able to, as far as for trying to raise the money for the kids, I've been able to give a hefty donation.
Yeah, well said, G Canada. Well, Arm, rich people only can afford cocaine. Of course, Howard would assume all black people are poor and dead and deal in crack. Thank you.
Donation,
Who are these kids? I mean,
Yeah, which kid?
Right, A. Smith. So Kathy Lee Gifford was the face of all things sweatshop back then. And so this is, you could not bring up, literally her name to this day is synonymous with, you say sweatshop, immediately you think of Kathy Lee Gifford, and Howard could not have had more fun with that. Piling on. That's a great show too. The Kathy Lee Gifford, Frank Gifford feud that's a great series. We don't spend enough time.
He's running to raise $1 million. Didn't you tell me he was worth $295 million?
Yeah, I just read your Forbes list. 293.7 is what you're worth. God,
yeah.
Damn.
So Howard's obsessed with the Forbes list and staring at when he gets on it, we don't hear about it. Florentine's wife was then caught effing a dude and then was ruined. So sad. Yeah, Florentine's life is really strange, Sky Spectre. That is a great thing to recap his kind of, his trajectory. Thank you, Mary Jean. Right, Chris Judd. Mark Anthony was another one. Thank you, Ida. I was thinking of Chris Judd, but Mark Anthony is a great reference. That's another one. Goodfellas and Casino tops. Not in my opinion, Lucy Fire. I don't agree.
I think Brasco is better than both of them. I think it's got a better, and I think it really is how the Mafia, and that's fine. Goodfellas is great. Casino gets slow at the end. I don't like all of Casino. I like some of it. I think The Sopranos is superior to a lot of that. But Donnie Brasco came out before The Sopranos. And if you look at, I was thinking about this, I didn't say this, and I wanted to, and I'll say it when we go back and do Brasco. The dynamic of Donnie Brasco is similar to The Sopranos, where Sonny Black would be Tony, Donnie would be Christopher Moltisanti, Paulie Walnuts would be Lefty, and Stephen Van Zant's character Silvio would be Paulie, who is played by James Russo. It's a very similar dynamic to The Sopranos.
A lot of money.
Yeah, that's if I sell all those companies, if I cash in.
Oh.
I don't have that sitting in the. I wish I had that sitting in the bank. I have to run through it.
And Carmelo reminds me of Anne Heche in that movie, a lot like her.
My focus is to raise this $1 million for kids.
Well, dude, you put so much pressure on yourself. Now you have to run it.
Yeah, no doubt.
You got.
But wait a minute. He's running to raise $1 million. Didn't you tell me he was worth $295 million?
Yeah, I just read your Forbes.
Yeah, Zersky. Yes, Celebrity Got Me Out. That was Chris Judd with Stuttering John. Clinton and Biden in the 90s brought in a low that made sickening for crack cocaine 10 times what it is for powder. I didn't realize that, G. Canada. That was the influx of it. I did not know that was the connection. Leave it to you.
List 293.7 is what you're worth. God,
yeah.
Damn, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's if I.
Yeah, Sky Spectre. We all know that Howard's two-faced. You just can't say it enough, and you can't bring enough names in with it, and you can't throw it in his face, and you can't circulate it enough. He just needs to be called out more by somebody besides Maureen Callahan and our buddy Adam Levy.
Sell all those companies, if I cash in.
And Fox News.
I don't have that sitting in the. I wish I had that sitting in the bank somewhere.
How liquid are you?
Oh, thank you. So Chris Judd is considered her first actual husband. Okay, thank you, Judy.
I'm definitely blessed. I've been able to, as far as for trying to raise the money for the kids, I've been able to give a hefty donation.
Who are these kids? I mean,
yeah, which kids are we talking about?
New York City, New York City children. I'm running for 3 different charities.
Oh my, George Takei over here. Anyone that gets a coincidence that suddenly P. Diddy's coming out with this children's charity at exactly the same time he's getting accused of trafficking in sweatshops. And that shit's true. So suddenly we're doing, a lot of times celebrities will, when they get in trouble, they either play the alcoholic card. I'm a sex addict, right? We've heard that's a funny one. And now you suddenly over donate to charity to try to cover up your misdeeds
that are based around New York City children.
How's that translated to money? People donate?
Yes, yeah. People call. Everybody.
Right, Zersky. He never gets the lyrics right, and he deliberately gets it wrong. He's so cool. He doesn't know how to memorize lyrics. Oh, I'm gonna deliberately get it. That'll show P. Diddy that I'm his music's beneath me. I'm gonna deliberately forget the lyrics.
If you get involved, you can call. I have a hotline, 877-RUN-DIDDY.
Let's call that number now, 877-RUN-DIDDY, and see if it's still in operation 20 years later, that he paid for a lifetime 877-RUN-DIDDY.
And it's operated at any time, 877-RUN-DIDDY, or you could call, or you could log on to the website, DiddyRunsTheCity.com, or at your local Foot Locker in the tri-state area. They have drop boxes. So that's how we've been raising funds. We've been doing a good job with up to $700,000.
And then you've got $1 million bet with Oprah that if you beat her time, she will donate $1 million to your charity.
She didn't actually say that, but I go see her the day after the marathon, so we're going to see.
I wonder how much shit Oprah is taking for her affiliation with Diddy. I do remember him going on her show. I'm more worried about being romaine lettuce. A. Smith, as no matter how much you fucking doctor it up, it is so. It really is. What a cruel joke God plays on all of us, right? That everything that tastes good is seemingly bad for you, and everything that tastes like shit, like romaine lettuce, is seemingly good for you. It's really bizarre. It's really hard. And I know Sunflower Dragon's going crazy. He's going to throw in some things that are, but for the most part, it is true that everything that tastes good seemingly is bad for you.
How much she's going to donate. But we've had some major donations from friends, like Ashton Kutcher did 20,000. Then
So everybody knows. He just said Ashton Kutcher, right? Okay, this guy. What do you think he's doing? Him and his PR people and managers and his wife Mila Kunis right now are doing with all. So every time you see anything P Diddy back then, Ashton Kutcher is brought up into everything, and he's going to try to back away that he doesn't know exactly what happens at and didn't participate in these freak parties. The guy who's best friends with Danny Masterson, who is in jail probably for the rest of his life for rape from that 70s show. It is, I would love to just have some kind of eavesdropping ability and hear the fucking damage control going on the Kutcher team, much like Dan Schneider, right? When the documentary hit. The Nickelodeon documentary. I would love to hear the damage control he has to do now, because I think he's done. I think Ashton Kutcher the name is just synonymous with Me Too creeps in every way. And he's sort of avoided like straight up, culpability and affiliation, but he can't dodge this one. He's so annoying. I mean, all the most annoying people in Hollywood. Jimmy Fallon got brought into it, thank God. Kevin Hart, Russell Brand, the most annoying, overexposed people you just want to punt are all seemingly involved in this.
And Jen did 78,000.
Why 78,000?
Because a mile, they pledged me a mile, so Jennifer pledged 1,000.
Jennifer Lopez pledged. And I love that. By the way, this thing about like walkathons, just give them the money. Stop with the running and the walking. Just give them the money. You know what you want. You know what you need. Stop with the fuck. Just donate the money. Stop. It's a waste of everybody's time.
A mile, and I came to 26 miles. I mean, $26,000, and Ben doubled that on his own. So
Boy, I'm a cheap son of a bitch. I didn't
What
play
did you pledge?
nothing.
No, I mean,
Yeah, Howard. We found out that's true. Kathy Griffin cornered Howard on his own show and said, "Who do you donate charity to?" And he couldn't humana out of it. He's like, "No, I mean, you're God. You making?" And I think she's definitely making about 40 million just before Sirius. And he's like, I donate to a lot of. I don't like to brag about it. And then Gary runs into the throws his body in front of Howard and starts to make charities up. It was such a good clip, and I'm gonna have to wheel that one out soon. Kathy Griffin wouldn't let up that someone as rich as Howard is not synonymous with anything charitable, and Judy Wright says, dragging my son to see Keith Urban in Vegas. He does a great show. I hope you have fun. I'm not a Keith Urban fan, but I hope you have fun. Urban studies, as it were.
You about to pledge now over the air, Howard? Come on.
No.
Oh, that's great. So P. Diddy, I didn't even hear this. P. Diddy's putting him on the spot to pledge to the charity, and Howard can't even fake it. So Mary Jean says Puff Daddy saw Jamie Foxx in the hospital and saw some stories on that on YouTube. I will check that out, Mary Jean.
Nothing.
No, I mean, you about to pledge now over the air, Howard? Come on.
No. That's $78,000.
You can't match that.
You don't have to pledge that much. Every dollar counts, man. Every dollar from everybody counts. So that's why we're trying to get everybody to hit the phone lines. But it helps New York City children, Robin.
I pledge much love.
I saw a gossip story that was talking about how Howard. There's a rule on the show. I think Gary was eavesdropped on, and that said that Howard doesn't everything, especially even the North Shore Animal League, they haven't donated a dime to they think that if you do his show, that somehow that's promotion enough and he's done his part. He literally does not donate to charity. I mean, this is just proof. He sort of wants nothing. He won't even say, hey, here's $1,000. Howard, $40 million a year. Do you realize how nothing that is to him? And he can't even fake it. He really is that bad. Thank you, Chad. He says, DeMarcus Boogie Cousins, I'm right with you. But right now, I visualize it. Maybe it was Sacramento Kings jersey with Lynch on the back. Could have been. It's too bad George Lynch didn't play for the Kings, the old hybrid combo forward from North Carolina. Played for a bunch of different teams.
Love.
Jeez, what can we do
I'll
with
give
that?
privately. I don't need to make my statement over the radio.
I'll give privately. I don't need to make my statement over the air. Now, if you really care about the charity, wouldn't you think your donation would influence other people to pile on the charity? Like, wouldn't you think that would start a rivulet of infectious donations? No, because you don't donate shit, and you never have, and you never will. I'll do it in private.
I don't need to get all the credit that J-Lo gets.
Jay-Z pledged, $26,000.
Really?
Yeah, Busta Rhymes. So I mean, it's been a great turnout from the music industry.
Busta Rhymes got that kind of scratch?
Wow.
Busta Rhymes does well.
I didn't know.
Why would $26,000 be a lot to a Busta Rhymes or any of those people? Like, what? Is he playing that? Does he think we're that stupid that we think $26,000 is a lot to Howard? Is he really trying to make us look that we're that stupid that we don't know how much money he makes? He is a master of pretending to play not just the victim card, but he thinks he's a civilian. He wants you to think, and it's not out of modesty. He doesn't want civilian. You are not worthy enough to know what he makes. That whole bullshit about it. I don't want to charge the plumber $10,000 to fucking change a light bulb.
Where's he getting all his money?
He tours a lot.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I had no idea he was making that kind.
Tendinitis of the knee, Ida. I love the knee. I twisted it going for an offensive rebound and fell weird, and it kind of been a growing pains thing. But it never came back, and I thought about it for years after. It never came back. It never recurred.
Money comes in here acting all poor mouthing.
And MTV, the pledge now over the air.
Thank you. I love you. But Tendinitis is a great name for a rapper.
Hey, Howard, come on.
No. That's $78,000.
You can't match that.
You don't have to pledge that much.
You got a deal, Ben. Sarah and I will duet the Growing Pains theme on the Deppening. She knows. Speaking of which, DiCaprio is mixed up in this, which is great. That guy needs to be cut down so many pegs, especially how he treats fans on the street. I would love for him to get a comeuppance. His life's way too charmed, and he's so miscast in all those fucking Scorsese movies. His name sounds Italian, so let's cast him in it. He's only good, in my opinion. He's only believable when he plays Arnie and Gilbert Grape and This Boy's Life, and even on Growing. But he is, I fucking hate that guy.
Every dollar counts, man. Every dollar from everybody counts. So that's why we're trying to get everybody to hit the phone lines. But it helps New York.
And when he plays a tough guy, it is laughable when he tries to play a tough guy. He's the worst with the fucking granny arms, and he's classic too. He's the king of skinny fat. And he was a big wigger too in those years. Remember the Pussy Posse? Him running around with fucking Lucas Haas and
City children, Robin.
I pledge much love.
Love.
Toby Maguire was his buddy. And
love.
Jeez, what can we do
I'll
with that?
give privately. I don't need to make my statement over the radio. I don't need to get all the credit that J-Lo gets.
Oh, thank you, Ida Greenback. So it means inflammation is the euphemism now for tendinitis. That's why I don't hear it. Thank you.
Z pledged, $26,000.
Really?
Yeah, Buster.
G. Canada says Fillmore is a giant douchebag, without a doubt. That's G. Canada that's a guy you don't want to be on the shit list. Glad he's on my team. Let's just say he gave me hat collection therapy. Yes, everyone, like and subscribe. Sarah's right. Let's hit that like button right now. Sarah wants 10 more. Please, everyone, hit the like button. I don't know what it does to this day, but please hit it for Dr. Sarah. She's very intimidating. As intimidating as what's his name? God damn it, I'm blanking on his name. I gotta think about it. Let me just go back to this.
Rhymes. So I mean, it's been a great turnout from the music industry.
Busta Rhymes got that kind of scratch?
Wow.
Busta Rhymes does well.
I didn't know he was. Where's he getting all his money?
He tours a lot.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I had no idea he was making that kind of money. Comes in here acting all poor mouthing.
And MTV pledged 100,000.
100,000?
Yes.
I thought you had some corporate sponsors as well.
Yes, we have McDonald's, we have Nike, we have Lincoln.
And what kind of kids are we talking about? Are we talking
Nike, McDonald's, two companies that will not advertise on the Howard Stern show. That's pretty good. Think about that, right? The Howard Stern show is so reviled by these major companies that they'll advertise and donate to P. Diddy's charity. And while he's being accused of trafficking with sweatshops. Isn't that amazing? Two companies that will not advertise on the Howard Stern show. Listen to Howard probing everybody about the money. It is so ridiculous. And just, I dare someone to turn it back around on him. Ask him what he makes. Why? P. Diddy's in kind of contrition mode here. So he's not going to go, oh, Howard, what do you make?
about handicapped kids?
No. We talk about the children in New York City that need our help in the inner city, or that are faced with help.
Sarah was defending Kirk Cameron, and she has a really good point that he was one of the first people to kind of call out Hollywood for the pedo stuff. And Brian Peck, who is Dan Schneider's right-hand man, was the biggest pedo monster, as Dan knows, and he's right there with him in a different way and in other ways, and you're going to find out more allegedly. And Brian Peck was the acting coach on Growing Pains, Leonardo DiCaprio's acting coach when he played Luke on that one season of Growing Pains. And Sarah said that Zersky, that Kirk Cameron was like the first one to really call out the pedo stuff in Hollywood. Yeah, because he was obviously the huge TV star at that point, and probably just as prevalent on or Sal would say prevalent on Bopper and 16 and Tiger Beat magazines as Depp was.
Problems like one of the charities of the Children's Hope.
Speaking of Growing Pains, does anyone know the Boner story? He died. So Boner did an episode of 21 Jump Street, and he was obviously his best friend on. He's whatchamacallit, what the Star Trek. His dad's on. Oh goddamn! What is the not McCoy? Not Czech. Oh, it's a Russian name. God damn it! I can't remember his last name. He's his son, and he committed suicide, and they found him dead in a park in 2010 in Vancouver. And Jump Street was, I think it's the same park they used on Jump Street. Chekhov. It just hit me. I'm not a big Trekkie, but I know the basics, what everybody else knows.
Foundation, which helps kids with the HIV.
Thank you, Ben Benjamin. Yes, everybody hit the like and subscribe button. Sarah's going crazy over here. Thank you, Sarah. I'll share nudes. Sarah will share nudes and her gorgeous. Speaking of nudes, Sarah, we brought her up before. I'm going to do it again. That Panthro from the Thundercats. This is his lost daughter who did a Kal-El and got put in a rocket ship and sent to Oregon to be your cat. She has all the martial arts skills and agility. Oh, look at that cartoon cat.
HIV virus.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I mean, at Daddy's House Social Program, which is my charity, we send kids to a summer camp, from the inner city, kids from the inner city every year to a summer camp. They need to get bit by mosquitoes and chase fireflies.
That fresh air thing.
Yeah, fresh air. It's like, definitely like a fresh air fun type of thing.
That's nice.
And then last but not least is the New York City public school system. And, we're in a deep crisis.
Does anyone know, I knew a lot about P. Diddy kind of for years, but I didn't realize his mother, I think a lot of people know this, was a prostitute. And his dad was, what the fuck was his dad's occupation? His dad left? What was his dad's original? His dad left the family, and so he was raised by his mom, who was a prostitute and tried to run. It's a really odd, he grew up in Harlem, and there was some other tidbit to it. I think he went to private school. But there's some catch with it. I forget what his dad. Shit. No, his dad was a huge drug dealer. Okay, yeah. His dad was a huge drug dealer in really the big bad time in New York. Like, this is I'm not one to even, but like the 70s in New York City, Harlem, and That is some badass shit to be a dealer at that time in that era in the grimy, fucking crazy time in New York. But yeah, his dad was a huge, huge drug dealer, and he is from Harlem originally, and his mom was a prostitute.
The kids don't have the proper technology, the updated books, the basic library needs.
Look at you.
That's kind of what LeBron's school in Ohio is. That's look at him, Howard. Right. That's what you don't do. You fake doing it with cats.
The kids don't have the proper technology, the updated books, the basic library needs.
Look at you, man. You're like another Mother Teresa.
Well, he's good to the kids.
Another bankrupt reference. Mother Teresa, Brad Pitt, Hitler. Judy Wright says, I'd watch 21 Jump Street. I still can't figure out how I become a paying member. Sarah, if you're in there, will you put the link to the Patreon in the chat? Wino Forever. We'd love to have you at least. God, Judy, there's so much material for you to listen to. I think I clocked it at 140 hours of 21 Jump Street listening material since we've been doing it.
Here, but I heard those kids in Honduras.
You will never find anybody anywhere in any time in any era that comes close to that amount of material for that show. It just won't even. You could combine them all, and nobody's gonna. We're just starting season 3.
Hey, yeah. Hey, P. Diddy, what are we going to do about this now?
Yeah. No, I heard about that, so I immediately got on that. I sent a team out there to do further investigations. We're not going to tolerate any.
So Puff Daddy sends a team to investigate the sweatshops. Team he's doing, so this is where he's doing
Mother
that.
Teresa.
Well, he's good to the kids here, but I heard those kids in Honduras.
Hey, yeah. Hey, P. Diddy, what are we going to do about this now?
Yeah. No, I heard about that, so I immediately got on that. I sent a team out there to do further investigations. We're not going to tolerate any factories that we do business.
He's not going to tolerate any fact. Thank you, JJ Thrash. Back at you. And again, he reminds me, if you want to do a parody song, that's fine too, for the roasts of Howard, Robin, Fred, Benji, Sal, and Richard, and Marcy Turk.
With to mistreat employees. We have a compliance.
Sent to the Deppening at gmail.com or arm34 on Twitter, or Wino Forever _ the Deppening on Instagram. Roast submissions.
Officer that has been at that factory 5 times this year. He didn't see anything, but we heard the information, so we're going to investigate further.
But there's a guy saying now that that the initial report was wrong. That these guys are making 90 cents an hour, which is a huge wage. And
it was supposed to be 90.
That's more than Howard's employees that do, though. Can't be too bad.
90?
Well, some of them came out originally and said they were making 23 cents an hour.
Right.
Then it turned out they
really deserve is 90?
Well, what it was they're making more money. They're making double the amount of money than anybody else is making.
Is that right?
I mean, these guys don't make a lot of money out there. They don't.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know. As far as how much the dollar's worth out there. But at the end of the day, any factory that's missing.
Thank you, Jason LS2. Jason just called the number 1-877 Diddy Run. And he said that it's no longer in service. So it's a 20-year 877 number. Thank you, Jason. That's really funny that you called. That's great. That is so funny. Who cares what it did? I just love that you did that, and thank you for doing it. It's just funny to hear. I thought like maybe he paid like a lifetime. I don't know if you could do that, just to keep it in operation. It's just always funny to try to call these old numbers. I see them all the time now. I'm like, from a VHS tape and
mistreating employees that makes the show on John Brand. If we find out about it, we're pulling our work immediately. We contract outside factories, so we definitely do our best to be on top of the compliances, but we definitely will not be down with any places that are possibly even sweatshops or even the mistreatment of employees. So it's something that we will deal with immediately.
Well, why don't you make your shirts here?
We do make some shirts domestically, but to be honest, Robin, we also make a lot of things overseas, like everybody else, because of the prices to help us to meet our bottom line.
I love him doing damage control. This is so. I mean, it's not funny. It's not at all. But it's just to think back. This is 20 years ago, and Howard's helping him, do damage control here, and he knew exactly his fucking white party buddies. He goes to all of them. I don't know how many years straight, 15 years straight. Ashton Kutcher is going down. Thank you, Andrew. Let's hope, Andrew. Let's hope. There's no bet. I don't see him showing his face. I think it was Sarah that said he should just leave the country. Like, he could do what P. Diddy didn't do and just, like a fucking Roman Polanski and just leave. He can't work. There's no way he's working in Hollywood again with that stank on him.
And our different quotas. But we do things domestically and overseas.
That's right. I'm not,
Ralph Lauren, Calvin Klein, Polo, everybody.
I'm not going to get into this business because
You can't.
I was going to make Howard Stern underpants, but
Right.
I don't know. I don't want to.
Don't want to take it out of the country.
Well, I know me. I will take it out of the country, and I will find guys who work for like 12.
Is he serious about that? Howard Stern underpants. It didn't sound like he's telling a joke. It sounds like he contemplated that. I don't know. I don't know if he's kidding there. A. Smith says they never released the Epstein list. That's why Puffy's list is much more important now. I know that. Why are they have like all their receipts? Who are you protecting by not naming names? Why would you not? Isn't that being more protective if you did name the names? Like, if you have your receipts, why are you holding back? I don't understand it. I don't get.
12 cents an hour.
You will have
I
a
will.
sweatshop.
I will. I'm going to make a profit, man. Hey, it's cutthroat.
Don't do that. Don't do that, Howard. You got to make sure that everybody's on point.
Listen, so you said you're going to put your boot up someone's ass if they.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Can I be there when you do it?
Yeah, if you would like, if you would like, you can help me.
I'll put a pine cone up there, Ed.
Is Epstein's list fully released yet? Yeah, Trump and Epstein stuff is. There's some great that picture of him in Mar-a-Lago in '92 that surfaced. I don't even know how they found that. That's so crazy. He walked in. I'm such an NBA nerd. Like, the first thing I thought of, he walks in with a guy. If I don't know if anyone knows this, I'm sure a couple people. Tom McMillan, and he was a I think he was a congressman, and he played backup center for the Bullets. The first years I started like getting into the NBA and trying to memorize the names. So he was on these Bullets teams that had like Gus Williams, Rick Mahorn, Darren Day. I think Jeff Malone was a rookie. Greg Ballard. Who was the? And he was the backup center to. Now Moses Malone got traded from Philadelphia to Washington, and he was always injured. He had white hair when he was in the NBA, and he constantly had a knee brace on. And so I'm watching this thing, and so Mar-a-Lago, the doors come in, Epstein walks in, and in behind him is Tom McMillan, the old Washington Bullets backup center. And he was a politician at the time, and I think he was a congressman. And I don't know if it was Maryland but he walked in with Epstein. And then you see, obviously, Ghislaine Maxwell as well. It's so bizarre. And so Trump is hosting a party, and the Miami Dolphins cheerleaders are across the way, and he does this dance where he's, oh God, what is that? Oh God, it's one of those old disco songs you used to hear in the early '90s. On you and love so true. And then Trump's dancing and pounding his fists, and he whispers something to Epstein, and they both keel over laughing. And I could not take my eyes off Tom McMillan lurking in the background. He's probably 6'11", 6'10 and a half.
Can we tape it?
Can we do that publicly? It should be, everybody should be able to see it.
Everybody should.
Yes, Jason. Paid in plugs, boss.
Is it hard running your empire? I mean, keeping track of all this kind of crap?
No, I mean, it's not hard. If I find out about it, I address it immediately. In all fairness, the first time I heard about it was...
The North Shore Animal League is a real thing, A. Smith. It's just that Howard doesn't donate money to it. He thinks that if you talk about it on his show, that's enough. And yes, charity is 100% deductible. That's why most charities are scams. But Beth uses it to take private jets back and forth, and she gets a salary from them, and it gives her a fake occupation that the Buchwald agency created for her to make it look like she has something to do besides getting drunk in a bathtub at 12:30 in the afternoon.
2 days ago, and I addressed it immediately. I put people on the plane, to Honduras, and
Oh my God, this is crazy. So Puff Daddy claims he's putting people on a private jet to take down his own Sean John sweatshops. Judy Wright says, I'm so old. I actually saw Elvis Presley at the Hilton Hotel in the 70s when he was still skinny and looking handsome as ever. I actually got escorted off the floor by security. That's great, Judy. That's a great story. I didn't realize until Sarah forced me to watch the Tom Hanks Elvis documentary that by the way, the lead actor in that movie was a Dan Schneider actor in Austin Butler in those Nickelodeon shows. That Elvis's hair is based on Captain Marvel Jr., Shazam's kind of sidekick, Freddie Freeman, who had the crutch. And the hair, the swoop, Elvis's classic hair is based on Captain Marvel Jr. Isn't that crazy? Freddie Freeman, not Shazam, Captain Marvel Jr. Shazam, who had the blue costume and the crutch.
trying to deal with it responsibly as an executive, and just doing my best.
Yes, Jason, he wanted too much to hang his flat screen, Robin. 10 grand.
I've been in the apparel business.
You keeping track of all this kind of crap?
No, I mean, it's not hard. If I find out about it, I address it immediately. In all fairness, the first time I heard about it was, 2 days ago, and I addressed it immediately. I put people on the plane, to Honduras, and, I'm trying to deal with it responsibly as an
Yeah, thanks, G. Canner. Just to give you context, sort of the money, some kind of like perspective. Latrell Sprewell, NBA player, played for Golden State and the Knicks in Minnesota, kind of a hybrid 2.5. Sometimes he played the 2, and lesser he played the 3. Great player for a few years. That famous thing where he choked out PJ Carlissimo. Said $21 million is nothing, and he couldn't feed his dogs on it, and it was an insult. 3 years later, he filed for bankruptcy and had $400,000 house repossessed. That is crazy.
Executive, and just doing my best. I've been in the apparel business for 5 years.
Yeah, Gilbert Grape is a top 5 movie. Ida Greenbacks. Really, one of the most. Thank you, Jason and G. Canada. Chekhov. G. Canada claims he doesn't know anything about pop culture or nerd stuff, but here he has Chekhov in a finger snap. Thank you, guys.
Very successful with it, and we've seen things like
Tendrils. Gilbert Grape is a great movie. It's a slice of life kind of thing set in Iowa, a fictitious town called Indora, Iowa. And I never cry. The biggest cry I ever got in a movie is when the mom dies in that movie. It's brutal scene for me, and they burn the house down. It is a tough scene, and David's playing the piano the whole time. It is, and they watch the house burn down. It is. I think it's the most I've ever cried during a movie.
It's happened to other companies like the Gap and.
They say, people who are in the know or Depp's inner circle, that the Gilbert Grape character is the most similar to Depp in anything that he's ever played, in terms of overall personality and you could see how pale he is during that very heroin-based filming of that. And apparently he dated Juliette Lewis during those years, and you could see how pale he is. And they had an intervention at his agent Tracy Jacobs' house right after the movie, and that's a great story in the transcripts.
Kathy Lee, and you have to be on top of it. You have to address it immediately and forcefully.
It's got to drive Kathy Lee crazy that to this day, right? And I said this before, but I probably didn't finish the thought, that her name is utterly synonymous with sweatshop. When you say sweatshops, you immediately think Kathy Lee Gifford, even novices that don't follow show business. And the second thought you have about Kathy Lee Gifford is Sarah's cartoon cat, Camilla. And I she's a Jesus freak, fake Jesus freak into this. I wonder if that still eats at her. That's still synonymous. Sweatshops and Catholic. You cannot not bring her name up. McDonald's advertises, but it's hidden in John Hine. Yeah, it's true, Melody. There's a lot of Jason Kaplan, John Hine, McDonald's talk, and one wonders if that is some on the DL product placement kind of thing. Payola.
Are people going to accuse you like, oh, you're not on top of your business or something?
Oh, no, I don't think they could do that because, people know that.
Thank you, Mary Jean. So Puff Daddy went to Mount St. Michael Catholic Boys School in the Bronx. Thank you, Mary Jean. That's what I thought I saw.
I have a compliance officer that's been in the business for 30 years. He's one of the top in the business. And so his words saying that he visited the factory 5 times this year alone
means something to you.
Yeah. It means a lot at the end of the day when all information comes out. But we're not taking the allegations lightly.
Right.
They're not allegations towards me. They're allegations towards the factory. So it's something that we're addressing right away. So if we were just twiddling our thumbs and we didn't put nobody on a plane, then it would be something that we weren't respecting the people that made the accusations. But we're respecting them. We thank them for bringing this to our attention. And it's something that we're going to address immediately and get back to everybody.
You haven't had sex for 2 weeks?
Yeah, I haven't had sex for 2 weeks. I feel my legs feel stronger than ever.
Howard, great transition, Howard. Great, really, your heart's in the right place. Somebody has to run the tight ship, or he'd run it into the ground. Sarah believes she's talking about me. That's a great compliment. I run everything into the ground. You're right. She is right. He doesn't even know what companies to get from the W-9s or from what a W-9 even is. Howard does not. You are right, Sarah. You are right.
Are you afraid during the run that you could have an accident?
Yes, a pretty girl runs
with that wind running up against you, and
Instagram is very confusing, Judy. When you first go on, it took me a long time to grasp the whole. I don't even want to go. We should do a TikTok for the Deppening. I really should. I should put all those Howard clips and this. I must do that, but I've been holding back. But I think I'm gonna bite it and start a TikTok this week.
Let's say a hot chick is in front of you.
If that happens, it'll be an enjoyable experience even more.
Will you run with an entourage? In other words,
if Sarah was Depp's agent instead of Tracy Jacobs, well, even Tracy's wasn't. He'd never be in that mess, and certainly not.
Will you have?
If I were picking the scripts.
Bodyguards running with you, etc.
No, I will not have bodyguards running with me.
Why did Howard ask him? Why does he have bodyguards running with him? Because what do we know about Howard? SEAL Team Sex is hovering over him at all times. So this bullshit about him running in the park with Pat Menachia, there's 4 bodyguards hovering in limos all around him. He ain't going, and that's why you ask P. Diddy that. That's projection, as you.
What I will, there are going to be 2. The New York City Police are having 2 officers. Just watch me. They're runners. They'll be around in the vicinity. They won't be blocking me from the other runners. I'll be running with the rest of the runners, embracing the whole marathon.
I think you should be allowed to carry a gun during the race. What do you think of that?
Yeah, no.
That'll slow him down. He's got to beat Oprah's time.
A gun strapped to your leg.
I don't need nothing holding me down.
A gun strapped to his leg. Who do you think does that? Right? Who's projecting that? We've heard rumors about Howard claiming it. You really think this fucking Wigga bifida stiff pussy would have the dexterity to pull a gun out if shit went down? You really think, you know how deft and how cool hand you have to be? There's some of the dumbest, most incapable people are licensed to carry and just can't do a damn thing with it. There's not a shot in hell he'd be able to protect himself ever if shit went down. It would take him 40 times as long. You ever see him try to hit a soundbite or hit a button on his console? He's slurping on fucking yogurt and granola. You think he could pull a gun out of a cankle holster? This is Howard talking about himself. Sarah, everybody appreciates you. You get your ass kissed more than Mark Cuban at a Dallas Mavericks Christmas party.
Yeah, no.
That'll slow him down. He's got to beat Oprah's time.
A gun strapped to your leg.
I don't need nothing holding me down.
A 32, something like this. A very small weapon that could take a man out very quickly.
Ben Benjamin. Arm loves you. He might not say it enough, but he does. You're right, Ben.
Even that is heavy when you're doing 26 miles.
Absolutely. I got to tell you something. I think I know many people who've run 26 miles.
Have you ran it yet?
No. The most I've ever done was about 15 miles. And I'm going to tell you something. This is not an easy thing.
This is terrible.
You start seeing angels.
Yep.
You start hallucinating. You start praying. You find yourself when you run over like 17 miles.
I've run 4 marathons. He's right that you do hit the wall at 7. I've run 4 marathons in my life, and it's not worth it. I did pretty well on them, and I did very well. It's not worth it. You get your time once, you get it out of. I didn't need to get it out of my system. What do you do with it, right? I mean, what is it? You know what you can do. You can do it on your own. You don't need their stopwatch telling you. It's for attention. Usually, it's pointless. I got it out of my system, did well, went out on a good note, and didn't ever. I actually found my time the other day on an old Long Island marathon. They had the records of it. It was bizarre. It's the most overrated accomplishment. It's not that it's overrated. It means something, but what can you do with it? I mean, you know what you can do, and what edification does it have besides? Ben, I'm going to start over just for you. Yes, here we go. Ben, you're so right. I'm going to start over just for you.
Guess who?
I'm just kidding, Ben. We laughed. Judy writes, back to the P. Diddy, finish this up.
You definitely find yourself.
You definitely hit the
I'm
wall.
going to be lost to myself forever.
Are you going to eat during the run?
No, I mean, I'm going to hit some of the goo, which is, you know.
You got to hit the goo, and you're going to have
What's
banana.
the goo?
There's the packets of goo. You eat goo.
Really?
I mean, you have to, else you will not make it.
You won't.
You just will not make it.
You will not make it. What is
goo good?
Yeah.
Yeah. After anything is good after 12 miles. You will eat anything.
It's delicious, and you got to drink a lot of water through.
Oh yeah.
You really do. People discount that. You got to drink water.
No.
I drank so much fluids that I kept stopping to piss on the side. The Long Island Marathon was horrible because half of it was on the Meadowbrook Parkway, and it's 13 miles on that, and it's the most boring vista ever. And I just pissed. I drank so much liquids and fluids that I just kept pissing. And every time I stopped, I was leading it for 21 miles. And every time I stopped to piss, I would lose a spot. And I don't know how I just had that fucking bladder. And I don't know how you don't piss the whole time. I just was overdoing it with the water.
Nike is one of my spots.
And initially, I dropped to 9th overall when I did it. But I was leading it for 21 miles, and I couldn't. It was my first race, and I didn't know the pacing and the whole thing, and I just went gangbusters all out. And my bladder killed 9 positions.
Sponsors and Pepsi's a sponsor, and they have like stations every mile. The marathon is this Sunday.
Right.
So, we're trying to get everybody, to help us, with the donations and raise awareness to what we're trying to do, especially shedding some light on the New York City public school.
I'm going to be there to watch you cross the finish line.
You know what? I have a question. Has
somebody in the chat reminded me that you guys remember MTV was obsessed with Puff Daddy in those years, and they did something called P. Diddy Runs the some MTV special where they showed him training, and then they kind of put this whole special together. I don't know if it was like a week, but MTV covered this. It was, and as you can see, they donated $100,000 to him, and I remember watching that.
the name change been good?
Yeah, the name change has been great. The name change, and also, time just getting a little older. You know what I'm saying? Getting older. And
He was Puff Daddy, and he went to P. Diddy.
Of course, it's been good.
I'm just asking spiritually. Did it work for you? You were looking for something new.
Will you change your name again?
You'll hear Autobot.
No, I'm not going. I'm not going to change my name again. I'm straight with Diddy, and I'm probably just going to end up with my government name, Sean.
Right. Yeah.
End of it all.
I got to start using that more when somebody uses my real name, John. By the way, David, we always tease the word boondoggle. If you rearrange the letters in that word, it's pretty much can spell my last name, which is bizarre. I just was thinking about boondoggle today. David was supposed to be on. I think he got caught up at a gig, and yeah, rearrange boondoggle, and it basically spells my last name.
At the end of it all, yes.
I got a question for Mr. Diddy. I read something in Mike Walker's column about a month ago, and I was curious if it was true.
Oh, I love it. The Mike Walker reference. This is great. I've not heard this.
I have a question. Has the name change been good?
Yeah, the name change.
Asking spiritually, did it work for you? You know.
I'm just gonna end up with my government name, Sean.
Right.
At the end of it all.
At the end of it all, yes.
I got a question for Mr. Diddy. I read something in Mike Walker's column about a month ago, and I was curious if it was true. It said that after Jennifer and Ben broke up, that your girlfriend called Jennifer and said, don't
Stay away from,
don't look over here.
Yeah.
No.
That's beautiful. Boy, these women fighting over you.
Sweet.
You got to remember something with gossip. When they print something, if it's true, they'll be sued. If it's fake, they'll be sued. So all these guys with super duper law teams and retainer lawyers, they're gonna sue you if it's wrong. So when you see something and something, a lot of times it's true. If the guy doesn't get sued, like all that shit on Crazy Days and Nights, a lot of it turned out they were way ahead of the Dan Schneider and Nickelodeon stuff. Everything they said was true. And like I said, someone with his lawyer access, they're going to sue you if it's false, especially Howard. He sues everybody. And all these rumors, he'll sue you if it's false. So why hasn't he sued all these stories? Oh my God, it's all fake. If it's about me, it's fake. No, then why don't you sue him?
Isn't that nice?
Well, she's probably going to get upset when she finds out Jennifer is sponsoring him.
Well, one of the things is...
Yeah, Nick. Nick says I used to be a bike racer for the off season. I ran 13 miles with no prep. I couldn't walk down the stairs for days. Then again, I was like 16. Yeah, it's I don't know. They say that your running peak is your early 30s. I don't know why that is, but when I ran those races, I was in my early to mid 20s, and I walked away from it. I was like, that's enough. It was almost like a Terrell Davis, he had those great seasons with the Broncos. He's like, I got my Super Bowl, I got my 2,000 yards, I'm out of here. I got anything I could get out of it. There was nothing more. I couldn't understand doing it over and over again. You're competing against yourself and their stopwatch, and I just didn't. Running's not a team sport. It's your own therapy. It's your own meditation. And for me, it was almost like going out with the music and whatever I was listening to, and I'd think, and I don't want to be on there. And I'm not a morning person at all. So these races are always 8 o'clock in the morning, and that's not my circadian rhythm. I always ran in the afternoon, and that sucked. So I hated everything about it. I hated it.
Jennifer, is she going to freak out that Jennifer pledged all that money to your race?
Not at all. No,
you better get her in line.
She'll definitely commend that and anybody else who pledges.
But she's not one of those women that's like, why are you still talking to her?
No, I mean, I'm not interested in her like that. So
now's the time. Again, I wish I could coach people to do this show. That P. Diddy should say back to Howard, well, is Beth jealous when you bring up Allison? How would that go? How great would that be? Is Beth jealous when you bring up Angie Everhart or Robin Givens? Is Beth, who are two Buckwald clients? So I wish I could coach them going into these interviews. That would be so great if you said that.
I think it's interesting that Jennifer Lopez, the second she breaks up, comes running to you.
No, I mean, she didn't come running to me.
Please.
Yeah.
Please. I mean, come on.
She was running a marathon.
Sky Spectre, what time zone are you in? Are you in this country? I want to go to bed. So it's 8:17 Eastern time. Are you overseas, or do you go to bed at 8:15 Eastern time?
Right too, P. Diddy.
Yeah, I don't mind freaked out by that too. That's. I know people that go to bed, but it's and it's Friday night, and nothing wrong with it.
877 Run Diddy. That's 877 Run Diddy.
You want to take a phone call or two?
877 Run Diddy. Let's see if he takes a phone call here. I have not listened to this in full. This is fascinating.
Two?
Yes.
All right. King of All Blacks.
Hey, yeah, last night, Puffy was on Hot 97.
Of course, King of All Blacks gets through. That's so great. He's such a he's like a rap a file. aficionado, and he knows everything about the hip hop community.
Right. King of all blacks.
Hey, yeah, last night, Puffy was on Hot 97, and Jennifer Lopez called in, and they was giggling to each other, and
it's an accomplishment, Ida. Of course it is. Of course it is. But I got it out of my system. Like I didn't need to do it over and over again. I mean, I did it 4 times. That was enough. It wasn't fun to me. Like I said, I hate the time that it's on. So the negatives outweighed the positives for me. The rush of that, and the account only went so far. The runner's high. And I did well, and I wanted to get off the stage, unlike Howard. Well, I still could.
And you can always call me. My line is always open for you.
This is great. So King of All Blacks calls in, and he is basically blowing up. And he did this to Howard and Beth, right? When he talked about Beth and was it Mom Caves host? And he's doing this to P. Diddy here and Jennifer Lopez.
Jennifer Lopez called in, and they was giggling to each other and saying, you can always call me. My line is always open for you.
Wow. Yeah. Well, there's something still going on there.
You think?
No,
Sure.
no,
I think there is.
I think we were just letting the world know, because the world never heard us really talk together on the phone, so she called up in support.
I think she wants your goo.
Hey, Diddy.
and she was just being supportive, you know what I'm saying? It's like we still friends, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, Diddy.
What's up, babe?
What's up, babe? Sky Spectre says thinking it's dark early, it triggers. Yeah, it does. It does that's true. That daylight savings is soon, right? Isn't it like next week? I love that day. I love that day. That's when I watch TV you think I watch TV a lot now? Oh my God, it's gonna be more Mayor of Kingstown. If I ran against myself, I'd still lose, says Benjamin.
Does she look better than does Jennifer Lopez look better than your girlfriend now?
Tamara Francois says more drinking time. That's an hour more of drink. That's the way I look at it too, Tam Fran. That Halloween hour, it's the best. My sister would have a Halloween party at the same daylight savings day all the time. I don't think she does anymore. She's sort of, I think a lot of people have just kind of gone their separate ways, but that was fun.
Nah, it's 2 different looks. They're both beautiful women, but you know, I only have eyes for my girlfriend I have now.
Hey, I'll tell you what.
Ain't nobody more beautiful than my girl I have now.
That's a diplomatic answer, but I'll tell you one thing. I can tell you this. I stood next to your girlfriend.
She's fine.
Way finer than Jennifer Lopez's fat ass. Thank you.
Oh, here you go with Jennifer.
Oh wow. Okay, let's get that clip when Howard tries to book Jennifer Lopez every week. They're on the phone trying to get through Andy Cohen. We got to remember that. We got to throw that at her, and this is why. I'd be running to do this show if somebody called me a fat ass and this closeted fruit basket was trying to fat shame me, and her body couldn't be better. Yeah, she should definitely jump and do his show.
I'm telling you right now,
Jennifer's
that's the bottom line. She got a gorgeous face, Jennifer Lopez, but she from the waist down, she cannot be P. Diddy's current girlfriend.
She lost.
She's no Beth, Howard, right? It's right. I mean, she's no Beth. With everybody fawning over Beth at a Clive Davis party, that's.
Wait,
no way. No. He did.
Mike McCann, welcome. Listen to the anorexic queen trying to fat shame Jennifer Lopez.
But she from the waist down, she cannot be P. Diddy's current girlfriend.
Yes, Tamara Francois, everybody loves you on the show. You did a great appearance. What a great rookie. Show you the charisma, the knowledge of hip hop, rolling with everything. Fantastic debut. I couldn't agree more, Sky Spectre. And we all agree.
She lost a little weight.
No way. P. Diddy's girlfriend.
I'm gonna tell you this, but they're both beautiful women.
They're both beautiful, but your girlfriend now is way hotter.
But I only have eyes for my girlfriend now.
Absolutely.
What kind of faucets do you have, everyone? What is PCB23 talking about? Moen faucets. Then that would be a good name for a rapper. Moen.
I didn't say that, but listen.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, I'm saying
His current girlfriend.
She lost a little weight.
No way. P. Diddy's girlfriend.
I'm gonna tell you this, but they're both beautiful women.
They're both beautiful, but your girlfriend now is way hotter.
But I only have eyes for my girl.
That's right, Andrew Jenkins. He did the show one time, and this doesn't really count Ben Affleck was on the phone for a book a celebrity contest. She was in the background. She got on the phone very quickly and went, "Hi, hi," and that's it. Howard was just screaming about her the whole time, asking all these cliche questions. And
Absolutely.
Yeah, but you got to say that. But listen. Yeah.
Oh, my
Hey,
God.
Well, I'm saying the right thing, Blake.
You're damn
Hey,
right.
Pete, hey,
Yeah.
hey, Diddy,
Yeah.
my cousin works for you.
Yeah?
Tracy.
Okay.
Yeah. How's she? Good worker?
Yeah. She's the best.
Yeah, that's my cousin.
Yeah.
Hey, Trey Watt.
King's a garbage man out in Jersey.
everybody is King of All Blacks' cousin. And Howard's about to job shame King of All Blacks, the guy who's never had a real job in his entire life, whose parents paid for everything for him. I would way rather have a sanitation worker than what Beth does. Like Beth, no job.
Okay, fire her today.
Right.
Hey, listen.
By the way, Trey works for 23 cents an hour.
Yeah, I'm a pledge.
Okay.
Yeah, sure you are. You're not
Every
pledging
dollar
anything.
counts, even
But
if it's a dollar.
You know what the problem with these things are?
What?
No matter how much money you raise, it never seems to get better.
Oh, here
I mean, you know something was different.
He's kind of right about that. I think we all are so circumspect about charities now. There have been like the old Jerry Lewis joke where Chris Rock said, "Where's the money going to your hair, Jerry?" Like the Jerry Lewis, every 7-Eleven had the thing you constantly donate. You're like, where the hell is this money going? What is the end result? Why can't you put a paper trail on what exactly you doing with this? He's really right about that.
With this situation is that,
You know what my parents did?
I personally...
You know what my parents did? They sent me to all white school.
That's why he's making the money.
Well, that's what P. Diddy's doing. He's trying to get these kids into the white school.
Yeah, you got to get them out of those black schools. That's the problem.
Oh, my goodness.
Now, we have to improve the schools, you know?
Yeah, good call, Andrew Jenkins. And Howard had this feud with Kevin Smith, right? And Kevin Smith did Jersey Girl, and Kevin Smith was a super Howard fan. He came in and he did, Win Fred's Money, and he was on beck and call for him, and Howard shit on him like crazy. He's reductive, and he wouldn't have him on, and he's making lies up about Kevin Smith calling him and trying to get on the show. And in Jersey Girl, they did a stern scene where Ben Affleck picked up Jennifer Lopez, and then Kevin Smith crowbarred a stern conversation with Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck. So he came on the show to promote it, and Howard just shit on him, and that was like the last time. And Kevin Smith has gone on this kind of like, I've never been treated so badly in my life. They're reductive, they're horrible people, and he's right. They're horrible people. I think he did a Comic-Con rant about it, and Kevin Smith is also a professional victim too, but he's right about this. Like Bruce Willis, he has a feud with, and he had a feud with Jenny McCarthy, and he had a feud. Kevin Smith's daughter, Harley Quinn, is best friends with Johnny Depp's daughter, Lily Rose, and they star in the movie Yoga Hosers, where Depp played Guy Lapointe, and he does a good job. He plays a Canadian private investigator, and it's kind of a dopey movie, but it's fun to just watch Depp fooling around in it. And Lily Rose magnificently singing the Canadian national anthem.
Got to send them to the school that your kids go to.
We definitely can't give up. We have to improve the schools and make sure there's equally.
You know what would be a good example if you send your kids to those schools.
What schools?
Public schools.
He's not good.
Oh, snap.
I'm a loser. Eh?
You
don't even know me.
He's got a lot of love for you.
Trust me, if you knew me, you wouldn't.
That was Depp's daughter, Lily Rose. His son, Jack, was in the scene in the convenience store, and Depp was playing guitar at the end of Kevin Smith's Yoga Hosers. Kevin Smith's daughter, Harley Quinn, was singing with Lily Rose in that shot. And we play it sometimes at the end to end the Deppening. And G Canada, and all our Canadian, Tamara Francois, Frank the Tank, Sunflower Dragon, they all love that.
Love you.
Hey, the king has a Puerto Rican girlfriend.
I love you, man. I love you.
Yeah,
Embrace
you gotta
it.
have a
Embrace
Puerto
it.
Rican. Hey, let me tell you something. You know them Puerto Rican girls are good, Pete.
No doubt.
You know that. You know why I like them? Because they're jealous and sexy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you like that.
Yeah, that's
Black
keeping
girls,
it real.
Black girls are jealous, but they'll beat you up.
Black woman ain't having some of the nonsense.
Nah, 'cause I know your girlfriend called. That's just like a black woman. Don't be calling my man. I know she did that. Go ahead. You can tell that means she loves you.
No.
This is King of All Blacks trying to network. I think he thinks he's going to be brought into the fold by P. Diddy if he charms him enough on the phone here.
She's a very secure woman. She ain't even stunting none of that.
How's he gonna be secure when the Spanish girl's trying to hit on her man?
Oh,
you kidding me? You know how insecure she's got to be with J-Lo?
Yeah.
Up P. Diddy's ass every 2 minutes?
J-Lo got her own money.
Nah, she's very secure. That's why I get down with her. That's why I love her, because she's so secure with herself.
And you know who's getting ugly?
Who?
Russell Simmons' wife.
Oh, stop that.
Yeah, Russell Simmons is very heavily involved in this P. Diddy stuff. He did an interview on Howard, and I thought I would stumble onto a lot of P. Diddy stuff, but he doesn't bring them up at all. But he does bring up a racist aspect that he stumbles on, accusing the Stern Show of being really racist towards him, and that's something I want to dig into at some point. I just read it again. I remember it, but I want to revisit it again. Apparently, he was on another, I think it was Shady 45 screaming about how racist the Stern Show was.
What are you talking about?
She got the rings around her neck.
Get out of here.
You're bugging.
I swear to God, I seen her, man.
That's outrageous. I'm hanging up.
Yeah, I think we've had enough.
We gotta move on to this.
We gotta move on.
I swear, you know those white rings that
Oh, stop that. Stop it.
King.
Say it.
Hey,
Come on.
beautiful.
What did she do to you?
Yo,
Get out of here. I hung up.
877 Run Diddy. 877 Run Diddy.
And Diddy runs thecity.com.
That's right.
Well, you're raising money for a good cause. I'm all behind you. I'm way behind you.
But I'm going to tell you something, Howard. I definitely got inspired. I'm not just gassing you on this. I was bugging, and I got inspired when I decided that I was going to try to run the marathon when I didn't tell anybody, and I heard that you were running, and I ran into you in Central Park.
Yes, we ran.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw P. Diddy running. He's in good shape. He's in good shape.
Okay, this is good. I remember. I think I remember this. P. Diddy talks about security here and how this is. Howard. I don't think Howard wanted him to bring this up. I'm trying to remember how this goes.
You'll be fine. You'll be crossing the finish line. No problem.
Yeah, I think we've had enough.
We gotta move on to this.
We gotta move on.
I swear, you know those white rings that
Oh, stop that. Stop it.
King.
Say it.
Hey,
Come on.
beautiful.
What did she do?
Just for you, Judy Wright. This is the link. Wino, patreon.com/C/Wino forever. And I don't even know. I'm going to try to post this link and see what happens. Do anything? There you go. Right? I mean, can I not show it? There it is. Click on that right now, Judy Wright. It'll take you to it. I think Sarah said you can't keep it. Click on it. Click on it. Click on it. Click it before I delete it. Okay.
Hey, boy.
Yo,
Get out of here. I hung up.
877 Run Diddy. 877 Run Diddy.
And Diddy runs thecity.com.
That's right.
Well, you're raising money for a good cause. I'm all behind you. I'm way behind you.
But I'm going to tell you something, Howard. I definitely got inspired. I'm not just gassing you on this. I was bugging, and I got inspired when I decided that I was going to try to run the marathon when I didn't tell anybody, and I heard that you were running, and I ran into you in Central Park.
Yes, we ran.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw P. Diddy running. He's in good shape. He's in good shape. He'll be fine. You'll be crossing the finish line. No problem.
Howard is a definite runner. He's focused.
Oh, I am.
Yeah.
I look funny running though.
Yeah,
well, that's the focus.
He barely spoke to me more than a couple of words, but we kept it. It was good.
Yeah. You see P. Diddy running. He's got, first of all, I was running.
I love the guys in the suits now.
Yeah. All I know is, first I saw about 10, black SUVs.
Uh-huh.
Then you see,
There's a
Secret
motorcade
Service
around.
guys in motorcades.
Yeah.
Go, whoa, the president's coming.
This is what Chubby Pickle was talking about. This is exactly how he got picked up before he entered the Freak Party in 2014.
Through the park.
Central Park.
Next thing I know, I see P. Diddy running. And it was unbelievable. I said, oh, my God. This guy's the most important guy on the planet.
Yeah, when I first started running, I definitely was running with the whole
entourage.
The whole entourage, but then some of the runners pulled me to.
Yes, Autobot. I remember that vote or die. That was yeah. I mean, I'm more lefty than Steve Carlton, and this vote, it's anytime there's a voting drive, it's almost like disingenuous. It's like you're not interested in my right to vote. You want me to vote for the Democratic candidate. I get it. Just be honest about it. You don't care about my right to vote or die. Tell me who to vote for. It's all about voting for a Democratic candidate. So stop pretending that you're interested solely in my right to vote. You want me to vote for your candidate. Just admit it. Stop acting like the right to vote is why you're doing this every time. And they never say, oh, vote for my guy. It's just, that's what you want. You want me to vote for the Democrat. Just say it. Say it. I'd have more respect for you if you just told me, I want you to vote for my candidate.
And told me that this is a culture that we have here. That you can't do that, Diddy.
Yeah, well, seriously, have you taken
can't have cars around you in the mirror?
Yeah.
You ever go for?
I pulled.
Sky Spectre, Autobot, was that George Bush? He was trying to get people to vote for Gore, who did win the popular vote, and especially in New York, right? New York's going to be blue no matter what you do, so why even bother? It must have been, so he was doing like an anti-George Bush voting drive. I want to say it was 2000.
Back on that, I had to respect the runner's world, and I had to get down. I had to become an official runner.
Yeah, that's good because there's like 400 cameramen there.
Well, can you imagine? He'd be running over people in the race with cars.
So I go over to talk to Puff Daddy and right away the cameraman. And I go, what are you guys doing? Get out of here.
Man's supposed to be running.
I go, what happened to the running? This is turning into a whole film. But no, I congratulate you.
Yeah, but I shot a film and I want everybody to watch.
One of the gayest homoerotic stills, and Howard's fucking devastated. They caught him running in Central Park with security, and he's next to Pat Menachia, and he has that schmata on, and the two of them, every time a guy runs with another guy, it is the gayest. There's no way to look heterosexual when you do it. Running is not a team sport. It is a solo thing. It is for your own edification. It is the gayest thing to run with another guy, and Howard is, and Pat Menachia has it on as well. And Howard's, one of the shots is Howard's. It is the strangest looking fucking calf. He has this inverted flap. The skinny fat is flapping off his left thigh, and he has like a windbreaker on, and he's running at the paparazzi. I'm surprised, and I literally think he stopped going out after this. He's so insecure. He is so vanity obsessed. I think that picture floored him. It's so hideous, as Sarah says, the Marfan goblin and the skinny fat and the thighs. It's a guy who never moved a muscle until he was in his 40s, and he just has this flappy protoplasm kind of gelatinous, gyrating on. It's so hideous. If you want to hold out from orgasming, look at that picture.
We did shoot a film for this, and it's called Diddy Runs the City, and it comes on MTV tonight at 10 p.m.
Well, let me tell you something. I congratulate you. Anyone who runs the marathon.
It is a major undertaking.
It really is. It's a very difficult thing, and you're trying to raise some money for charity. I like that. 877 Run Diddy or DiddyRunsTheCity.com.
And every dollar counts. We'll take $1, and
except Howard's dollars, because he will not donate, and he won't do it in private. He will not.
Dollar counts.
He's strict orders from Don Buchwald to never donate or give money to anything.
All at the local Foot Lockers in the tri-state area. If you drop some money up there, they have drop boxes. Whatever we raise there, Foot Locker is going to double. So if we raise $1 million at the drop boxes, they're going to put up another $1 million. So anywhere in the tri.
If it was 04 Autobot, it would be Bush again. And that's when Howard jumped on the bandwagon with the John Kerry stuff and the fake battle against Clear Channel and the FCC. So, yeah, Bush won again in 04, and that was John Kerry.
State area, you walk in, you're on work at lunchtime, going home, going to work, just drop off $1, $100, $1 million.
Brendan loves a good whatever in a situation.
And they're going to double it.
Well, let me tell you something. You know what I say to that? Yeah. All right. Thanks, Puff Daddy.
Yo, thank you very much, y'all.
Later. God bless, man.
Judy, one more time.
Diddy runs the city.
One more time.
Diddy runs the city.
There you go. One more time. Click on it, Judy. Hurry up. Hurry up. Go, 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 go. Now. Click on it right now. Do it. Go, 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 go. I'm deleting it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Click on it, Judy. Here it goes. Damn. Okay, Melody puts that guy Pat is a bodyguard beard. That could be Andrew. And we figured out that Casey Armstrong admitted that he was considered security on the show, not Ronnie. Casey was like almost like undercover security. Last thing, 2 last things. They're really quick. This is Sting, Gordon Sumner talking about what he gets from P. Diddy's music. Let me take this out. Let me take out this oat. Let me take this about. This is Sting in 2016 talking about what he gets from P. Diddy's sample.
Song and you're like, oh, stop it.
So you object to the lawsuits against the that the Marvin Gaye family?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That was really homage,
Sting's really cool here. He's really doesn't have a problem. He's not litigious. And he says, music is music. I want people to get the most music they want. I don't care if anyone uses my music. But then it's funny how he ends it.
I thought so too, actually.
I did too. Yeah.
Nothing but. I mean, a musician wouldn't do that. They wouldn't sue you.
What about this song, Every Breath?
I agree with it. I think if you're like a true musician not looking to sue everybody, that's what I always think. Like, how did these guys become like, stockbrokers all of a sudden? Aren't you an artist?
You take that you're going to do live now.
I mean, a musician wouldn't do that. They wouldn't sue you.
What about this song, Every Breath You Take, that you're going to do live now? Everyone in your life was probably, it was chaos because you were breaking up the police, and when that's big business. The song that you just did, Every Breath You Take, I had heard that you make almost $1 million, $750,000 a year just off of that song. That's that's big bucks. And also that when Puff Daddy took it and made his tribute to Notorious B.I.G., that they never asked your permission to use the music. And so therefore the royalties were all yours because you had written the song.
Yeah.
They didn't come to you first and make some sort of deal and say, hey, Sting, can we use your song?
People can record any song that anybody writes.
Right.
They don't need permission.
So it becomes your song, in a sense.
Well, it was my song.
It was your song, yeah. I mean, that's got to be a cool thing when somebody takes your song and turns it into another hit song.
Fantastic.
It is, right?
And it's been #1 longer than any other song in history because of that.
Because of the
Police #1 or however long that was.
Bruce Hornsby had the same thing with Tupac and The Way It Is, and Tupac did a song called Changes. It's virtually the same scenario. It's eerie how similar that is.
And then Puff Daddy's version.
When you first heard Puff Daddy's version, were you like, what the fuck is this? I mean, what are they doing?
No, I was going like this.
Oh, you were? You rubbed your hands together.
How did you find out about it?
Elton John sent it to me.
Oh.
He said, have you heard this? You're going to be loaded.
You're going to be rich. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, and then when the solo album comes out, like you said, of course.
How old is Sting now? Is he 80? I don't think he's 80, but he's in mid-70s, I want to say. He's done it right in rock and roll. He's the tantric sex with Trudy and the yoga, and there's no real bullshit with him. He's tough not to like, honestly. Last thing, and this is a quick one I found. This is a weird one. On our Patreon, I'm gonna connect so many of this. I'm gonna make a sort of a P. Diddy compilation. This is apparently Sophia. Speaking of Hispanics, and this woman, Sofia Vergara, she's like, to me, the very face of Miami, deep party girl, Hollywood, just in those years, even like more than Gloria Estefan. And apparently she had a fling with P. Diddy, or so we might think here. I did not know this, and I found this sort of like in the last 2 weeks. This is an interesting, she did the show for the first time in 2003, and this is when this is from.
At that time I was young, now I know more.
Did you do Donald Trump yet? Or you haven't been there?
by the way, so Trump comes up here. When Sofia Vergara joined America's Got Talent, and Simon came back, and blah blah blah, ratings went up 3 times. Howard killed the show, and they brought it back. The queen of America's Got Talent.
Donald Trump yet? Or you haven't been there?
Do him in what way?
You know what I mean, baby. No one here is naive.
Not my type.
Not your type? Trump not your type?
No.
Mm-hmm. I thought all the girls liked Trump.
Is he also too old?
Too old for you. Yeah, you need him young.
Yeah.
She really is the personification of Miami party girl. You know, just the burden of beauty, or the, you know.
So Enrique Iglesias, is he good in bed?
Pretty privileged.
You crazy?
Yes, of course I am.
Crazy. Yeah, like I'm gonna come here and talk about that here.
Well, who's your type? Enrique Iglesias is a good-looking guy. I'll give you that.
He's very handsome, very nice person, very humble.
Yeah.
You guys remember the Enrique Iglesias thing on Howard where they supposedly stumbled on? She's Colombian, right, Autobot? She would have been a great Mirtha Young in Blow instead of Penelope Cruz. I think her normal personality is exactly how George Young's Colombian wife would have acted. I thought that Penelope Cruz got every Hispanic role back then, but she's like this. She's perfect for George Young's wife.
I'll admit he's better looking than me by a little bit, slightly better. Let me see. Let me look at your resume and see who you've had.
Oh, we have a list.
Let's see who we've had here.
Listen, sometimes they're only friends or guys you just, see one time and that's it.
All right. It says here you date P. Diddy, Puff Daddy.
You were dating Puff Daddy?
No.
Oh, come on.
No.
Is it true you were in a miniskirt one night and Puff Daddy put his hand up your dress and you got really pissed? That's not a story?
No, poor guy, no.
What?
He's gonna get in trouble with his girlfriend.
So he did not put his hand up your dress?
No.
You've never dated P. Diddy?
No.
I don't believe it. I don't believe that for a minute.
Howard's got his moles telling him this shit, and I'm sure Zoss Rapin's one of them. I don't believe her. Something happened, and it's kind of in line with, his proclivities.
I don't believe it. I don't believe that for a minute.
He's a very respectful guy. You're kidding me, no?
You are friends with him, P. Diddy?
Well, I know him. Who doesn't know him? But
well, a lot of people don't. You dated Mark Wahlberg.
No, he's a friend of mine.
No, you see, now you're not telling me the truth.
I am.
You had sex with Marky Mark.
No.
You didn't?
This is embarrassing.
All right, you had sex with Alex Rodriguez, the very famous baseball player. Is that
A-Rod
true?
you had?
A-Rod.
No.
He signed a 10-year, $252 million
I knew
contract.
Alex before that in Miami. He lived in Miami, and I used to live in Miami, and he's great. He has a great...
No love affair there?
No, he's a friend of mine, too. But sometimes you go well with a guy one time, you date him, or 1 or 2 times, and then you never see him again.
So you say you dated him, but you didn't have sex? Is that what you're saying? You turned down A-Rod. So who do you date?
Alex Rodriguez is fascinating how he turned around the steroid stuff, and he's like co-owner of the Timberwolves, and he's kind of just like, everybody was doing it, and he just became like the poster child for it. But he's sort of like leaned into it. He's got a analyst job on TBS and Fox and stuff. It's really bizarre what he's kind of the only one who speaks about it, and he's kind of out. You don't see Clemens, you don't see McGuire, you don't see Sammy Sosa, you don't see Bonds.
Everyone's your friend.
No one.
No one.
No, I don't have.
Well, what's happening? What's wrong?
I don't know.
You're good-looking girls. No reason you.
Her ex-husband. Does anyone know this? This is why you listen to the show. Joe Manganiello. You knew that wouldn't last, right? So they divorced was like a year ago. Did you guys know that he went to the same high school as Beth and her brothers in Western Pennsylvania, Castle Shannon, blah, 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 and played basketball on that team and played against Danny Fortson in college. He was going to play Deathstroke, Slade Wilson, Terminator, and the DC movies. And as a cameo of him at the end of the Justice League movie, and it never happened, he was going to be in the Ben Affleck Batfleck movie, and they never made it. And it sounds like it would have been phenomenal. And he really looked good as Slade Wilson, who's one of the probably my favorite villain. Well, maybe Black Manta is in DC. But yeah, that never came to fruition. And Manganillo went to Beth's and her brother's high school in Western Pennsylvania, and there's not much of an age difference. It's like I think he's 6'5", 6'6". I think he's the same age as Doug.
Can't get
He must have played basketball with him.
a date.
No, I can't get dates. That's not the problem.
Let's see, you dated, what, no guys are good? Is that the problem? No guy is good enough? Everyone's a problem. Everyone has a...
I love Sinestro too, Autobot. I agree with that. I love Sinestro. Great DC villain. In my top 5 without a doubt.
What is it?
There's always something.
Right. It's got to be a good-looking guy. Can't be a funny guy.
Oh, it has to be a funny guy.
Yeah.
Yes, Melody. He was in his underwear. And he's also in, again, Amber Heard connection here in Magic Mike. He's in Magic Mike too, with Mike Strahan's in that movie. He's a cameo in that. But Amber Heard's got a big role in Magic Mike too. I watched that last year. And she does this lap dance to, and I can see why Depp would be jealous. And it is so suggestive, and it's impossible to believe that nothing happened during that. And again, that's Gambit we're talking about. So it's if you watch the end of Magic Mike 2, she does a what? It's almost more of like I'm trying to explain the thing. So Channing Tatum is the star of it, and it's basically him playing a male stripper, and really the two of them, he's grinding on her. And if you're Depp watching this, it's impossible not to get jealous. And ironically, or not ironically, but fittingly or coincidentally, Channing Tatum is in the 21 Jump Street movie with Depp in that cameo. It all comes full circle.
Yeah, funny guy.
good-looking guy.
Funny, good-looking.
Because I've met Enrique Iglesias. There's nothing funny about him.
No, he is funny.
I forgot to say. So Enrique Iglesias, apparently there was a clip of him. The worst singer right now in all of pop rock music is Chris Martin from Coldplay. He is he cannot hold a note. It is crazy how they were elevated. He is the worst. He cracks more frogs than Courageous Cat. I can't believe how bad a singer he is. But I guess Enrique Iglesias, like Nepo baby, right? You got to be kidding me. Iglesias' son is Enrique Iglesias. So he's like born on third base, beyond in the music. And there was footage of him, I guess, in a recording booth singing horrible notes. And the Stern Show got a hold of it, and they just kept playing it over and over again. And Enrique came into the studio to prove that he could really sing. He was also in once, to bring it back to Johnny Depp, Enrique Iglesias was in Once Upon a Time in Mexico. And so that was a thing they did with Enrique came into the Stern Show and had to prove he could sing. I think it was Rhythm. What the fuck was the name of that song? When Marianne from Brooklyn comes on and she goes, "All I need is Howard in my life." That's the inspiration behind that. So he was singing Rhythm Divine or something in the studio, and it sounded so bad that they stole the audio and gave it to the Stern Show. It's like 2002 or something. I think that's from.
Yeah,
please. Maybe in Spanish he's funny. I don't know, but in English he wasn't all that entertaining. So, yes, Baba Fooey.
She dated a guy who's in a witness protection program now.
What?
Yoko Ono equals Chris Martin. This is good. Yeah, so apparently she dated a guy who was in a witness protection. Pretty cool guy here.
So, yes, Baba Fooey.
She dated a guy who's in a witness protection program now.
What?
Is that right?
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
And you know what? You must really be loyal, because I heard that you put up like your house for his bail or something.
Wow, this guy must have really
Wait a minute, was that the nightclub guy?
Yes, Chris Paciello.
No, but he's a
Chris Casiello. I know. So I get she's just classic Miami party girl, like in every way. So she was, I guess, the fiance of this guy, and he's like just every like drug dealing club owner in Miami, like right out of. So I guess he was like, a club mogul down there, and she kind of
one of my dearest friend. I mean, I really I'm very fond of him. I had broke up with him 2 years before he was put in jail, but I still was his friend, and I will back him up like I would back up.
Look at Sky Spectre. All boyfriends have been my height or shorter. That's pretty noble of you, because a lot of broads think they're shopping for a power forward, and they're like, "Oh, you got to be taller than who gives a shit." That's really that's atypical of a broad, Sky Spectre, and we love that name. That's a good ass superheroine name, Sky Spectre.
Any of my friends, and like I will expect any of my friends to back me up.
But you think he's guilty, right?
I don't know if he's guilty. I'm not God. I can't. I mean, I don't know.
But you put up, what is he on trial?
Autobot says he's the same height as Tom Cruise at 5'5".
I don't know. I don't even know this guy.
He got convicted, right?
No. He's gonna go on trial. I think. I don't know.
And you put up your house to get him out on bail?
No, it wasn't my house. It was a bail that some of people we had to help him. But I trust him. I mean, he was very good to me. I didn't have any.
I know Sophia from down here. I'm on the club scene in South Beach at Opium Garden. She was all over P. Diddy.
Oh, really?
What are you talking about?
Opium Gardens. This guy sounds like he's got his receipts. I don't know. I don't know who to believe here.
At Opium Garden, she was all over P. Diddy.
Oh, really?
What are you talking about?
And she walked off of a popular Hispanic talk show called El Gordo y la Flaca when they confronted her with it. Live on the air, she walked off.
You walked off live on the air when they said you were all over P. Diddy? Why did you walk off?
Because they were.
The truth hurts.
See, I got my Latin dudes.
Jungle fever, baby.
Listen, you should back me up. You're Latin. What are you doing? You're supposed to be protecting me. Come on, man.
Come on, Poppy.
Howard is the king of all media. Howard is the master at investigating stories, and I want.
But what is wrong with being all over P. Diddy?
I was not.
Welcome. Thank you, Chubby Pickle. Everyone, congratulate Chubby Pickle for making it to the most racist city in all of America, Boston, with the Whitey Bulger's Sugar Hill Gang. Thank you, Chubby Pickle. Thank God you're safe. And what a job you did on that show. Everyone's still talking about it. We can't wait to have you back. That is great news. Now order a Domino's pizza because you know you're gonna.
You were.
No, I was not.
What's wrong with it?
I got out of the TV program because they were inventing something. They were saying that he was trying to grab me.
Oh.
They got you on tape. They got you on tape.
No, they don't.
She got up and left because you felt they were trying to embarrass you.
Embarrass me and him. I mean, it was very disrespectful because.
Look at PCPO catching Bruce Willis cheating.
They can say, yeah, they were there, but they don't have to invent something that wasn't
true. And you were also with them up in New York.
I mean, Demi Moore cheating on Bruce Willis.
She got up and left because you felt they were trying to embarrass you.
Embarrass me and him. I mean, it was very disrespectful because they can say, yeah, they were there, but they don't have to invent something that wasn't.
Yeah, he cheated on Gwyneth Paltrow, Mary Jean, Chris Martin.
And you were also with them up in New York.
Is that true? That is not true. She says no. What the hell?
Oh, well.
So what's the game plan for a hot chick like you? What are we going to do? What are you making? You're not making big money in the movie.
Okay, I thought that was an interesting way to end. Thank you, everyone, for hanging with me. This is crazy. I'm going on 5 hours here. It doesn't seem like it. Crazy Robin, I don't know what happened to you. She dropped out. Might have been a technical thing. I couldn't tell what was going on. Bringing her back and forth. We'll do some hopefully P. Diddy gets his team down there to investigate what happened to Crazy Robin. David didn't make it. He must have got caught up at a gig. I'm a personal chef. Tell me more of your mom's recipes. Look at Sky Spectre, the culinary master, the Sugar Hill Gang, the Winter Hill Gang. I'm sorry, Melody. You're right. I fucked up. It's late for me. This has been a long show. The Winter Hill. I said the Sugar Hill Gang, the equal, the equal packet gang. Okay, great evening. Thank you, Ida Greenbacks. The Stevia gang. Remember Stevia on Breaking Bad? With who is it? Lydia. She had the stevia packets in the diner all the time, and go Steelers, says people. Yes, sir. Who do they got next week? The Giants? Is it the Giants on Monday night? I think. Everyone, our Patreon, we're going to be doing a 21 Jump Street season 3 opener with Greco, Wu-Tang Clan for the children, Sweet and Low gang is another gang I know is from Boston. The Steelers blow, says the one with paying Deshaun Watson $52 million a year for the lowest quarterback rating in all of the NFL. And he has his own P. Diddy thing going on, Sarah. How dare you? How dare you? And we're going to be doing an NBA fantasy league this year. And I need probably going to go for 12 to 14 people in the league. I want to thank everybody for hanging with me this long. This is a long one. Thank you, Tamara. Thank you, Autobot, Sarah, and Steelers. Still blow. Go choke on your own dick, says Sarah. Go Chiefs, says Sky Spectre and Taylor Swift. I used to like, the Chiefs are now become like they're too successful. And when you become too successful, everybody wants you to go down. And it's crazy. It is crazy how good they have become. They have been on national TV every week. It is crazy, Sky Spectre, how much the NFL suits are following around the Kansas City Swifties. Let's put it to, how do we do this here? Let me see.
Howdy.